Chapter 1851. The cauldron was burning with raging flames. The origin energy seemed to be filling the cauldron with fuel. The flames burned more and more fiercely, and the scorching heat spread out. Boom! The originally simple cauldron began to expand. Its majestic aura shook the heavens, and the roars of beasts rang out from the cauldron one after another. The origin energy in Zichen's hand was constantly filling the cauldron, as if it could never be used up. The crowd who weren't Supremes didn't know what was happening at all. However, they were all stunned. They had never seen so much origin energy. The origin source energy was the true treasure. It was still very useful to them at their current level. He's condensing a weapon. Stop him. Zichun would not condense a cauldron for no reason. Shimin Lu felt that something was wrong and shouted loudly. Swoosh! An immortal supremacy began to teleport and rush towards Zichun. Because Zichen's strength was too strong, none of the Supremes dared to attack Zichun. They only dared to attack when several of them were together. Facing the incoming attack, Zichun didn't dodge. He just stood there motionlessly. Clang! Beside him, the void broke open, and the demon ape walked out. The black rod in its hand swept across, and two immortal Supremes were sent flying. On the other side, Monk appeared in a flash, and the demon subduing pestle in his hand destroyed an attack. Just like how the crowd protected the statue before, Zichun and the cauldron became the target of everyone's protection at this moment. The barbaric dragon, Long Hu, and flying divine tiger wandered around the periphery, displaying their strongest combat strength. The immortal Supremes didn't dare to approach casually. Su Mingyao and the others guarded Zichen from all directions, preventing the immortal Supremes from sneaking up on him. As for Zichen, when he used a huge amount of origin energy to condense the cauldron, the heavenly thunder wings appeared on his back. The origin energy was a new kind of energy. After being condensed by this energy, the quality of everything would be improved. During the process of reforging the pill furnace, Zichen was able to clearly perceive the pill furnace for the first time, as well as some of its methods of use and power. In this situation, the pill furnace had truly recognized a master, and its power had greatly increased. As a result, Zichun sensed something, and the heavenly thunder wings appeared on his back. He condensed the heavenly thunder wings that had been following him all this time. Meanwhile, on the periphery, everyone was shocked to see Zichun condense another portion of his origin energy into something else. In their eyes, Zichen's origin energy seemed to be inexhaustible. Boom! The alchemy cauldron was still expanding, and a violent aura swept through the entire Misty City. The entire Misty City was trembling under the expansion of the alchemy cauldron. Su Mingyao and the others who were near the alchemy cauldron had no choice but to retreat. The aura emitted from the alchemy cauldron was too frightening. The other undying sovereigns took the opportunity to attack the cauldron, but the moment their attacks got close to the cauldron, they were swallowed up by it. Above the pill cauldron, the surging aura became increasingly terrifying, affecting the entire Misty City, causing everyone's expressions to change. The group of undying sovereigns who were constantly attacking were still fearless at this moment. Below, among the crowd, one gaze after another fell on the pill cauldron. Their originally indifferent expressions were now replaced with a hint of fear. The entire pill cauldron was like a mountain, burning with raging flames as it floated above Misty City, exuding an ancient and vast aura. The origin energy gradually stopped channeling, and the refining of the pill cauldron was completed. Roar! With a thought, a dragon's roar came from the pill cauldron. Immediately after, 4 fire dragons rushed out of the pill cauldron, heading straight for an undying sovereign. The undying sovereign's figure changed as he shuttled through the void, avoiding the fire dragon's lock-on. However, the 4 fire dragons seemed to have the delusion breaker eye. After locking on to his aura, they directly swept towards him. In the next moment, the undying sovereign's body was swept up by the fire dragons and brought towards the pill cauldron. In the face of this unknown situation, the undying sovereign yelled and launched a series of attacks. When these attacks landed on the fire dragons, they instantly severed them, but it was useless. The fire dragons quickly reassembled and returned to the pill cauldron. When the fire dragons returned to the pill cauldron, The flames within the pill cauldron became even more intense. From time to time, the miserable shrieks of the undying sovereign could be heard. Don't worry. In this pill cauldron, he will definitely die. I will refine the undying origin crystal. Cauldron Spirit's voice sounded in Zichen's sea of consciousness. At this moment, Zichen's six-winged heavenly lightning wings had also been refined to the final stage. After the refinement, Zichen had a clearer understanding of the heavenly lightning wings. At the same time, his extreme speed had also improved by quite a bit. Rumble. The pill cauldron trembled, causing the entire Misty City to tremble. Another 4 fire dragons rushed out, locking onto their target. Whoosh, whoosh. Faced with the fire dragons locking onto him, the undying sovereign was dodging. Because he wasn't injured, the 4 fire dragons had a hard time locking onto him. At this moment, the undying sovereign felt an energy fluctuation coming from beside him. Before he could react, a dragon's spear pierced through his back. The destructive origin energy annihilated his undying origin energy. He screamed in pain and prepared to self-detonate to get rid of the energy attack. The 4 fire dragons took advantage of the situation and coiled around the undying sovereign's body, bringing him into the pill cauldron. In the blink of an eye, the 2 undying sovereigns disappeared. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Then, the crowd saw the reversal of the battle. Everything became Zichen's time to perform. He displayed an unprecedented speed. Under such speed, no one could avoid Zichen. After that, Zichen made his move. Bang, bang, bang. Every time he attacked, an undying sovereign would be injured. Then, the undying sovereign would be taken away by the elusive fire dragons. The original 4 fire dragons had now grown to 8. They were wandering around, ready to take away the undying sovereigns at any time. In addition to Zichen, the 3 supreme beasts also made their moves at this moment, killing one undying sovereign after another. The moment the undying sovereign's body reassembled, the fire dragons swarmed forward and brought him into the pill cauldron. The fate of these undying sovereigns who entered the pill cauldron was still unknown. The number of undying sovereigns around was decreasing. Cold sweat gradually appeared on Shimin Lu's forehead. This was an uncontrollable situation. They had expected it and made some preparations for it. Under such circumstances, it seemed that those preparations should have appeared. But so far, they hadn't. Below, an uproar rose and fell. No one had expected that so many undying sovereigns couldn't do anything to Zichen and the others. The number of undying sovereigns was decreasing. Those who entered the pill cauldron were still unknown. The others finally felt fear in their hearts. They no longer fought. Instead, they turned around and ran in horror. Although they had promised Misty City to deal with these people, there was no need to throw their lives away here. The group of undying sovereigns quickly disappeared. During this time, the fire dragons captured another 2. For a moment, only Shimin Lu was left. This was Misty City. His home was here. He had nowhere to run. In the sky, only Shimin Lu was left. This result was completely unexpected. Everyone exclaimed and shook their heads repeatedly. If Misty City didn't have more experts, it was obvious that Misty City would be destroyed by these few youngsters. Senior brother, is the battle over? In the crowd, a cultivator with a sword on his back asked. How is that possible? The battle has just begun. The senior brother from Sword Sect said indifferently. As the group of undying sovereigns fled, there was an obvious wave of undisguised killing intent in the crowd. The masters of these killing intent had extraordinary origins and methods. In the distance, several of the elders from Tianwu continent had fainted after seeing the undying sovereigns flee. This time, Zichen had displayed such a powerful method. Their lives were definitely not guaranteed. Even if Zichen didn't kill them, the flying divine tiger wouldn't let them go. In fact, they were regretting it. If they had known that supreme beasts were so popular in this world, they wouldn't have only brought the flying divine tiger, but also the other supreme beasts. Unfortunately, it was their selfishness that had completely ruined them. In the sky, beside the burning pill cauldron, Zichen looked at Shimin Lu, whose undying source was heavily damaged. He said coldly, I won't kill you for now. I'll let you see the destruction of Misty City with your own eyes. Shimin Lu's expression changed. There was no despair in his eyes, only doubt and confusion. He had already calculated this matter. The current situation wasn't unsolvable. Trash. What a bunch of trash. At this moment, a cold voice rang out from below. A blue-robed youth walked out from the crowd, step by step in the air. The joy on Shimin Lu's face only flashed for a moment before it turned into confusion. He didn't know this blue-robed youth. When the blue-clothed young man appeared, the entire world was instantly filled with a chill. As he walked through the air, a thin layer of white ice condensed in the surrounding air. With each step, ice would appear. The blue-robed youth walked to the opposite side of Zichun. He swept a glance at Shimin Lu and said coldly, "So many undying sovereigns, but you can't destroy their undying source. What a bunch of trash." Shimin Lu's face turned red and white, but he didn't refute. He was guessing in his heart whether or not this person was a helper. The coldness from the youth made him feel very uncomfortable. Even his undying source was showing signs of freezing. He immediately retreated, and Zichun didn't stop him. The youth was also an undying sovereign. Zichun had already displayed his strength, but this undying sovereign still dared to come forward. Clearly, he had some extraordinary means. In fact, everyone, including Zichun, had a serious expression on their faces when they saw the young man. "Who are you?" Zichun looked at the blue-robed youth and asked in a deep voice. From the other party's attitude towards Shimin Lu and Shimin Lu's expression, the two didn't know each other. Clearly, this youth wasn't someone from Misty City. The youth looked at Zichun and sneered. "You're Zichun from the Martial Sky Continent." That's right. I heard that you're very glorious in the Martial Sky Continent. Remember my name, Minsk. You can call me Shui Minsk." Chapter 1852. The Zhanwu continent was made up of cities, prefectures, and regions. However, this wasn't absolute. Among them, there were also other forces. For example, the sword sect didn't belong to cities, prefectures, or regions. In truth, Misty City didn't count either. Misty City looked like a city, but it had developed more like a sect. Shimin Lu was equivalent to a sect elder. In the Zhanwu continent, there were a few large powers that were very famous. For example, the sword sect was one of the hegemons of the fourth continent. In addition to the famous sword sect, the Five Elements aristocratic family was also very famous in the entire Zhanwu continent. This was an aristocratic family founded purely on the Five Elements. Every disciple of the aristocratic family condensed a single law of the Five Elements. Compared to the many laws that Zichun, Su Mingyao, and the others had comprehended, this single law sounded very weak. However, that wasn't the case. After many years of development, the Five Elements aristocratic family had already developed the laws of the Five Elements to the limit. Furthermore, to use this single law, one didn't just need the laws of the Five Elements. One also needed to possess the bloodline of the Five Elements. This kind of pure bloodline had a very unified name on the Zhanwu continent. They were called heavenly experts. For example, Minster wasn't born with the surname Shui, nor did he come from the Five Elements aristocratic family. Instead, he possessed a pure water bloodline. After being recruited by the Shui family, he was given the surname Shui. The Five Elements aristocratic family. This was the first time Zichun had heard of the Five Elements aristocratic family on the Zhanwu continent. He quickly thought of the Five Elements aristocratic family. Back then, in order to enter the Lightning Divine Hall, the Five Elements aristocratic family had lost quite a few pseudo-heavenly experts. Up until now, Zichun had never seen a single pseudo-heavenly expert on the Zhanwu continent. The Five Elements aristocratic family is the hegemon of the second continent. They are divided into metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Normally, the Five Elements come together. While speaking, Lin Shui looked down. The reason the Five Elements aristocratic family had come was clearly because of Zichun's suppression of the Five Elements aristocratic family on the Zhanwu continent. Since the Shui family had appeared, there had to be people from the other four families. Zichun also looked down. The Five Elements aristocratic family's appearance, which surprised him. From the crowd, a cold aura could be felt as three more people walked out. All three of them exuded a frigid aura. Clearly, they were also from the Shui clan. The three of them flew through the air and stood behind Minsk, staring coldly at Zichun. The other four families didn't show up. Clearly, they believed that Minsk alone could take care of everything. Zichun waved his hand and said, "Step back." Everyone responded and retreated. Everyone had expended a lot of energy in the previous battle. Under such circumstances, they could only recover first. With a thought, the pill cauldron in the sky shook and shrank until it was the size of a palm. Then, it fell into Zichun's hand. Just as Zichun put away the cauldron, Minster also waved his hand. The three undying supremes behind him retreated, and so did Shimin Lu. The appearance of the Five Elements aristocratic family, here to cause trouble for Zichun, made him very suspicious. In the crowd, the cultivators who knew about the Five Elements aristocratic family were also very curious. As a hegemon, under normal circumstances, it was impossible for them to have any enmity with Zichun. That was because Zichun was too weak. He wasn't worthy of the Five Elements aristocratic family making such a big move. But this time, the Five Elements aristocratic family had sent their undying supremes across several continents. It was clearly because of Zichun. The Misty sect's elders, who had just regained consciousness, let out sighs of relief when they saw the Five Elements aristocratic family appear. As people of the Martial Heaven continent, they were very clear on why the Five Elements aristocratic family had come. Since Zichun had been targeted by the Five Elements aristocratic family, only death awaited him. "I won't kill you. I'll bring your head back so that you can keep your head clear on the way back," Minsk said indifferently. His eyes were fixed on Zichun. His eyes were filled with coldness. These were Minsk's opening words. The two of them weren't familiar with each other, so they naturally didn't talk much. Minsk's blue robes trembled slightly, and an icy chi surged out of his body. Wherever the cold air passed, the surrounding air would be completely frozen. A thin layer of ice appeared on the surface of all the buildings in Misty City. Under the sunlight, the ice reflected a dazzling light. In the blink of an eye, this place became a world of ice. Minsk stood at the center of this world of ice. Within the world of ice, there was an eerie coldness. Everyone who felt this coldness quickly retreated into the distance. Some of the weaker existences had no choice but to retreat outside of the city. As an undying sovereign, Shimin Lu's expression changed when he sensed this aura. He knew that he wasn't a match for Minsk. "I heard that you've comprehended many laws, but that's useless. Just one is enough." A sinister smile appeared at the corner of Minsk's mouth. He extended his right hand and pointed at Zichun. A ray of sword chi formed completely of ice shot towards Zichun. There wasn't any sword intent in the sword chi, so it couldn't compare to Wang Xian's sword. However, this sword contained pure chi of ice and the laws of water that had evolved to the limit. This sword was very swift. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Zichun. Clang! Zichun pointed his spear at the sword. A loud clang was heard, and a huge force came from the sword chi, forcing Zichun back several steps. Seeing Zichun being forced back, many people in the crowd were shocked. Zichun had just displayed great strength, but now he was forced back by someone from the Shui family. After stabilizing himself, Zichun's lightning wings flapped, and he immediately disappeared. Buzz. Minsk's expression didn't change. He took several steps back. Streams of water appeared in front of him. The water quickly condensed into a wall of ice. A spear instantly pierced through the newly formed wall of ice. Then, the wall of ice shattered, and Zichun rushed out with his spear. The void trembled as a huge wave came crashing down. Within the wave, the laws of water surged. It carried a heavy pressure as it rushed towards Zichun. In Zichun's hand, the spear spun, stirring up the space and forming a huge force to stop the incoming wave. Crack! Crack! The power contained in the wave was beyond Zichun's imagination. The entire dragon spear started to bend, and a shallow crack appeared on it. This wave could actually destroy a dragon weapon. Zichun's expression changed. Golden light flashed around him, and an even stronger force appeared. At this moment, Minsk walked out of the wave with a blue sword. He slashed at Zichun's neck. This attack was even faster. Zichun couldn't dodge in time, and could only use his spear to block. Clang! The blue sword slashed at the spear. Zichen immediately retreated. The wave immediately rolled over with a thunderous sound. Minsk stood in the center of the wave, attacking Zichen again and again with his blue sword. Clang! Clang! In the sky, clanging sounds constantly rang out. Minsky cooperated with the wave, forcing Zichen to retreat again and again. The demon ape and the others watched the battlefield with nervous and uneasy expressions. Recover first. Zichen's calm voice rang out in everyone's minds. Minsk was powerful, but he wasn't an undefeatable existence. On one side was the wave, and on the other was the attack. Zichen was in a very difficult position. After several clashes, more and more cracks appeared on his dragon spear. Crack. After another attack, the dragon spear broke in two. The sharp sword chi almost brushed past Zichen's forehead. A red mark appeared between Zichen's eyebrows, and he quickly retreated. A supreme-grade imperial weapon had been destroyed just like that. A commotion broke out in the crowd. A supreme weapon. It must be a supreme weapon. Cries of surprise rang out from the crowd. Zichen had sensed something strange about Minsk's weapon long ago. Now, he was even more certain that his opponent's weapon was a level higher than his dragon spear. Everyone looked at Zichen. They didn't know what he would do now that he had lost his weapon. Zichen threw away his dragon spear. Lightning flashed around his body as he charged at Minsk. Boom! Zichen, who was moving forward, threw a punch. A fist of light formed from origin source energy shot towards the surging waves. When the fist landed, the wave was obstructed. It paused for a moment. Zichen's fist went straight for Minsk's chest. Minsk slashed down with his sword, wanting to cut off Zichen's arm. Clang! The supreme weapon struck Zichen's fist, producing a clang. Then, a terrifying force surged into Minsk's body through the long sword. The powerful force sent Minsk flying. The moment Minsk was sent flying, the waves that had been appearing before also appeared. Zichen stood in the air. He didn't have a supreme weapon, but his body was comparable to a supreme weapon. In the crowd, after seeing the white mark on Zichen's fist, the expressions of many immortal sovereigns changed. To be able to block the attack of a supreme weapon unscathed, Zichen's body was too strong. Go to hell. Being sent flying by a single punch from Zichen in front of everyone's eyes, Minsk felt extremely humiliated. With a furious roar, he raised his long sword and charged at Zichen along with the huge wave from before. His figure constantly changed in the waves. He was very fast, constantly attacking Zichen. Zichen, who had lightning wings, was also like a ray of light. The two of them were constantly entangled in the waves. The waves were formed by pure origin energy. They were Minsk's foundation. Being in the waves, his battle strength was greatly increased, and his speed was also increased. On the other hand, Zichen's methods were suppressed in all aspects. Clang, 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 clang. The two of them were locked in a fierce battle. Terrifying energy scattered in all directions. Frost chi surged, and the sound of thunder spread. In this battle, the two of them were evenly matched. It was difficult to determine the victor. Shimin Lu nodded in satisfaction. The Five Elements family had more than one Minsk. If the two of them couldn't defeat each other, the others would definitely take action. At that time, Zichen would undoubtedly die. Misty City's difficulties would be resolved by the Five Elements family. He couldn't help but sigh. Just as Shimin Lu was sighing, a bright light suddenly appeared in the waves. Chapter 1853. The wave disappeared, and Minsk looked at Zichen, stunned. Zichen stood on the other side, holding his sheathed saber. His expression was calm. You! Minsk opened his mouth, his eyes wide. Just now, a bright saber light had appeared unexpectedly and broken through his defense. Boom! The sky trembled, and flames spread. The cauldron appeared again, and the heavy pressure caused the space to distort. The cauldron opened, and 8 fire dragons rushed out. Dragon roars resounded through the world, and the 8 fire dragons rushed straight for Minsk. Frost chi surged around Minsk, wanting to destroy the 8 fire dragons. Suddenly, his body split into 2, and all his strength disappeared in an instant. The 8 fire dragons carried the 2 halves of Minst's body toward the cauldron. Stop! Stop! Let him go! When the 3 undying supremes from the Shui clan saw this scene, they immediately shouted and rushed over. You guys go too. Zichen's cold voice rang out in the 3 sea of consciousness. Zichen, who displayed extreme speed, instantly arrived in front of the 3. He struck 3 times at each of them, and the destructive power of the world entered their bodies, causing them to explode. The flames of life burned fiercely, and the 3 bodies reassembled. But what welcomed them was the cauldron filled with devouring power. The 3 of them screamed as they were sucked into the cauldron. This change happened so quickly that no one could react. Minst of the Shui clan and the 3 undying sovereigns had already been sucked into the cauldron. The entire cauldron was like a bottomless pit. Dozens of undying sovereigns had already entered, but none of them had come out. The experts from the Shui clan of the 5 elements were destroyed just like that. The scene instantly became quiet. The situation had reversed too quickly. No one knew what had happened in the wave. Among the crowd, only a few people had seen what had just happened. The main reason for Minst's death was that shining saber. That saber was much faster than Minst's attack. It instantly broke through the wave and cut Minst's body in half. One of the 5 elements' aristocratic families had failed, and all 4 of their undying sovereigns had been killed. Among them was Minster, which was not a small loss. The other 4 clans should be coming out by now. Shimin Lu thought to himself. With a flash of brilliance, 4 rays of light shot out from the crowd. 4 cold-faced young men walked out from the crowd. Their clothes were of the same color as the 5 elements: metal, wood, fire, and earth. Jing Guchuan, the young man in gold, took a step forward and said coldly, Mu Su Yu. The green-robed man from the Mu family said, Huahao Mu, earth-sinking mountain. After the 4 of them introduced themselves, they immediately attacked. Golden light flashed as a sharp golden chi attacked. The entire Misty City was filled with a murderous aura. Amidst the dazzling golden light, a sharp blade was aimed directly at Zichen's face. Zichen's figure flickered as he clenched his fist and punched forward. Boom! With the violent energy, Zichen's punch directly repelled the golden blade. He didn't have a supreme weapon, but his physical body was the strongest supreme weapon. Swoosh! Green light flashed as the wood chi surged. A glowing green tree staff appeared from the void and went straight for Zichen's head. With a flash of light under Zichen's feet, he instantly dodged the attack. In terms of speed, no one could be faster than Zichen. After dodging the attack, flames swept towards him. In the flames, fire snakes coiled around as Huahao Mu rushed towards Zichen. Lightning flashed around Zichen's body. Boundless lightning surged forward as the 2 collided head-on. Boom! In the sky, there was an explosion of energy. Zichen's body shook slightly as the flames around him were extinguished instantly. Looking ahead, the young man from the Hua family was completely engulfed by the lightning. At the same time, his body was sent flying backwards. The void shook as a huge mountain pressed down on Zichen. The heavy pressure caused the sky to sink. Zichen raised his head and looked at the mountain. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth as he clenched his fist and punched. The power of lightning surged wildly as the supreme origin surrounded his body. The heavy mountain flew in response. Zichen fought against 4 undying sovereigns by himself, and he wasn't at a disadvantage at all. One had to know that Zichen was only in the origin realm. Everyone was extremely shocked. Many people were very anxious as they watched, but they didn't step forward. The death of the Shui family's powerhouse was a lesson. This time, they didn't choose to show up. The energy in the sky was constantly surging. The 5 people fighting seemed to have turned into 5 rays of light that were constantly entangled. Monk and the others were recovering their energy. It seemed that it was impossible for them to kill Zichen in the current situation. In the battlefield, the 4 undying sovereigns were more and more shocked as they fought. Up until now, Zichen's combat strength had not weakened at all. Instead, it had become very strong. With their eyesight, they could naturally see that Zichen had just broken through, and could be considered to have just entered the origin realm. At this realm, one's origin energy was relatively scarce, and they could only use powerful attacks a few times. For example, Obedient Way and Fortune Teller, who had killed the Undying Sovereigns, had used up all of their origin energy after only 3 attacks. Another example was Monk and the others. Although their battle strength was very strong and their origin energy far exceeded that of ordinary people, there would always be a time when it was used up. However, Zichun was different. Up until now, the more he fought, the braver he became. The origin energy in his body seemed to be endless and could not be used up at all. Not only were they shocked, but the other Undying Sovereigns were also shocked. The people from the 5 Elements aristocratic family had waited until the end to appear. They wanted to make Zichun consume a lot of energy, but now, it seemed that their plan had not succeeded. Boom! Zichun stood in the air, the energy around his body surging, and the 4 Undying Sovereigns were all pushed back. The 4 people who were retreating had a slight change in expression. After looking at each other, they rushed forward again. The current Zichun was becoming more and more terrifying. Swoosh! This time, a flash of saber light appeared in front of Zichun, and the saber light went straight for the people from the Mu family. Because they had seen Zichun's attack, the 4 of them had been on guard. At this moment, after seeing this attack, the people from the Mu family made a defensive posture. However, they had underestimated the power of Zichun's attack. As the saber light passed, the people from the Mu family's defense was immediately broken, and the bright saber light cut through their bodies. Boom! In the sky, the pill cauldron trembled and directly smashed down, taking in the people from the Mu family who were separated from their bodies. There was one less Undying Sovereign now. In the crowd, there was an even greater exclamation and uproar. The 4 of them couldn't beat Zichun, and now there were only 3 left. It seemed even more impossible. And this time, the 5 Elements family's revenge on Zichun was destined to fail. This Zichun is indeed strong, but unfortunately, after seeing this scene, Shimin Lu also shook his head. If it weren't for his own selfish desires, he wouldn't have forced Su Mingyao to marry his son, and so many things wouldn't have happened. With the combat strength and talent Zichun had shown, if he was willing to help Misty City, then Misty City's reputation would definitely increase by a lot, and perhaps even be able to enter the 6th mainland. However, at this point, there was nothing to regret. Whether the 5 Elements family succeeded or failed this time, Zichun and the others were destined to not walk out of Misty City alive. Misty City had been standing tall for so long, so how could it be destroyed so easily? As if to verify Shimin Lu's thoughts, a person appeared silently in the sky. This person had merged with heaven and earth and appeared without warning. No one, including Zichun, could detect him. He looked down at the one-sided battle below, and there seemed to be the light of the sun, the moon, and Xingchen changing in his eyes. He stood in the sky like the ruler of heaven and earth, looking down on all living things. This was an existence that had already begun to comprehend the world's source energy. This was a completely new realm, and this realm had a new name, the Heavenly Realm. When the Lightning Divine Temple appeared in the Martial Sky continent, those who wanted to enter the Lightning Divine Temple to seek opportunities were all at this level, and those who died were also at this level. In the heaven-defying cultivation of cultivators, the Heavenly Realm was the final realm of the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and mortal. It was because of this existence that Shimin Lu didn't fear Zichun in the slightest. On the battlefield below, after one person was sucked into the cauldron, the remaining 3 were clearly having a hard time fighting against Zichun. Not long after, Zichun easily broke through the defenses of one of them, and after injuring his source energy, he was finally sucked into the cauldron. The cauldron was in the sky, burning with raging flames. The cauldrons might spread, emitting an ancient and vast aura. Zichun stood beside the cauldron, his figure tall and imposing. Zichun's strength had been deeply imprinted in everyone's mind. They believed that it wouldn't be long before Zichun's name spread throughout the entire Martial Sky continent. However, all of this was useless in the eyes of the Heavenly Realm. No matter how strong Zichun was, he was still in the Earth Realm, and he was in the Heavenly Realm. There was an insurmountable gap between the two. His gaze fell on the cauldron, and his expression changed slightly. That simple cauldron felt familiar to him, but he didn't know where he had seen it before. However, it was definitely not an ordinary item. It's not bad to be able to refine the Undying Sovereign. The Heavenly Realm expert spoke for the first time, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This time, Misty City had suffered a great loss, but this cauldron could make up for it. Among the crowd, loud cheers rang out continuously, and the entire city was in an uproar. At this point, there was no one in the entire Misty City who could stop Zichen. In the eyes of everyone, the destruction of the entire Misty City was a foregone conclusion. Previously, no one could have imagined that with the strength of a few people, they could destroy Misty City. In the crowd, the remaining undying sovereigns from the 5 elements families immediately turned and left. Zichun was invincible in this realm, and they could only seek stronger experts. Sensing that familiar oppressive aura, Shimin Lu's heart calmed down. He said to Zichun, "Zichun, you don't have to be proud. Killing them won't change your fate of being killed." "With just you?" Zichun looked at Shimin Lu with a mocking smile. "Of course not, because of the heavenly realm." Chapter 1854. The Heaven Realm was a completely new realm, a supreme realm. If the Supremacy Realm was the formation of one's world and the end of the Earth Realm, then the Heaven Realm was the beginning of a higher realm. No matter where they were, a Heaven Realm expert was a big shot, and the strongest existence that Zichen had seen so far was only in the Heaven Realm. The bustling city instantly quietened down because of the 2 words Heaven Realm. Tyrant and the others who were recovering had a change in expression when they heard the 2 words Heaven Realm. They looked around vigilantly. If there was really such an existence in Misty City, then they were in danger. Su Mingyao shook her head, indicating that she didn't know. From the beginning to the end, Shimin Lu didn't trust her. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a marriage alliance. Seeing the change in everyone's expression, Shimin Lu laughed complacently. That oppressive aura was so familiar, he would never forget it. Only a Heaven Realm expert could emit such an aura, and this time, such an existence came to Misty City as a precaution. The situation of the battle was reversed again. A Heaven Realm expert was enough to change the entire situation. Under such circumstances, everyone had to die. Zichen's expression was very ugly. 1,000 years ago, there was only one undying imperishable in the entire Misty City. Who would have thought that 1,000 years later, a group of undying imperishable would come? After dealing with those undying imperishable with great difficulty, a 5 elements aristocratic family came out to seek revenge. Now, they killed the 5 elements aristocratic family's people. Everything was about to end, but a Heaven Realm expert came out. This was a completely new realm. Zichun knew how powerful this realm was. Xing Daoli was a fake Heaven Realm expert in the past, but just one person was enough to intimidate the entire Tianwu continent. Shimin Lu bowed to the void and said respectfully, "I hope the old ancestor can kill these people who have eaten the guts of a leopard and dared to cause trouble in Misty City." Everyone subconsciously looked up at the sky, wondering if the heavenly realm was there. Could the old ancestor that Shimin Lu was talking about be the Misty City's old ancestor who had disappeared for many years? Everyone raised their heads with nervous and expectant expressions. All of them wanted to see what a Heaven Realm expert was like. Although he knew that he would die if such a powerhouse appeared, Zichen actually had a trace of anticipation in his heart. He also wanted to see whether the Heaven Realm of the Zhanwu continent was the real Heaven Realm or the fake Heaven Realm that Xing Daoli had mentioned. Naturally, regardless of which cultivation level he was at, he would have the strength to kill Zichen. Even though Zichen knew that he would die the moment the other party appeared, he wanted to see what the other party looked like. At the same time, his world had already been secretly opened, and he could bring Tyrant and the others away at any time. Once he died, his world would disappear on its own. As for the monk and the others in his world, they might be able to survive. These were the thoughts that flashed through Zichen's mind the moment he raised his head to look at the Heaven Realm expert. He had already taken action. As long as he saw the Heaven Realm expert, the monk and the others would disappear immediately. He was confident that he could react faster than a Heaven Realm expert. Everyone raised their heads. Some were looking forward to it, some were excited, and some were proud. After raising their heads, everyone was looking in the same direction as Shimin Lu. Time began to pass. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. After 5 breaths, no one saw the Heaven Realm expert appear. The Heaven Realm expert did not appear, nor did the Heaven Realm expert launch an attack. Everyone's face was filled with confusion. Old Ancestor, please take action and kill these thieves. The familiar pressure of the Heaven Realm was still there. Shimin Lu was sure that the Heaven Realm Old Ancestor was here, so he spoke again. The void was still calm. No one appeared, and no one responded. Old Ancestor, the situation has gone out of control. Please take action. Shimin Lu felt that something was wrong. He bowed to the void and said again. The entire Misty City was silent. Everyone was looking in the direction of the void. There was still no movement there. Thus, everyone's expression became more and more strange. They looked at Shimin Lu with suspicion. Making a joke in this situation was undoubtedly courting death. The hopes of the entire Misty City fell on Shimin Lu. How could they make a joke at this time? Shimin Lu was also anxious. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He did not know why the Heaven Realm Old Ancestor had appeared and did not kill him. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. He directly knelt down and prostrated himself in the void. He said sincerely, this unfilial disciple, Shimin Lu, pleads the Old Ancestor to take action and eliminate the evildoers and solve Misty City's crisis. Shimin Lu kowtowed to the void. Rise, you may rise. A voice sounded. Shimin Lu's face immediately flashed with joy, thinking that it was the Old Ancestor. But when he raised his head, he saw Zichen with a mocking smile. Recalling the familiar words just now, he knew that he was fooled, and his face was filled with anger. Zichen, you deserve to die, he said coldly after getting up. Zichen sneered and said, Why? You want to use this method to scare me? Do I look like someone who can be scared? Today, you will definitely die, and Misty City will disappear from the 7th mainland. Zichen's shameless boasting had really angered Shimin Lu, but he could not say anything. He could clearly sense the Heaven Realm Old Ancestor's aura. Why didn't the other party make a move? It was said that the Heaven Realm Old Ancestor had a strange temper, but no matter how strange it was, he could still distinguish the situation. At this moment, Shimin Lu did not know that the Heaven Realm Old Ancestor was even more bitter than him. The Heaven Realm Old Ancestor recognized that the quality of Zichen's pill cauldron was extraordinary. As long as he killed Zichen and took the pill cauldron, Misty City's losses would be compensated. But just as he was about to make a move, the space in front of him suddenly surged. Then, a 2-meter-long little beast appeared. The little beast's eyes flashed with lightning as it stared at the Heaven Realm Old Ancestor. And the Heaven Realm Old Ancestor actually felt a threat from the little beast. The majestic little beast that appeared did not speak, but its aura locked onto him. Once he made any move, there would definitely be a great battle. What made the Heaven Realm Old Ancestor even more depressed was that he could not see through the little beast. Moreover, when facing the little beast, he could keenly sense the danger. So, when Shimin Lu expressed his stance several times, he could only listen quietly and not make a move. Old Ancestor, hurry up and make a move. Shimin Lu shouted again when he felt the Heaven Realm Old Ancestor's aura. His voice was almost crying. If the Old Ancestor did not make a move, then he would be finished. Enough. You can't escape death today. Zichen smiled coldly and slowly walked toward Shimin Lu. But just as he took a step, his face changed greatly and he turned his head to look at the crowd. At the same time, the entire Misty City was shrouded by a powerful aura. Everyone turned their heads and looked at a certain direction. There stood a middle-aged man with a resolute face. He only glanced at Zichen, and it caused the world to change. Heaven Realm Old Ancestor. It's the Heaven Realm Old Ancestor. Heaven Realm Old Ancestor. Exclamations came from all around as everyone retreated in fear. Just a glance was enough to cause the world to change. Once the other party used his energy, it would definitely be even more terrifying. Seeing the middle-aged man, Shimin Lu was stunned at first, then his face was filled with ecstasy. This time, the person who came was not from the Five Elements family, but a Heaven Realm Old Ancestor of Misty City. He was also the second Heaven Realm Old Ancestor of Misty City. Shimin Lu was pleasantly surprised, but the faces of Zichen, Tyrant, Devil Ape, and the others all changed. A Heaven Realm Old Ancestor actually came to Misty City, and the aura around him was so familiar. 1,000 years ago, a palm fell from the sky and cut off Zichen's escape route, forcing the three of them to appear halfway. If it wasn't for Lao Ming's help, they would have died in Shimin Lu's hands. The owner of that palm was still immortal, but 1,000 years later, when Zichen and the other two returned as Supremes, the other party had already entered the Heaven Realm. Although he had just entered the Heaven Realm, he was definitely not someone Zichen and the others could compare to. Grand Ancestor. Shimin Lu called out and then bowed respectfully. Grand Ancestor. In Misty City, excited shouts rang out, and many people knelt down. Those who didn't kneel were not from Misty City, but the shock on their faces didn't disappear for a long time. The experts of the Five Elements family who were preparing to leave all stopped and looked at the Heaven Realm middle-aged man in shock. A Heaven Realm old ancestor has appeared. Senior Sister Xian might be in danger. Senior brother, what should we do? That's a Heaven Realm old ancestor. How would I know what to do? The middle-aged man stepped on the air and walked towards Zichen step by step. He didn't emit any aura, but Zichen felt a powerful force locking onto him and suppressing him. With every step the middle-aged man took, he felt the pressure increase by a bit. Lightning flashed around his body, and the sound of thunder came from his body. He used his powerful body to resist the pressure. At this time, he couldn't fall, let alone kneel, even if it meant death. The middle-aged man approached step by step, and the lightning flashing around Zichen's body was forcefully suppressed. His bones, which were comparable to a supreme weapon, made cracking sounds because of the pressure. Zichen clenched his teeth, and the veins on his forehead bulged. It was obvious that he was using all his strength. His legs trembled and bent slightly, but he didn't fall until the Heaven Realm old ancestor was in front of him. You want to destroy my Misty City with just you? The Heaven Realm old ancestor looked at Zichen and said indifferently. Zichen didn't say anything. In fact, he couldn't say a word at this moment. The pressure was too strong, and it almost crushed his body. A hoarse roar came from his throat, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness and struggle. He couldn't fall. The monk and the others were very anxious, but the huge gap between their realms made them unable to move. The current you is like a clown, like an ant. The middle-aged man's expression was indifferent. As a Heaven Realm old ancestor, he regarded everything as ants. In his eyes, Zichen was an unwilling ant. But in front of a god, what could an ant do even if it was unwilling? The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "Let's end this." Bang. Chapter 1855. There was a difference of one realm between a supreme being and a pseudo-heaven, but the difference in combat strength was very obvious. Zichen, who had previously displayed powerful combat strength, could be said to be invincible among supreme beings. But against a pseudo-heaven, before the two sides could fight, Zichen's body exploded after a single sentence. Everyone knew the strength of a Heaven Realm expert, but they never imagined that a Heaven Realm expert would be so powerful. Behind them, the expressions of Tyrant and the others changed drastically, their faces filled with shock. In the sky, there were two existences facing each other. They saw everything below. The Heaven Realm expert from Misty City said indifferently, "He's dead." Due to the pressure from the other party, he didn't dare to move. But the other party would never have thought that there was a second Heaven Realm expert in the entire Misty City. Although the other party had just broken through, it was more than enough to deal with a few Source Supremes. Seeing Zichen's body explode, Dongqing felt like her heart was being torn apart. She wanted to scream, but she couldn't make a sound. It was as if all her strength had been sucked out in an instant. In the other directions, Fortune Teller, Shuntian, and the others also widened their eyes in disbelief. In their hearts, Zichen was almost synonymous with miracles. They never thought that Zichen would die. But now, against a Heaven Realm expert, Zichen's body actually exploded. This was an unexpected yet reasonable ending. The battle was truly over at this point. Next, everyone would die, and the fierce battle would end with the appearance of a Heaven Realm expert. But the names of these people were destined to spread throughout the Zhanwu continent. Every one of them was a genius. The Heaven Realm expert's gaze swept past Zi-Chen's shattered body and looked at Tyrant and the others. His expression became indifferent. Tyrant and the others felt the pressure that Zi-Chen felt before. He was ready to kill. The dignified little beast, who was confronting another Heaven Realm expert, replied indifferently, "So be it." Its tone was calm, as if it didn't care, as if its appearance wasn't because of Zi-Chen and the others. The Heaven Realm cultivators on the other side were a little confused and puzzled. After that, he frowned. For the first time, he shifted his gaze away from the front and looked down. The expression on his face gradually became one of astonishment. The second Heaven Realm elite who was prepared to kill Meng Chao retracted his pressure and turned his head around to look at the spot where Zi-Chen had exploded. There was a wave of energy there. The despairing Dong Qing's gaze never left Zi-Chen. She desperately hoped for a miracle to happen, but she was also very realistic. Zi-Chen was Zi-Chen, not Wu Xie. He didn't have an immortal body. But at that moment, she saw a ray of light at the spot where Zi-Chen's body had exploded. The light gradually expanded and turned into a golden flame. Within the golden flame, a strong sense of vitality emerged. This scene attracted everyone's attention. For a moment, everyone's faces were filled with astonishment, shock, doubt, and confusion. Undying origin. That's the fire of life. The fire of life. Only undying sovereigns have the fire of life. How is this possible? Exclamations came from Misty City one after another. The sound waves were monstrous. Only undying sovereigns had the undying origin and the fire of life. This was common knowledge that everyone knew. But Zi-Chen, who was only an origin sovereign, actually had the fire of life ignited on his body. This exceeded the scope of common knowledge and caused endless exclamations. Is it the undying body? The Heaven Realm cultivators in the sky didn't know. They were very puzzled. This situation was somewhat similar to the undying body, but also not very similar. Because Zi-Chen's fire of life was golden. Undying body, it must be the undying body. Good fellow, he hit it very well. Among the exclamations, a young man with vertical pupils smiled excitedly. Beside him stood a sturdy young man who also had an excited smile on his face. Undying body. This Zi-Chen must have the undying body. That's right. Only the undying body can break the rules. It's true that he has the undying body, but it doesn't mean that he will never die. In front of a Heaven Realm cultivator, the undying body can still be killed. After the exclamations, everyone believed that this situation was the undying body. Zi-Chen had the undying origin in his body. But just like the undying sovereign, Zi-Chen had already proved to everyone that he could still be killed. Behind them, Tyrant and the others didn't despair when Zi-Chen's body exploded. As their cultivation base increased, they knew that Zi-Chen had the means to summon the fire of life. Now, after seeing the fire of life reappear, they didn't despair, but they were very worried. If nothing unexpected happened, Zi-Chen's newly reconstructed body would definitely explode again. This would repeat until he died. Su Mengyao's eyes flickered, as if she was trying to deduce a way out. The others looked very worried and helpless. Only Lin Shui looked at Zi-Chen in the flames. Her pretty face was full of nervousness and expectation, as if she wanted to see some kind of miracle from Zi-Chen. Golden flames of life burned in the sky, and a golden figure appeared in the midst of those flames. The figure was Zi-Chen. His body had been reconstructed, but he didn't walk out of the flames. The flames were still burning. Zi-Chen stood in the flames, his figure appearing and disappearing. Why hasn't he come out yet? Could it be that his cultivation base isn't enough? His fire of life isn't complete, and his body hasn't recovered to its peak state? Could it be that he's hiding in the fire of life to stall for time? Impossible. The fire of life belongs to the power of heaven and earth. It's very magical and can't be controlled by humans. Voices could be heard from the crowd once again. The Heavenly Realm expert, standing opposite Zi-Chen, looked at Zi-Chen in the golden flames with a smile on his face. He mocked, "Rumor has it that after the immortal body breaks through to the origin supreme, one can come into contact with the immortal origin and become a true immortal sovereign." He didn't suppress his voice, and it spread throughout the city. After everyone heard it, there was another uproar, and then everyone participated in the discussion. They didn't expect that the immortal body had such a secret. The Heavenly Realm expert changed the topic and said, "But that's just a rumor. Few people can break through two realms. You can summon the fire of life, but it's not because of the immortal body. To put it bluntly, you didn't summon it voluntarily. It's simply daydreaming if you want to break through this passive method." This Heavenly Realm expert was experienced and knowledgeable. He pointed out Zichen's foundation and decided Zichen's path. It turned out that Zichen hadn't come out for a long time because he wanted to break through to the immortal sovereign realm in one fell swoop. But what was the use of this? Facing a powerful Heavenly Realm expert, even an immortal sovereign would die. Even if he couldn't be killed, a Heavenly Realm expert could still seal an immortal sovereign for eternity. His soul would suffer unimaginable pain. Compared to this, it was better to die. In the Golden Flames, Zichen didn't respond. His fire of life was indeed passive, but the source of this passivity was because of the perfect body and the page of the Heavenly Book. In the past, Zichen had ignited the fire of life time and time again. It was a pure fire of life, a miracle of life. It wasn't the immortal origin that came with the immortal body. In this fire of life, there was no immortal origin. Its essence was the fire of life, eternal and inextinguishable. It could be said that this was a high-level power that came from this world, not the immortal origin power produced by an ordinary immortal sovereign's world. Relatively speaking, under the nurturing of this world, they had to follow the rules of this world. Therefore, their own world was far inferior to this real world. In the Golden Flames, Zichen sensed this higher-level power. This power once again invaded his body and transformed it. This time, Zichen could clearly sense the source of this power. And under the forging of this power, Zichen was capturing the source of this power. It was as if he was searching for the brightest star in a sea of stars. As he continued his search, Zichen's perfect world was also changing. The origin source energy continued to appear and grow. In Zichen's world, the origin source energy used to be a small lake, but as more and more origin source energy filled the lake, the size of the lake continued to grow. It became bigger, deeper, and finally turned into a sea. And in the deepest part of the sea, due to the accumulation and compression of the power of origin, some kind of change was happening. Every increase in the power of origin represented the improvement of Zichen's realm. Every change in the sea of origin also meant that Zichen had become stronger. At this moment, Zichen didn't notice this change at all. He was still searching for the most fundamental secret in the endless fire of life. The entire ethereal city fell into silence once again. Everyone could see that Zichen really wanted to take advantage of this fire of life to break through to the immortal sovereign realm in one fell swoop. Interesting, interesting. Tianjing smiled. His smile was full of ridicule. He didn't stop Zichen. Instead, he quietly waited to see if he could break through. His eyes had the look of a cat toying with a mouse, as if he was a high and mighty ruler looking down at the ants on the ground. Everyone knew that even if Zichen could break through, he wouldn't be able to change the final outcome. However, he still wanted to break through. This was his unwillingness to die and his desire to survive. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but admire Zichen's strong will. They also hoped that he could break through. Zichen, who was searching in the fire of life, finally came to the deepest part of the fire of life. Then, he saw a bright flame floating quietly in the deepest part of the fire of life. This flame was bright, but it wasn't blazing. Instead, it exuded a rich vitality, making Zichen feel very warm when he came close. He came to the flame step by step and slowly reached out his hand to grab it. Chapter 1856. Grabbing the flame in the deepest part of the flame of life in his hand, the flame stopped releasing its vitality. The other flames surging around Zichen were also quickly consumed and finally disappeared. In the outside world, the flame of life around Zichen that had not dissipated for a long time disappeared, and Zichen, who was shining with golden light, appeared. He was like a war god in golden armor, standing in the air, releasing a powerful aura around him. There was no flame of life in Zichen's hand, as if everything that had just happened was just an illusion. But Zichen knew very well that it was not an illusion, but something that had really happened. He opened his eyes, which were shining with golden light, and his whole person was expressionless. Everyone in Ethereal City had their eyes on Zichun, and everyone's face was full of expectation, waiting for the final answer. The golden light around him converged, and the black-robed Zichun stood in the sky. His powerful aura had also disappeared, and the aura around him was completely restrained. So no one knew whether he had entered the undying sovereign realm. The silence was broken by Tian Realm, who looked at Zichun and said sarcastically, "Are you disappointed?" "Disappointed about what?" Zichun was slightly startled and asked doubtfully. "Hope was right in front of you, and the opportunity was right in front of you, but you didn't seize it." The sarcasm on Tian Realm's face intensified. "Don't pretend that you don't care. You're probably regretting it to death now. As an undying sovereign, you still had a chance to live. Even if you were to be sealed in the future, it would still be better than dying. But now, the opportunity has disappeared, and your only ending is death." Just as Tian Realm was speaking, a figure emitting golden light appeared in Zichun's world. In the blink of an eye, he arrived above the Origin Sea and looked at it with a stunned expression. He did not know when this Origin Sea had appeared, but he could feel that it was the source of his current power. In his hand, he was holding a bright flame. The flame was very warm, and it faintly exuded a kind of will. It was this will that brought him above the Origin Sea. It was because of this daze that Zichun's aura dissipated, making him seem very reserved. The Zichun in the outside world formed a connection with this Zichun. The golden Zichun nodded and flipped his hand that was holding the golden flame. The flame fell from his hand and fell into the Origin Sea. When the flames entered the sea, they were not extinguished. Instead, they sank to the bottom. At the same time, Zichun, who was standing in front of Tianjing, raised his head and met Tianjing's mocking gaze. He said in a deep voice, "I don't know what you're talking about. From what I hear, it seems very reasonable, but in my opinion, it doesn't make any sense." "Doesn't it make sense? Didn't you miss an opportunity to break into the undying realm?" "Did I miss it?" "You didn't miss it." While they were talking, the golden flame sank to the bottom of the Origin Sea. The moment it stopped, the flames began to glow, releasing high temperatures and life force. The Origin Sea was instantly set ablaze by the golden flames like fuel. The entire world of the Origin Sea was ignited by raging flames. This flame was the fire of life, an eternal source of undying origin. Tianjing's mocking expression immediately froze. A powerful aura surged from Zichun's body. This was the aura of undying. The quiet ethereal city became lively again because of the undying aura that surged from Zichun's body. He broke through. He actually broke through. They witnessed the entire process of an Origin Supreme becoming an Undying Supreme, separated by a fire of life. The crowd was in an uproar, but many Undying Sovereigns kept shaking their heads, sighing and lamenting. They were all Undying Sovereigns, but they had stayed in the Origin Supreme realm for too long. This time, the reason why there were so many Undying Sovereigns in Ethereal City was because of Mount Supreme. In order to get this opportunity, they had no choice but to follow the arrangements of Ethereal City. They paid a great price, even their own lives. But what about Zichun? He had just become an Origin Supreme not long ago, but after burning the fire of life, he stepped into the Undying Supreme realm. This speed was unbelievable, and the smoothness of the process was also unimaginable. It was as if he was climbing the steps, very easy. With one step, he became an Undying Sovereign. Zichun broke through, and cheers continued to ring out in Ethereal City. But after the cheers, another problem was placed in front of everyone. Zichun's opponent was a Heaven Realm expert. So what if he broke through? Could it be that Zichun could kill a Heaven Realm expert? This was obviously impossible. Judging from Heaven Realm's indifferent expression, even if Zichun broke through, it was no big deal. Amazing! Everyone admired Zichun. Breaking through under such circumstances would greatly increase his combat strength. In the entire Zhanwu continent, if Zichun claimed to be the second sovereign, no one would dare to claim that he was the first. But this powerful sovereign's enemy was a Heaven Realm expert, which was another realm. There was an insurmountable gap between the combat strength of the two sides, and the fate of death had never changed. But now that Zichen had broken through, there was no doubt that he had another choice, and that was to die standing or fighting to the death. He didn't even have a chance to resist against a Heaven Realm expert. And now, as an undying sovereign, he could at least take out a weapon and attack a Heaven Realm expert and die in battle. In fact, Zichen did do so. He took out a sheathed long saber. Next, he was going to use his strongest attack. Monk and the others were calm. They had long put aside life and death. Only Lin Shui's eyes were bright, very bright, like the brightest stars in the night sky. Looking at Zichen, who took out his weapon, Heaven Realm mocked. "You don't know what death is." Zichen didn't say anything. He just stared at Heaven Realm and used his actions to show his determination. He slowly stretched out his right hand and grabbed the hilt of the saber. Blue veins appeared on the back of his hand as he pulled out the saber. Whoosh! The crisp sound of the saber resounded clearly throughout the entire ethereal city. A saber light appeared between heaven and earth. It was a bright golden saber light, and there seemed to be a raging flame burning on the surface of the saber. This saber light was bright but not dazzling. The golden flame didn't release a strong heat, but it made people feel warm. This kind of warmth wasn't just the senses. When people saw this saber, they felt as if their hearts were warm. This was Zichen's most powerful attack. It could kill all the experts below the Heaven Realm. Zichen, who made this attack, deserved to be called an invincible sovereign. Wherever the saber passed, everything was destroyed. Unfortunately, Zichen's powerful saber attack was against a Heaven Realm expert. This was a higher-level life form, a more powerful existence. Facing a saber attack that could kill all Supremes, the Heaven Realm expert just smiled and stretched out his right hand. He raised his hand very slowly, and everyone saw it clearly. He stretched out his hand and gently pointed at the bright saber light. Ding! The tip of his finger touched the saber light, and it made a soft sound. The saber light, which had an indomitable momentum, stopped in front of his finger. Then, cracks appeared on the surface of the saber light, and it finally exploded. With just a casual finger, he destroyed Zichen's saber attack. Slash. The saber light shattered, but the saber didn't return to its scabbard. Zichen held the saber with both hands and slashed at the Heaven Realm expert in front of him. The space was cut open, and a black line appeared behind the saber. The saber landed on the Heaven Realm expert's head. Ding! Another sound was heard, and the saber was blocked by a finger. Zichen used all his strength, but he couldn't slash down anymore. He glanced at the stopped saber and saw the Heaven Realm expert. The other party's faint smile was full of disdain and mockery. The finger that blocked the saber was retracted and gently flicked out. Kaka! Cracks immediately appeared on the saber. At the same time, a huge force pushed Zichen back. The saber immediately fell out of his hand and exploded. Zichen coughed up blood and flew backward. This was the gap between them, the real gap between heaven and earth. The powerful Earth Realm expert was still so vulnerable in front of the weak Heaven Realm expert. It was like a giant elephant and an ant. No matter how sharp the pincers of the ant were, it was meaningless to the giant elephant. When the giant elephant was angry, the ant would definitely die. But as an ant, he naturally had his own persistence. Zichen, who was flying backward, directly disappeared. Under the pressure of the Heaven Realm expert, he could still use the rapid teleportation method. Zichen's strength was unquestionable. If the two sides were at the same level, there would be no suspense in this battle. The Heaven Realm expert turned around and pointed behind him. Boom! The void instantly exploded, and a large black hole appeared. At the center of the black hole, the shocked expression on Zichen's face disappeared almost at the same time. Heaven Realm smiled, and there was a playful look in his smile as he pointed at the void again. Boom! The void exploded again, and Zichen's figure disappeared again. Zichen, who was teleporting, could be caught by the Heaven Realm expert again and again. And every time, Zichen didn't have time to launch any attacks. This repeated several times. The space around the Heaven Realm expert was no longer intact. It was almost in a state of fragmentation for a long time. Zichen could still teleport under such circumstances. The world's fastest speed once again proved its extraordinariness. But it was useless. The difference between the realms was the difference between heaven and earth. The heaven realm expert's playful mood was finally wiped out. He frowned slightly, and a cold look appeared on his face. Boom! The void exploded again, and Zichen's figure appeared. But this time, Zichen didn't run away. The finger that broke through the void pointed forward. Under Zichen's shocked expression, the finger touched the center of Zichen's eyebrows. Then, another explosion came from the sky. Zichen's body exploded. Before the crowd could exclaim and wonder if Zichen was going to die at this moment. Suddenly, the void behind the heaven realm expert broke open on its own. A strange weapon burning with golden flames stabbed at the heaven realm expert's body. Puff. Chapter 1857. The golden flaming weapon was held in the hand of a golden figure. This figure was Zichen. He displayed the fastest speed in the world to the limit that he could perform at the moment and finally avoided heavenly realm's perception. Then, with the help of the golden body of Buddhism, he created this attack. One attack. Under the difference between heaven and earth, Zichen only had one chance to make a move. He had to seize it. Looking at the dragon spike that had completely pierced through heavenly realm's heart, Zichen knew that he had seized this one and only opportunity. He did not waste it, and the dragon spike did not disappoint him. As for the result, Zichen did not think about it, or rather, he did not dare to think about it. Everything was up to fate. Boundless destructive thunderbolts continuously surged into heavenly realm's body through the dragon spike. Zichen displayed his full strength, wanting to destroy heavenly realm's vitality. Boom! There was another explosion between heaven and earth. A body exploded, but it was not heavenly realm who exploded, but Zichen. Zichen's body exploded, and the dragon spike was also sent flying far away. The difference between heaven and earth. It was still the difference between heaven and earth. Under such circumstances, not only was the dragon spike unable to deliver destructive realm power, but an even more terrifying energy entered Zichen's body through the dragon spike, trying to destroy Zichen's vitality. This assassination ended in failure, but Zichen's successful assassination this time was enough to be recorded in the annals of history. This should be the first Earth Realm cultivator to successfully break through Heavenly Realm in history. Cries of surprise rang out continuously from the crowd. This scene was truly shocking. Heavenly Realm, who originally had a joking expression, gradually became gloomy. This time, he did not suffer any damage, but he failed miserably in front of the entire city's attention. He had lost a lot of face. Therefore, there was anger on his face. He turned his head to look at Zichen, whose body was reassembled. Swoosh! Zichen's figure flashed and disappeared. Boom! The void in front of him directly exploded. His disappeared body appeared, and then his body collapsed. During this process, Heavenly Realm only pointed one finger. This time, Zichen didn't even have time to use his doppelganger before his body exploded. His body was once again reconstructed by the flames of life. Heaven Realm sneered and pointed his finger again. Zichen's body exploded again. This was the difference between them. Once a Heaven Realm superhuman became serious, he would only need one finger to deal with Zichen. The scene just now had caused Heavenly Realm to lose a lot of face. At this moment, he had to properly torture Zichen and slowly regain the face he had just lost. Reality proved that the difference between the two was too great. Zichen had no room to resist in front of a Heavenly Realm expert. Even though Tyrant and the others wanted to help, there was nothing they could do. Looking at how Zichen's body was exploding and regenerating, all of their faces were filled with pity. Among these people, Xuelin's eyes were always bright. She was very excited, as if she was still waiting for Zichen to create a miracle. After his body exploded more than 10 times, Zichen finally seized the opportunity and retreated far away, widening the distance between them. He looked at Heavenly Realm in front of him. His expression was calm, but his heart was helpless. He really had no chance of winning this battle. Now, he couldn't win, nor could he escape. In the current situation, to avoid more casualties, he could only take Tyrant and the others away. At the same time, Zichen transmitted a message to Shuntian and the others, asking them to retreat immediately. Zichen decided to escape. But at this moment, above the sky, Xuelin's body suddenly released a green light. The green light resisted Heavenly Realm's pressure and protected her as she walked forward step by step. Can't wait to die. Heavenly Realm glanced at Xuelin and sneered. He didn't care about a mere origin sovereign at all. Now, he just wanted to torture Zichen as much as possible. Xuelin only took a few steps forward before turning back to look at Zichen and said, Zichen, look carefully. Zichen was puzzled by Xuelin's appearance, but he still looked at her. The green light around Xuelin suddenly changed into a dazzling golden light. In this golden light, her entire aura changed, becoming mysterious and powerful. Feeling this aura, everyone's expression changed drastically. The golden light appeared from Xuelin's body like flowing water, then converged in the sky, finally showing a figure. When the figure appeared, the world changed. A powerful and powerful aura filled the entire ethereal city. Feeling this aura, there were exclamations all around. Heavenly Realm. It's the aura of a heavenly realm? Another heavenly realm has appeared. How is this possible? Another heavenly realm existence. The aura around the golden figure was so powerful that people mistook it for a heavenly realm. In fact, this was not a heavenly realm, but a spiritual body. After this spiritual body appeared, it looked up at the sky. Zichen looked at the statue and felt that it was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it before. The aura around the statue suddenly changed, as if it was the ruler of heaven and earth. It stood in the air with a majestic posture, slowly raising its hands and suspending them in front of its chest. It was a state of forming a seal. It's a spiritual body. The heavenly realm's pupils suddenly shrank. It's a Tao body. Above the sky, the voice of another heavenly realm came. It's a spiritual body teaching, said the little beast with the pressure. The three heavenly realm immediately understood the meaning of the golden figure's appearance. The spiritual body seemed powerful, but in fact, it had no attack power. His appearance was actually a powerful teaching method. The three heavenly realm immediately locked their gazes on the golden figure. Light flashed in their eyes, but they had to remember the next move. The others didn't understand, but their gazes never left the golden figure. Boom! The beginning of the seal appeared, and the space around the spiritual body completely exploded. A huge black hole appeared, and he stood in the middle of the black hole. This scene was very familiar to Zichen, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it before. The seal moved again, the golden light flashed, and a mysterious power spread out. The spiritual body's speed of forming seals was very fast, and in an instant, hundreds and thousands of seals appeared. The seals were fast and complicated, and everyone was dazzled. Even the two heavenly realm masters frowned. The spiritual body teaching was also a great opportunity for heavenly realm masters. The entire seal lasted for a quarter of an hour before the final seal was formed. The moment the seal was formed, the world completely collapsed. Zichen looked at the spiritual body in front of him. That tall figure gradually merged with a figure in his memory. His eyes lit up, and he finally remembered where he had seen it before. To be more precise, Zichen had seen this seal before. The seal was very powerful, and it was a great magical technique that communicated with heaven and earth. It was called Extreme Yang. Zichen, who was still very weak at that time, witnessed the process of Extreme Yang's evolution with his own eyes. The seal was like a brand, deeply engraved in Zichen's mind. At this moment, the distant memory was reawakened. In Zichen's sea of consciousness, a tall figure appeared again. The tall figure stood above his sea of consciousness, looking into the distance and forming seals with both hands. In the outside world, a spiritual body was teaching. In Zichen's sea of consciousness, a golden figure was synchronizing with him. This figure was the Extreme Yang from back then, and also Zichen's current soul. With the demonstration, Zichen gradually perceived a mysterious state from the seal. Back then, Zichen's realm had been very low, so he had not been able to see through the mysteries of the marks. But now, with his flame of life and his realm at the peak of the earth realm, Zichen had a deeper understanding of the marks. In the outside world, the two heavenly realm masters were also imitating this seal, and the majestic little beast was watching with interest. Everyone in the city gradually understood and knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So, they all used some kind of method to forcibly memorize this seal. Unfortunately, the seal was too fast, and it was too dazzling to remember. Golden light flashed in the monk's eyes, and he obviously didn't want to miss this opportunity. The devil ape was indifferent. Lin Shui and the others were the same. They knew that it was useless even if they tried to memorize it. This was an exclusive Dao technique, and it could only be combined with the corresponding energy. Just like Su Mengyao's ethereal in action, it was tailor-made. The seal was changing, and the complexity was decreasing. Everyone could gradually see it clearly, and their faces were filled with joy. But they could only see the seal clearly, and they couldn't see the essence of the seal. Even the two heavenly realm masters couldn't see through it. And Zichun saw the essence of the seal under the mutual verification of the two figures. The appearance of the seal was to pursue the great Tao of heaven and earth. This Tao technique communicated with heaven and earth and displayed the powerful might of heaven and earth. As he comprehended, Zichun felt a mysterious power, like a fog, blocking his perception. This was the limit of heaven and earth's rules. The earth realm, after all, studied their own world. Only those in the heaven realm could comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth. And Zichun had clearly comprehended the limit of the earth realm. He could sense a little bit of the great Tao of heaven and earth, and the door to the heaven realm had been opened for him. The only difference was the accumulation of time and a small epiphany. At this moment, in the sky, the golden light spirit body's last seal fell. He said in a deep voice, "Extreme Yang." As soon as the words fell, the world collapsed, and the entire world seemed to be destroyed. The world was pitch black, and the spirit body emitting golden light dissipated in the darkness. Zichun hadn't fully comprehended this great Tao technique, but he had begun to come in contact with it. Extreme Yang was like a seed planted in Zichun's heart. One day, it would take root and sprout, evolving into a true great Tao technique. The two heavenly realm masters looked at the disappearing spirit body with regret. They were thoughtful and wanted to remember more. Zichun closed his eyes at some point, and his body flashed with golden light. This golden light was hot and violent, and belonged to the extreme of destructive thunder. Heaven and earth returned to normal, and everyone sighed in disappointment. They had seen this extremely powerful technique with their own eyes, but they couldn't remember anything. Finally, someone remembered it, but when they tried to use the seal, it didn't work at all. The two heavenly realm masters shook their heads. Even if this technique was successfully simplified, its complexity was far beyond their imagination. Then, the two looked at Lin Shui. This little girl had used such a precious spirit body to impart Tao. Was it just for Zichun? It had to be known that even they, who were in the heaven realm, couldn't comprehend this technique. How could a mere undying Zichun comprehend it? In this case, it was undoubtedly a waste for the spirit body to impart Tao. With a doubtful attitude, the two turned their heads and looked at Zichun. Chapter 1858. Zichun opened his eyes, and a mysterious power surged around his body. This power was very similar to the origin of heaven and earth that a heaven realm expert comprehended. It was like the great Tao of heaven and earth, but there were some strange differences. His realm was still at the undying sovereign realm, but Zichun's expression was very similar to a heaven realm expert. After the two heaven realm experts sensed Zichun's current abnormality, they frowned slightly. His gaze swept past the heaven realm expert in front of him. Zichun raised his head and looked at a certain place in the void. He said indifferently, "Since you're here, show yourself." The direction he was looking at was the place where Shimin Lu had bowed earlier. During the process of comprehending the extreme Yang, Zichun had communicated with the great Tao of heaven and earth in his own world. His perception had become sharper, so he sensed the existence of the second heaven realm expert. This heaven realm expert was clearly much stronger than the one in front of him. However, what made Zichun feel strange was that the other party was obviously stronger, so why didn't he make a move earlier? Zichun's words confused everyone. They all subconsciously looked in the direction Zichun was looking at. There was a surge of light, and a person appeared. That person stood there, and there was no aura around him. However, When everyone saw him, the words Heaven Realm involuntarily appeared in their minds. Only a Heaven Realm expert could appear in such a situation. Shimin Lu was excited. This was the real ancestor. He had already stepped into the Heaven Realm for many years. He immediately bowed and said, "Greetings, ancestor." "Greetings, ancestor." The crowd cheered again. In addition to the cheers, there were even more people shaking their heads. For example, Dongqing and the others were even more desperate. One Heaven Realm expert had already made Zichen helpless. Now that two Heaven Realm experts had appeared, Zichen and the others had no way out. However, before everyone could feel sorry for Zichen and the others, another person appeared on the opposite side of the Heaven Realm expert. To be precise, a small beast appeared. The small beast stood on the opposite side of the Heaven Realm expert. It was very dignified and seemed very relaxed. The crowd's expression changed. This was actually another Heaven Realm expert, and a Heaven Realm war beast at that. At this moment, everyone also understood why the Heaven Realm expert did not appear for a long time. It was because of this Heaven Realm war beast. Immediately after, everyone became curious. Why would a Heaven Realm beast appear here? Seeing the third Heaven Realm expert appear, a sliver of surprise appeared on Zichen's face because he had not sensed anything before. However, his surprise was soon replaced by joy. The Heaven Realm beast was actually a Thunder Saint beast. Since the other party had appeared here, it was obvious that Zichen could not die even if he wanted to. This was like going from hell to heaven in an instant. This was the true power of fate. Tyrant, Demon Ape, and the others didn't recognize the Thunder Saint beast, but they could still sense that it was extraordinary. And looking at Zichen's expression, they knew that they would be safe from now on. When Dongqing and the others saw the sacred Thunder beast, they couldn't help but be overjoyed. If it was an ordinary Heaven Realm beast, perhaps it really wouldn't be able to fight one against two. However, the other party was a Thunder Saint beast, a former saint. After falling from a heavy injury, it returned to Heaven Realm. Naturally, its battle power was extraordinary. It seemed very easy for it to fight one against two. The Thunder Saint beast lowered its head and looked at Zichen. It said indifferently, "How is it?" Zichen cupped his fists and said gratefully, "Thank you very much." At this point, everyone completely understood that Zichen's reinforcements had come, and it was a Heaven Realm beast. In this way, the originally one-sided battle seemed to have returned to a tie. After sizing up Zichen, the Thunder Saint beast said again, "How is it?" Zichen looked at the Heaven Realm not far away and said firmly, "I want to try." A light flashed in the Thunder Saint beast's eyes. "You've understood." Zichen nodded heavily, full of confidence. After hearing this undisguised conversation, the two Heaven Realm experts were moved. They turned around and stared at Zichen. The content of the conversation between the two sides was not complicated. The two Heaven Realm experts naturally understood. The Thunder Saint beast's first sentence was to ask if he had arrived in time. Zichen immediately thanked him. The second sentence was to ask how to face this situation. Zichen's answer was not to retreat, but to try. Try what? Of course, it was to test his combat strength in front of a Heaven Realm expert. The last sentence was to ask about the situation of the spirit body's teaching just now. Zichen nodded, indicating that he had understood. One had to know that the two Heaven Realm experts had not comprehended yet, but Zichen had. This was not only inconceivable, but also a kind of wealth. The Great Tao was something that even Heaven Realm experts did not dare to hope for. In front of them, an Earth Realm expert who understood the Great Tao was like a treasure mountain without any defense. In the sky, the Heaven Realm expert immediately sent a voice transmission. "I'll stop the other party. You think of a way to capture Zichen. Remember, after capturing him, leave this place." On the opposite side of Zichen, the Heaven Realm expert Huyen indicated that she understood. Zichen was not just a treasure. That pill cauldron was also a great treasure. The two Heaven Realm experts were determined to get it. Once they successfully captured Zichen, the two would decisively retreat. As for what would happen to Ethereal City, the two clearly did not care. To the Heaven Realm experts, those below the Heaven Realm were all ants. As long as they could become stronger, so what if they abandoned this city? At this moment, Shimin Lu and the other cultivators of Ethereal City were looking at the sky with anticipation. They had no idea that the two ancestors in their eyes had completely given up on them. The Thunder's sacred beast turned around and looked at the Heaven Realm expert. It had no intention of making a move. The latter was also happy to face off like this. On the opposite side of Zichun, the Heaven Realm expert turned around and looked at Zichun coldly. Zichun's body exuded the light of extreme thunder and lightning, dazzling with golden light. He communicated with his own world and the world's origin. His body released a powerful aura. At that moment, Zichun was still a sovereign, but his imposing figure was not the slightest bit weaker than a heavenly realm expert. He formed a seal with both hands. The seal was clear and concise. Extreme energy surged at his fingertips like water. Just now, the spirit body used this seal to display powerful energy. At this moment, seeing Zichun's performance, everyone held their breaths and stared at Zichun in the sky. The Heaven Realm looked at Zichun. The moment Zichun formed the seal, he felt an aura locking onto him. He could not escape this lock. A hint of surprise appeared on his face. The seal belonged to the great Tao of heaven and earth. It was definitely not something that a supreme could comprehend. Even if the other party could comprehend it, it would only be in the form and not the meaning. Only in their hands could the great Tao unleash its true power. It took a long time to describe, but in fact, the seal was formed in an instant. As the last seal fell, a golden light shone. Zichun looked at the Heaven Realm. His indifferent expression was like a ruler staring at an ant. The extreme light broke away from Zichun's control and headed toward the Heaven Realm in front of him. The Heaven Realm shook his head. Indeed, it only had the form and not the meaning. If it was a true great Tao, there would be no energy path at all. The seal would erupt with its strongest power in an instant. His aura was locked. He took a step forward and slowly stretched out a finger, just like how he dealt with Zichun's attacks before. The golden extreme energy arrived. The Heaven Realm pointed forward. The indifferent Zichun slowly spat out two words at this moment. Extreme Yang. Boom. The extreme energy, which was not very powerful, instantly fell into a frenzied state. In this energy, there was an additional source of heaven and earth. Although this source of heaven and earth was far from the source of heaven and earth of the Jianwu continent, it was the true source of heaven and earth. The extreme Yang energy exploded, creating a golden storm. The Heaven Realm was immediately swept into the storm. The Heaven Realm's cry of surprise rang out in the storm. The finger he extended was instantly turned into dust in the storm. Then, the storm began to wreak havoc on his body. The Heaven Realm's cry of surprise turned into a scream in the storm. Boom! An even more powerful aura was released from the Heaven Realm's body. The shaking storm immediately paused. The Heaven Realm took advantage of this pause and flew backward. The source of heaven and earth was still on his body. However, it was not the sovereign source, but the Jianwu continent's source of heaven and earth. This source of heaven and earth protected him from the storm's attack. However, after successfully retreating, his body was covered in wounds as if he had been cut by 1,000 knives. Many parts of his body revealed eerie white bones. At this moment, the Heaven Realm seemed to be in a very sorry state. The source of heaven and earth was constantly healing his injuries, but the speed was not as fast as expected. In Zichun's attack, there was a destructive force that was preventing his injuries from healing. Seeing that Zichun's attack had injured the Heaven Realm, everyone's faces were filled with shock. The Heaven Realm cultivator who was facing off against the Thunder's sacred beast also had a look of disbelief on his face. This seemed to go against common sense again. Zichun had not unleashed the true power of his Great Path spell, but he had definitely reached the beginner level and unleashed an impressive attack. If the two sides were at the same level, the Heaven Realm who took this attack would definitely die. When Tyrant and the others saw this scene, they could not help but cheer loudly. The constant suppression from before could finally be released at this moment. If the situation continued to develop, victory would belong to them. The storm disappeared, and Zichun saw the Heaven Realm in a sorry state. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his hand seals were formed again. Extreme Yang. It was the same move as before, and the trajectory was still the same. The heaven realm could not dodge and could only attack forcefully. Boom! The energy was violent, and the extreme young exploded, creating a destructive force. Under the sweep of this energy, the heaven realm was directly sent flying. The first time, the heaven realm was careless and did not see the true power of Zichen's move. But the second time, the heaven realm was still sent flying even though he was on guard. This was enough to prove that Zichen's combat strength had surpassed the heaven realm. Extreme young. Zichen's cold voice sounded for the third time. As the golden light flashed, the extreme young exploded, and the heaven realm was sent flying while coughing up blood. At this moment, facing Zichen's continuous attacks, the recovery speed of his injuries was also suppressed. Under such circumstances, the rule breaker played a great role. Not only did it suppress the injuries, but it also aggravated the heaven realm's injuries. In this way, the heaven realm's injuries would always reach a point where they could not recover, and there was even a possibility that their realm would permanently drop. He was very angry to be suppressed by a supreme being, but compared to his life, other things were nothing. Therefore, after taking a deep look at Zichun, he turned around and ran without any hesitation. Everyone was in an uproar. A heaven realm actually ran away when he encountered an earth realm. Chapter 1859. Heaven realm's escape caught everyone off guard and caused an uproar in the city. But Zichun didn't plan to let him go. Extreme Young chased after him again. As the energy exploded, Heaven realm screamed and ran even faster, disappearing into the sky in an instant. It was unrealistic for an earth realm to kill a heaven realm. It was already a miracle that he ran away. Heaven realm's sudden escape was really unexpected. Even the heaven realm who was confronting the thunder sacred beast was stunned. The current situation was obviously 1 against 2. He wasn't afraid of Zichun at all, but he didn't have any confidence facing the thunder sacred beast. But he was unwilling to leave just like that. So, he lowered his head and looked at Zichun. He sensed danger and turned his head to stare at the heaven realm. The danger came from him. Boom! The thunder sacred beast's body suddenly surged with the power of thunder. At this moment, the sky and earth changed color. The origin of heaven and earth rolled in the sky like clouds. Such power made heaven realm's face change drastically. Without any hesitation, he disappeared instantly. Thunderfall. The thunder sacred beast's voice echoed in the sky as if it was some kind of command. From the rolling sky, a dazzling thunder fell. Boom! The sound of thunder spread through the 9 heavens and landed on the ground. To be precise, it landed beside Zichun. The thunder exploded beside Zichun. The void shattered, and the heaven realm's figure appeared. His hair stood on end, and thunder smoke rose from his head. His eyes were full of shock. Zichun's face changed drastically. His body flashed and immediately retreated. He didn't even notice that heaven realm appeared beside him. Boom! Before heaven realm could do anything, the second thunder fell and exploded on top of his head. This time, heaven realm coughed up blood. Zichun, who had sensed the danger, had already distanced himself from the heavenly realm. Above the dome of the sky, large amounts of light flashed. Each light was a bolt of lightning. Heaven realm's face changed drastically. Between life and opportunity, he would of course choose life. So, he fled in horror. However, as they were fleeing, the thick thunderbolts in the sky began to chase after them one after another. Following that, thunderous explosions began to resound throughout the sky. In the blink of an eye, the second heaven realm expert also disappeared. All the cultivators in Ethereal City were dumbfounded. It seemed like the situation had changed too quickly. In the blink of an eye, the 2 heaven realm experts had been defeated and fled. Shimin Lu's face was ashen. They had never imagined that Misty City, which had 2 heaven realm experts, would be defeated by Zichen's group. The battle had ended, but many people were still in a dreamy state. Zichen glanced at Shimin Lu and coldly said, "Destroy Misty City." In the depths of Misty City was the biggest faction in Misty City. Due to the escape of the 2 heaven realms, the faction was in chaos. Hurry up and run before it's too late. Even the heaven realm patriarch has run away. What are we still doing here? Let's go, let's go. Open the treasury. We'll take something before we leave. The entire Misty City was in chaos. Some cultivators took advantage of the chaos to run out from the back door. Some jumped over the wall to escape, and some opened secret teleportation arrays. At this moment, Misty City, which had been built for tens of thousands of years, completely collapsed because of the escape of the two Heaven Realm experts. Some cultivators ran out from the back door, but they were blocked by two people after just a few steps. They were two young men. One of them had vertical pupils and looked very evil. The other was a burly man whose muscles were like rocks. Both of them were from the spiritual realm, but the majestic aura they exuded made people's hearts palpitate. Kill. Seeing someone come out, the burly man took out a mace and swung it forward. The evil young man next to him had a vertical pupil between his eyebrows. Destructive energy rushed out from it. The energy shook and killing intent surged. Soon, the place was filled with corpses. Wu Xia and Man Sure guarded one back door. In this area, there were quite a number of back doors and side doors. In the other direction, two women stood. Both of them were tall and curvaceous. One of them was extraordinarily beautiful, and the other had a few obvious scars on her face that greatly affected her appearance. Both of them held a long sword in their hands. The sword flashed with a cold light. Another cultivator rushed out. The two women didn't say anything and immediately rushed forward, displaying their swift and fierce attacks. Although the two of them were women, their attacks were more ruthless than many men. Jean Qingcheng was expressionless. When she was on the dragon boat, her heart was already dead. All these years, she had been wholeheartedly pursuing the great Tao. Back then, Shangguan Hong chose to give up in Huping City. After seeing Zichun again today, she could not calm down for a long time. She saw Zichun's confidence. Each of them was as beautiful as a fairy and had a unique temperament. To be admired by such women, it was no wonder Zichun was so cold-hearted. Other than that, she did not have Dongqing's persistence. This time, her emotions were very complicated, and her attacks were also extremely fierce. Dongqing had spread the news throughout the entire Zhanwu continent, which could be considered to have exchanged for Zichun's life. This kind of persistence was something she could not do. After hearing about Zichun's matter, the entire Shuntian prefecture fell into a state of shock. Thus, under the leadership of City Lord Tang Nuo, they used up all the resources in the prefecture, in addition to the location provided by the Tiger God Mountain, and only then did they manage to cultivate two supreme beings. One was the Heavenly Tao, and the other was the Heavenly Fortune Teller. At this moment, the two of them, who had consumed a lot of energy, also came to the deepest part of Ethereal City and began to kill those who tried to escape. In the entire Shuntian prefecture, there were only these two supremes. However, this time, the two of them had killed 6 immortal supremes. If word got out, their reputation would definitely shake. In another direction, there were 3 people standing. One was the current prefecture lord of Shuntian Prefecture, Tang Nuo. The other was Long Fei, who was once an influential figure in the battlefield of despair. The other was young Master Tian, who only knew how to calculate and not fight. At this moment, the two of them were killing all the sector lords who tried to escape from here. Behind the two of them, young Master Tian seemed to be calm. As he watched the battle, he said unhurriedly, "This time, it was really thrilling." Fortunately, the final result was not unexpected. Ethereal City did not escape this great calamity in the end. The two of them were still fighting and killing enemies, so they did not respond. Young Master Tian continued, "But this time, the spiritual body that the little girl made was really extraordinary, and Zichun actually comprehended it. It seems that the door to the heavenly realm has been opened for him." He sighed. "Heavenly realm, that's the heavenly realm. Even if it's just a pseudo-heavenly realm, how many people want to enter but in the end, they lack an opportunity? Zichun is really a person with a great opportunity." The two of them still ignored him. Young Master Tian was talking to himself. This time, many forces had come to Shuntian Prefecture. Among them, many of the higher life forms in the Tiger God Mountain had also come. The old ancestor from back then had personally appeared, leading those higher life forms in the mountain to oversee a region. The twins of Huping City also came. Unfortunately, the two of them had yet to reach the Sector Lord realm, so they could not help much in this battle. Among the crowd, two old men stood. One of them couldn't help but sigh. This Zichun is really extraordinary. The other old man said, yes, back then in the battlefield of despair, we always compared Zichun to Long Fei. But later, it was proven that Zichun was stronger than Long Fei. And now, in just 1,000 years, Zichun can actually fight against a heavenly realm expert. This talent is really unprecedented. The two old men, one was Ming Shi and the other was Old Man Shink. After hearing the news, the two of them were worried about Zichun, so they came together. Amazing, really amazing. Yes, I heard from Zichun that he has some friends with extremely high talent. There is no lack of supreme beasts among them. Seeing them today, it is indeed true. I say, Old Wu, if these supreme beasts all follow Zichun back to Huping City, what do you think will happen to Huping City? Will it become the #1 in Shuntian Prefecture? First, stop mocking people here. If they all return to Huping City, I believe that they will be willing to change the name of the Imperial Sky region to Huping City. You have to know that other than these powerful supreme beasts, Zichun is an existence that can deal with heavenly realm experts. The two lords of Huping City also came. Naturally, they were worried about Zichun. At this moment, those who were familiar with Zichun all came. This was all thanks to Dongqing. After 1,000 years, Dongqing was only in the mystic world. This was because he had collected too much realm power in the battlefield of despair. Otherwise, Dongqing would only stay in the empty realm. Dongqing in the mystic world led the emperors and was also fighting. This time, Zichun's goal was to destroy Misty City. Naturally, it was impossible to kill all the people in a city, but as long as they escaped from the city, they would be able to survive. However, this was for the other forces in the city. As for the Misty City in the deepest part, not a single person could escape. The battle continued. In the huge city, screams continued to sound. After the two Heaven Realm experts fled, the other cultivators in the city fled out of the city. Of course, there were some undying supremes among them. After escaping out of the city, they all stood up and looked at the city that was filled with the flames of war. Originally, they thought that Zichun only had a few people, but now, it seemed that Zichun had quite a number of reinforcements in the city. Shimin Lu was in complete despair, but Zichun did not kill him immediately. Instead, he brought him directly to the depths of Misty City. While they were moving forward, Shimin Lu once again mentioned the relationship between master and disciple in front of Su Mingyao. Don't mention these useless things. If you try to pull strings now, you'll only die faster. Without waiting for Zichun to speak, the monk said coldly. After taking in a disciple, not only did he not pass on his cultivation technique, but he even forced his disciple to marry his son. Was there any friendship in this? If Shimin Lu continued to talk nonsense, he would only die faster. The Thunder Sacred Beast did not participate in the following battle. After Zichun and the others arrived in the sky above the depths of Misty City, the cultivators here were in complete despair. After everyone fell into despair, they became crazy, and curses rang out one after another. These curses were not only directed at Zichun and the others, but also at Shimin Lu. For his own selfish reasons, Shimin Lu had completely lost Misty City. This great city that had been passed down for countless years was destroyed because of this. You won't have a good death. There have been many Heaven Realm experts in Misty City, but they have all left. When they return, it will be the time of your death. Similar voices rang out continuously, but this was a story for later. Right now, this city was about to be destroyed. Chapter 1860. With the arrival of Zichun and the other undying sovereigns, there was no doubt that the entire Misty City would be destroyed. Outside the city, sighs could be heard from the crowd. Before this, who would have thought that Zichun would be able to destroy Misty City? If those forces in Misty City could have foreseen this, they would definitely not have allowed Shimin Lu to act on his own accord. Instead, they would have built a good relationship with Su Mingyao and gained Zichun's goodwill. Unfortunately, everything was too late. Because of Shimin Lu's selfishness, Misty City was destroyed. Zichun and the others led Shimin Lu out. Everyone gathered outside the city. Zichun looked at Misty City in front of him and said, "From now on, Misty City will no longer exist in the 7th mainland. As soon as Zichun finished speaking, a misty light suddenly appeared from the ground and enveloped the entire misty city. This was a grand array, one that covered the entire city. The appearance of the grand array caused an uproar. A grand array of destruction had appeared outside the city, and they had not noticed it at all. Rumble. A rumbling sound rang out as the power of destruction surged. The grand array began to destroy the city. Zichun, many Heavenly Realm experts have appeared in Misty City. When this news spreads, when those Heavenly Realm experts return, you will pay the price. I believe that you will definitely not be able to bear that price. Shimin Lu looked at the misty grand array and said coldly. Seeing the tragic deaths of his companions and family, he had asked for help, prayed, went crazy, and despaired. In the end, he recognized the situation and gradually regained his rationality. Zichun said indifferently, "That's a story for later. I have many enemies. How are the 5 elements aristocratic families compared to Misty City? I can't afford to provoke them, let alone your small Misty City." Shimin Lu said coldly, "The 5 elements aristocratic families will send experts here soon. You can fight one Heavenly Realm expert, but you can't fight a group of them." Zichun said sarcastically, "What Heavenly Realm expert? It's just a fake Heavenly Realm expert. Is there a Heavenly Realm expert in this world? Even a fake Heavenly Realm expert is stronger than a sovereign." Just like that, the two of them exchanged one sentence after another. Their words were filled with killing intent. If someone who didn't know the inside story saw the two of them chatting side by side, they would have thought that the two of them were friends. Shimin Lu was very clear that his life had already begun to count down. When Misty City turned into ruins, it would be the time of his death. Even though he knew that he was going to die, he still felt relieved. He talked to Zichun without holding back, cursing him from time to time. 1 hour later, the misty light dissipated, and the array disappeared. The entire Misty City appeared before everyone's eyes once more. However, this previously magnificent city had now become a true ruin. Smoke and dust swirled above the ruins like a storm. Perhaps after many years, this place would become a place of adventure. After all, there were still many unbroken restrictions in the buildings in the city. There were many opportunities in those restrictions. The city was actually destroyed just like that. Everyone also sighed endlessly. Today's battle was destined to spread throughout the Zhanwu continent, and Zichun's reputation would rise with the destruction of Misty City. He was destined to be famous throughout the world. After sighing for a while, it was time to leave. After the battle ended, everyone gathered again. Seeing so many familiar faces, Zichun was very moved. Everyone wasn't familiar with each other, so Zichun began to introduce everyone. The first person he needed to introduce was Dongqing. This was a person that everyone was familiar with. For 1,000 years, Dongqing had only done one thing, and that was to spread the word of the battle 1,000 years ago. This was the only way to gather everyone. It could be said that the most fundamental reason why everyone was gathered here was Dongqing. Lu Peng and the others expressed their most sincere gratitude to Dongqing. Dongqing's pretty face turned red, looking very embarrassed. She repeatedly said that it was nothing. After Dongqing, the ladies first. Su Mingyao and the others got to know Jin Qingqing and Shang Wanhong. For everyone to come at such a time of crisis, it was clear that they had already disregarded life and death. Their relationship with Zichun was also very ordinary. Except for Dongqing, the other two women had a trace of indifference and alienation. It was more like they were silently explaining something. The 4 women were extremely intelligent. After nodding at everyone, they pulled the 3 to the side to chat. They wouldn't ask about Zichun's matters. And this time, Dongqing really helped Zichun. From the women's point of view, the two were just friends. They wouldn't believe it at all. For Zichun, Dongqing had paid a lot. If Zichun was willing, they naturally wouldn't object. Surrounded by several supreme beauties, Dongqing seemed a little embarrassed listening to their concerned tone. The shyness on her face didn't diminish. "Thank you for your help this time." Zichun cupped his fists and bowed to the others. Tang Nu waved his hand and said, "Zichun, you're too polite. You've helped Shuntian Prefecture and saved countless lives. This little bit of effort is really nothing." "Not bad. This is just a small effort." "Zichun, you're very good. Long Fei looked at Zichun with admiration. Young Master Tian nodded at Zichun. Manshur and Wu Xie stepped forward and hugged Zichun. Speaking of which, the three of them hadn't seen each other for more than 1,000 years. Moreover, when Zichun left without saying goodbye, both Shang Wanhong and Dong Qing noticed. Dong Qing even followed Zichun away, but the two of them were still foolishly in seclusion. Everything was in silence, and everything was in the embrace. Monk, Demon Ape, Manshur, and Wu Xia also knew them. LV Pong and Zhang Haoyan were unfamiliar faces, so Zichun introduced them to each other. A rare smile appeared on Zhang Haoyan's face. He greeted Zichun's friends very kindly. After seeing fortune-telling and Shuntian Dao, he praised, amazing. To be able to make Zhang Haoyan praise them, they were obviously extraordinary. One had to know that even Monk couldn't get a single praise from Zhang Haoyan. In the previous battle, although the two of them had each attacked 3 times, they had killed 6 immortal sovereigns. Their battle strength was indeed extraordinary. The two of them smiled embarrassedly. Shuntian Dao said, "This time, the two of us used the resources of the entire Shuntian prefecture. I only hope that we didn't embarrass Shuntian prefecture." A supreme mountain had produced dozens of immortal sovereigns in the past few hundred years. Shuntian prefecture, on the other hand, had only produced 2 origin sovereigns in the past 1,000 years. The degree of scarcity of resources was obvious. After meeting the prefecture lord, Zichun met Meng Shi and Shenker. The appearance of the two of them surprised him. After chatting for a while, he met the Huping City's city lord and the others. Whether it was the city lord or Lord Wu, they were all proud at this moment. No matter how great Zichun's achievements were, he was still from Huping City. Zichun was the pride of the entire city. Finally, Zichun met the White Tiger of Tiger God Mountain. He bowed and called him senior. White Tiger immediately waved his hand and said, "Absolutely not. Zichun, you are someone who can deal with Heaven Realm experts." Zichun smiled and said, "Senior is always senior. Hey, Zichun, do you still remember me? We have an engagement." Someone patted Zichun's shoulder, and a clear female voice rang out. Zichun turned around and saw Shuang-Er. Back then, Shuang-Er was still very young, but she already had the potential to be a beauty. Now, after 1,000 years, Shuang-Er had successfully awakened and stepped into the Realm Lord realm. She was natural and unrestrained, like a lotus flower that had just emerged from the water. However, her words of engagement attracted a lot of attention. In an instant, several inquiring gazes floated over from afar. Of course, the 4 girls were included in those gazes. Before Zichun could explain, Shuang-Er's face was already red. She immediately said embarrassedly, "I was just joking." Everyone chuckled, thinking, "What a cute little girl." While everyone was chatting, a timid girl stood in the distance. She was Su Mengyao's maid, and she had survived the battle. Back then, in her eyes, Shiman Dong was the most ideal person. He had a large family behind him, cultivation resources, and a godlike sovereign as his father. However, 1,000 years ago, Zichun had appeared out of nowhere. He had displayed powerful combat strength and directly killed Shiman Dong, severing the root of the marriage. 1,000 years later, Zichun had returned as a sovereign. He had killed the undying sovereign, and he had even broken through under the pressure of the Heaven Realm. In the end, he had comprehended the Grand Tao and forced a Heaven Realm expert to flee. Everything she had pursued in the past had disappeared. Even Misty City had become a wasteland. This was a rare gathering, a rare reunion. They could be considered to have survived a calamity. Everyone was very happy. After everyone got to know each other, Lord Wu and Huping City's city lord came before Zichun and asked Zichun what he planned to do next. Zichun was startled. He said, "Comprehend the world's origin energy and break into the pseudo-heaven realm." He had thought that his former enemies no longer existed. He had never thought that he would meet the 5 Elements clans again here. They were like his mortal enemies, so Zichun had to take them seriously. Moreover, Zichun knew very well how powerful the 5 Elements clans were. Back then, when they attacked the Lightning Divine Hall, many pseudo-heaven realm experts had died. However, they had definitely not all died. The others had all come to the Zhanwu continent. After this, the Five Elements clans would probably not let him go. Zichun had to break through as soon as possible. Comprehending the Grand Tao shouldn't require any resources, right? Why don't you return to Huping City to comprehend it? Huping City's city lord suggested. If Zichun could stay in Huping City, it would probably become even more prosperous and powerful. It would even surpass the Imperial Sky region. Zichun was very clear about the city lord's intentions. To be honest, it was no big deal for him to go back now. However, before he could agree, Lin Shui, who had been paying attention to the situation here, walked over. She bowed slightly to Huping City's city lord and said, "I'm afraid Zichun can't go back with the city lord. He has to come with me to the Wuji sect first." The Wuji sect? Zichun was stunned when he heard that. The Wuji sect of the Zhanwu continent. After they learned that you cultivated the yin-yang arts, they've always wanted to meet you. I was the one who brought the spiritual body that passed down the Tao from the Wuji sect. Back then, Xing Daoli had reached the pseudo-heaven realm on the Zhanwu continent. He had always guessed that the others in the Wuji sect were still alive, but he had never seen them. The Wuji sect had always been a mystery. He never thought that Lin Shui would actually find the Wuji sect. Speaking of which, the Wuji sect was Zichun's original sect. He could also be considered the former sect master of the Wuji sect. Chapter 1861. Zichun decided to go to the Wuji sect. He wanted to take a look there. Shuelin only brought the extreme yang spiritual body. With the extreme yang that he comprehended back then, he was able to activate the extreme yang great Tao. As for extreme yin, Zichun hadn't comprehended it yet. Zichun's answer disappointed the people in Huping City, but they could understand. No matter where Zichun was, as long as his strength and fame grew, Huping City would be safer. Not only Huping City, but the entire Shuntian prefecture would also benefit from this. Where is the Wuji sect? Zichun asked curiously as he looked at Shuelin. It's in the first continent, but that place is very mysterious. It's very difficult for ordinary people to find it. Shuelin was able to enter the Wuji sect because part of the Qing Nu's inheritance summoned her when she ascended. That was why she was able to bring the dragon to the Wuji sect. This was also why Xing Daoli didn't see anyone else from the Wuji sect in the Zhanwu continent. Zichun's itinerary had been decided. It was rare for everyone to gather, so Zichun decided to stay here for a few more days. There were two reasons for staying here. First, this area belonged to the ethereal domain. Under the ethereal domain was the ethereal prefecture. Ethereal City was only one of the cities, but it was also the foundation of everything. Ethereal City was destroyed. There were still experts and other forces in the ethereal prefecture and ethereal domain. There had to be an explanation for this. Second, Huping City benefited from Zichun's fame, so they had to bear the consequences of Zichun's enemies' revenge. Since the Thunder Saint Beast was still here, Zichun decided to end things here to protect Huping City and Shuntian Prefecture. While they were waiting, Zichun told the Thunder Saint Beast that he was going to the Wuji sect. Unexpectedly, the Thunder Saint Beast shook his head and said, "You can't go to the Wuji sect yet. You have to come with me first." "Where? The Thunder Clan? You'll know when we get there." The Thunder Saint Beast shook his head. This time, Laserming came as well. However, he hadn't broken through since he entered Mount Supreme. His cultivation level was the same as Zichun's. They were both immortal. Every time he saw Zichun, Radioming sighed. The gap between them was simply too great. 1,000 years ago, Zichun was still just an empty realm cultivator. In his eyes, he was just a little kid, and he was completely in a state of looking down on him. But 1,000 years later, Zichun had become immortal, and he could already fight against pseudo-gods. Such a huge change had occurred in just 1,000 years, and Las Mon had already been immortal for tens of thousands of years. This made people sigh with emotion. Zichun asked Radioming where the Thunder Sacred Beast was taking him, but Radioming didn't know. This time, he had come on his own initiative and hadn't expected the sacred ancestor to show up. According to the original plan, Zichun and the others would walk step by step from here to the first continent. Along the way, they would visit the Sword Sect where Wang Xian'er was, and then they would visit the Moon Clan where Shangguan Yuer was. Finally, they would head straight for the Wuji sect. That would be their last stop on the Zhanwu continent. After that, they would think of a way to return to the Tianwu continent. The original plan had been completely disrupted because of the Thunder Sacred Beast. After Zichun informed everyone, they couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Obviously, they were going to be separated again. I'd better return to the Sword Sect. I'll wait for you there, Wang Xian said after thinking for a moment. The Sword Sect had a lot of resources, and there was no lack of magical places among them. She planned to use this period of time to break through to the Immortal Realm, and then use some of the magical places in the Sword Sect to break through to the Heaven Realm in one fell swoop. Dongqing and Qingcheng will return to the Sword Sect with me. Dongqing had wasted 1,000 years, and her realm was too low. Everyone felt a little guilty, so Wang Xian decided to bring her back to the Sword Sect. As for Jin Qingqing and Shang Wanhong, Wang Xian had asked them if they wanted to. Jin Qingqing's only thought now was to become stronger, so she naturally wouldn't refuse. However, Shang Wanhong chose to return to accompany her parents, which surprised everyone. As for Manshur and Wu Xie, their paths were similar to the Sword Sect Sword Will, so they could only give up. The two of them also said that they would travel together, and that they would meet again if fate wills it. During this period, LV Peng had been teaching the twins formation skills, and they benefited a lot. After waiting for 3 days, the people from the ethereal region finally arrived. It was the 3 pseudo-heavens. After arriving, they bowed to the Thunder's sacred beast with a humble attitude. 3 days was enough for them to find out the true identity of the Thunder's sacred beast. Even if both sides were at the same level, the Thunder's sacred beast could still kill 3 of them. As the Thunder clan's sacred ancestor, the Thunder's sacred beast had the strength and capital to do so. The 3 of them were representatives, and during this period, they also praised Zichun. After that, they began to discuss business. The 3 of them first apologized. This matter was originally Ethereal City's fault. Now that Ethereal City had been destroyed, the grudges between both sides were written off. The Thunder's sacred beast nodded, indicating that he agreed. This was also Zichun's intention. He didn't have the strength to destroy the entire ethereal region, and the other party was also afraid of the Thunder's sacred beast, so they didn't dare to do anything to him. Therefore, they hit it off and chose to reconcile. I heard that little brother Zichun suffered a great loss. We accidentally obtained this supreme saber. I wonder if little brother Zichun is satisfied with it. The pseudo-heavens in the lead took out a long saber. On the blade, silver light shone in all directions. With the appearance of the long saber, there was an additional pressure between heaven and earth. That oppressive aura was like thunder hanging over the head and could fall at any time. The pseudo-heavens handed over the long saber, and the entire saber resounded with the sound of thunder. Seeing the supreme saber, the Thunder's sacred beast's expression changed slightly. Without releasing his perception, Zichun knew that this was a weapon related to thunder. It could be said that it was purely made for people who use thunder. It was the exclusive weapon of the Thunder clan. Zichun took the long saber and injected a trace of energy into it. The long saber trembled slightly, and a terrifying pressure appeared. It was as if the roar of thunder dragons resounded between heaven and earth. This was a weapon that had reached the supreme level. Moreover, it was the best among supreme weapons. It had a great increase in thunder power. Zichun was very satisfied. Nodding, Zichun accepted it. In this battle, almost all of his weapons were destroyed. It was difficult for him to find a suitable one. Now, except for the dragon spike, he only had the scabbard. The appearance of this long saber could make up for the loss of Zichun's weapon. Since their goal had been achieved, the 3 of them left. The Thunder Sacred Beast looked at Zichun, turning the weapon back and forth, and said, "That's the Supreme Thunder. It was made from the thunder horn of the pseudo-heavenly Thunder Beast and other precious materials. It was very famous in the Thunder clan, but it was lost in the subsequent battle. A weapon that could be remembered by the Thunder Sacred Beast was naturally an extraordinary existence. This Thunder Saber is second only to a heavenly weapon," said the Thunder Sacred Beast. Heavenly weapon, not a pseudo-heavenly weapon. Zichun's face was filled with doubt. There are pseudo-heavens in the realm, but there are no weapons. The Thunder Sacred Beast said, "A heavenly weapon is very rare. Its value is even higher than a pseudo-heavenly weapon." Xingdaoli was a pseudo-heavenly weapon, but he was able to make a name for himself. This was inseparable from the saber in his hand, and that saber was naturally a heavenly weapon, a real heavenly weapon. Even a pseudo-heavenly weapon would be moved by such a weapon. It seems that the ethereal region is very sincere this time. Your worries are unnecessary. At least they won't have any other thoughts for the time being. Knowing that Ziqian was from the Thunder clan, they still sensed such a powerful weapon. The ethereal region's sincerity was clear. Ziqian sheathed the saber. A mysterious power came from the hilt. This power wrapped around the supreme saber, making the two of them one. Although he didn't draw the saber, Ziqian could already feel the power of this saber. After a few days of being together, it was time to part. It was inevitable that everyone was reluctant. But this separation meant that they would meet again in the future. This time, everyone had a connection with each other. It wouldn't be difficult to gather again next time. Before parting, Ziqian took out some weapons from the pill cauldron and distributed them to Shuntian, Manshur, and the rest. The four girls, Zhang Haoyin, Tyrant, and Devil Ape had weapons, but they didn't need them. After that, he took out some crystals that contained the Undying Source. These crystals were obtained from refining the Undying Sovereign. To an Undying Source, these were the real treasures. In addition, he gave everyone some pure source. This was the source that could be used to refine weapons and body. Usually, there would only be a little of it, and it was a one-time use. But Ziqian realized that there was a lot of such source in his world, and it could be regenerated. After the distribution, it was time to leave. The two disciples from the sword sect had been waiting in the distance. At this moment, they finally walked over and asked Wang Xian to return to the sword sect. Ziqian, you have to work hard. I'm very popular in the sword sect. Wang Xian winked at Ziqian and said mischievously, Don't worry, I'll go to the sword sect soon. If anyone dares to have any ideas about you, I'll teach them a lesson. Ziqian smiled. When the two disciples heard this, their hearts couldn't help but tremble. In the last battle, not only did Ziqian defeat the Heaven Realm expert, he could also easily kill the Undying Sovereign. Such an existence could only be described as dangerous. Who would be foolish enough to have any ideas about his woman? When he returned to the sword sect this time, the other disciples would probably avoid him. Wang Xian returned to the sword sect. The Longhu sovereign followed her. As for the flying tiger god, he followed Su Mingyao and Shangguan Yu to the Moon clan. It was a very mysterious clan. During this period, very few people came into the world. If she hadn't heard news about Ziqian, she would probably have stayed in the Moon clan. The spirit-devouring rat had a great harvest this time. Originally, the Realm Lord was its limit. This time, it had a chance to break through to the Sovereign Realm. However, because of its aptitude, it had no hope of entering the Heaven Realm unless it had a great opportunity. Although humans were weak, there were many variables. Comparatively speaking, those beasts with pure bloodlines were much more restricted. Lin Shui still brought the dragon back to the Wuji sect. LV Pong, Tyrant, Devil Ape, and Zhang Haoyin decided to travel the Zhanwu continent together. Once they heard news about Ziqian, they would meet in the first continent. Ziqian also believed that there were few people who could make them suffer in the face of such a combination. Tang Nuo and the others chose to return to the Shuntian prefecture. Long Fei, who had just entered the spiritual world, planned to go out alone. The people from the Tiger God Mountain also left. Shuang waved at Ziqian. It was unknown when they would meet again. Ziqian watched everyone leave. In the end, even Radio Meng left. Obviously, the Thunder Sacred Beast only called him this time. Where are we going? Ziqian asked again. He was very curious. To find something for you? Chapter 1862. The Sacred Lightning Beast didn't tell Ziqian what he was looking for. The two of them just continued forward. Their speed wasn't fast, and they would stop from time to time. Ziqian knew that the Sacred Lightning Beast hadn't reached its peak state yet. It still had a lot of room for growth. Stopping midway should have something to do with recovering its strength. Whenever the Sacred Lightning Beast stopped, he would sit down cross-legged and cultivate. His world could be called a perfect world. In this world, there was an inexhaustible source of origin energy. In the outside world, this source energy was like a divine pill or immortal medicine. It could rebuild one's true body and bring the dead back to life. After Zichen reached the undying imperishable realm, this source energy had also undergone a great change. After comprehending extreme yang, Zichen already knew what to do next. The heaven realm was a completely new realm. This realm was completely separated from the earth realm. If the earth realm was the development of one's own world, then the undying sovereign realm was the limit. The heaven realm was a new beginning. What one comprehended was the source energy of heaven and earth. This source energy didn't refer to one's own world, but to the great world where all living beings grew up, the Zhanwu continent and the martial heaven continent. After comprehending the source energy of heaven and earth, when the source energy of heaven and earth was added to one's body, one would be in the pseudo-heaven realm. When a pseudo-heaven realm expert entered the heaven realm, one needed to truly comprehend the source energy and become a true heaven realm expert. There were very few true heaven realm experts, and it was very difficult to break through. Reaching the heaven realm didn't mean that the earth realm world was useless. On the contrary, the growth of one's own world had a very close relationship with the heaven realm expert's comprehension of the source energy of heaven and earth. Take Zichen, for example. His world was almost perfect, so as long as he could comprehend the world origin of his own world, he could use this world origin to see the world origin of the outside world and step into the heaven realm. In this way, Zichen's cultivation speed would be twice as fast with half the effort. As for those existences with imperfect worlds, it was very difficult for them to comprehend the heaven realm through their own world. During this process, they would encounter bottlenecks and need to enter the heaven realm again and again. However, most people who entered the heaven realm were only in the pseudo-heaven realm. It was very difficult to break through to the true heaven realm. In the past, Zichen had suffered all kinds of hardships when he was in the earth realm. He had grown up in the perfect world with great difficulty. In the end, all of this would become his wealth and help him reach higher heights. Zichen's aura was also changing as he comprehended the world's origin of heaven and earth. This aura was stronger than that of a prime, but weaker than that of a pseudo-heaven. When the supreme sacred beast saw this scene, it couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Zichen had already chosen the right direction. It knew that Zichen had a perfect world, so it knew that Zichen wouldn't be affected by anything in the future. As long as he followed the path to the end, he would break into the heaven realm and become a fake heaven comparable to Xing Dao Li. The Thunder's sacred beast, which was not fast to begin with, deliberately slowed down its speed. Zichen also took this opportunity to continuously comprehend the world's origin. It seemed that because of the pressure of a heaven realm expert, the two of them did not encounter any danger wherever they went. When they passed through the dense forest, not a single small beast could be seen. As for the rulers, they had disappeared without a trace. After traveling like this for an entire year, the two of them passed through the 7th mainland and arrived at the 6th mainland. This place was even more prosperous than the 7th mainland, but the Thunder's sacred beast only brought Zichen to a remote place. Zichen had doubts about this, but he did not ask. On the contrary, walking in a place without people calmed his heart. Under such circumstances, Zichen could quickly enter a meditative state and comprehend the world. This journey was very similar to the 1,000-year journey when he comprehended the laws. It was precisely because of that 1,000-year journey that his future Earth realm cultivation path was much smoother. This time, Zichen took it as a chance to cultivate and relax. Another 2 years passed very quickly. Zichen had made great progress. He had also gradually grasped the knack of comprehending the world's origin. Compared to 3 years ago, his combat strength could be said to be much stronger. During this period, the Thunder's sacred beast also specially guided Zichen in cultivating the world's extreme speed and the close cooperation between the heavenly thunder wings and the movement technique. During this process, Zichen deliberately asked the Thunder's sacred beast some questions about combat skills, but the Thunder's sacred beast's answers seemed to be a little absent-minded. It was not like the Thunder's sacred beast's footwork. Not only did it guide him, but it also demonstrated it. "Are we going to the Thunder Clan?" Zichen asked curiously. He had asked the same question many times over the past 3 years. No. The Thunder's sacred beast shook its head. The Thunder's saint beast shook its head. Normally, it wouldn't answer, But today, it finally answered. Then where are we going? I'll help you find the heart of Thunderwings first. The heart of Thunderwings? What's that? The core of the heavenly Thunderwings. With it, your speed will be faster. The Thunder Sacred Beast said, the world's extreme speed can affect space and time because of the supreme treasure, the heavenly Thunderwings. It's one of the few supreme treasures of the Thunder Clan, and the heart of Thunderwings is the core of the heavenly Thunderwings. When Zichun heard this, he asked excitedly, where is that place? Is it far? It will be there in another year. During this period, you should mainly practice the 9 lightning deaths. The heart of Thunderwings is the true essence. Its speed is very fast, and it has intelligence. I'm afraid you won't be able to subdue it. The Thunder Sacred Beast said, ah, such a thing can happen. Zichun was startled when he heard this. Then he asked, my speed is not as fast as yours. Why do you want me to go? There are restrictions in that place. I can't enter. But you can suppress your realm. For an existence at the level of the Thunder Sacred Beast, suppressing one's realm was a simple matter. The Thunder Sacred Beast shook its head and said helplessly, among those of the same level, you, who have the Thunder Wings, won't be slower than me. The most important point is that if you want to subdue the heart of Thunderwings, you must have the heavenly Thunderwings. Zichun was relieved and immediately nodded, indicating that he understood. In the following year, the two would occasionally pass by human cities. News of the battle 4 years ago had already spread through various channels. Now, Zichun's reputation had undoubtedly spread throughout the Zhanwu continent. Although the news was very clear about such an inconceivable matter as an Earth Realm cultivator defeating a Heaven Realm cultivator, because it was too miraculous, there were always people who didn't believe it. Moreover, the Undying Sovereign had the Undying Source. This kind of source was recognized by the world and was very difficult to obliterate in the world. Even a Heaven Realm cultivator couldn't. So how could it be killed by someone of the same level? When the news spread, Zichun's reputation shook, but there was no lack of voices of doubt. Other than the news about Zichun's rise to fame, there was also the news that the overlords of the second continent had directly publicized their grudges with Zichun. Those who were originally optimistic about Zichun shook their heads after comparing the two sides. Obviously, he had provoked the 5 Elements aristocratic family. Next, Zichun could only hide in the forest. In the blink of an eye, 10 months had passed. On this day, the two of them arrived at a mountain range. With Zichun's current understanding of the world, he immediately felt that the space here was greatly affected. In addition to space, it seemed that the time here had also become extremely abnormal. Follow me, don't go the wrong way. The Thunder Sacred Beast leaped to the peak of the mountain. After stepping on a huge rock, its figure disappeared. Zichun kept staring at the Thunder Sacred Beast from behind. Until it disappeared, he didn't feel the slightest fluctuation in space. It wasn't a teleportation array, nor was it a secret place. It was more like a spatial node in the chaotic space. Zichun followed. As he stepped down, his body began to distort, and then he appeared beside the Thunder Sacred Beast. At this moment, the world in front of Zichun had changed greatly. The mountains were gone, and bright, colorful lights floated between heaven and earth. These colorful lights were like space-time ribbons. Although they weren't dangerous, they might bring you into another space-time. Be careful, the time here is chaotic. The Thunder Sacred Beast reminded once again. Then, it continued to move forward. During the process of moving forward, it was also walking in a very rhythmic manner. It seemed that every step it took was calculated in detail. Zichun followed behind, the surprise in his eyes growing stronger and stronger. Because with every step, the scene in front of him changed. After the 3rd step, Zichun saw the mountains again. The roars of various strange beasts could be heard in the mountains, and there were even 2 strange beasts fighting. Rumbling sounds could be heard constantly, and the forest was shattered, and smoke and dust were swept up. These scenes told Zichun clearly that what was in front of him wasn't an illusion, and he had stepped into a real space-time. This is the trace left behind by time. Some things might have already happened in the real world, and some might not have happened yet. The Thunder Sacred Beast's voice came from ahead. It hasn't happened yet? Doesn't that mean I can see the future? Zichun was very surprised. You can say that, but it's just a fragment of the future, and it won't be of much use. The Thunder's sacred beast's voice was very calm, and then it said, when the world's fastest speed reaches the limit, it is said that you can see the past and the future, but you can only see the scene, and you can't do anything to change it. It's really that magical? Of course, the premise is that you have the strength. After that, Zichun saw another battle. It was a battle between humans and foreign races, and various experts fell during it. The Thunder's sacred beast glanced at it and said, "That's a battle that happened many years ago, and it was recorded by time. Now, you can only see this battle, but you can't help it all." Zichun saw a cultivator's body explode, and then flames reignited. It was actually the undying sovereign. Just like that, the two of them continued to travel, passing through space-time after space-time, and finally arrived at a void. This was a dark space, and there was no light inside. The Thunder's sacred beast stopped after arriving here. "We've arrived at our destination," Zichun asked. The Thunder's sacred beast stared ahead, and the lightning in its eyes changed as if it was deducing. After a while, it said, "Walk 500 steps in a straight line from here, and then you will enter another space-time. The heart of lightning wings is in that space-time. Whether you can obtain it or not depends on your luck." What if I can't get it? Chapter 1863. What the sacred Thunder Beast was implying was that Zichun was useless if he couldn't get the heart of Thunderwings. Although the two were from the same clan and Zichun was a junior with potential, the sacred Thunder Beast didn't have the time to bring Zichun along and spend several years to help him. The main reason was that the sacred Thunder Beast needed Zichun to become stronger and help it do things. The heart of Thunderwings was the key. If it didn't need Zichun this time, the sacred Thunder Beast would only bring Zichun here when it was free. Zichun followed the instructions and walked 500 steps forward. Suddenly, there were spots of light in the dark void. These lights were flickering like Xingqian. Zichun continued to move forward. As he walked deeper, the silver lights increased. These silver lights weren't Xingqian's lights. They were the lights emitted by the thunderbolts. Every time the lights flickered, a thunderbolt would disappear. This area was filled with thunderbolts. As Zichun continued to move forward, the whole world became brighter. Thick thunderbolts appeared silently and then disappeared silently. As the lights flickered, this world looked beautiful, but also very dangerous. The thunderbolts around him were like living creatures. They had their own keen senses. As he moved forward, the thunderbolts around Zichun's body automatically flashed. The thunderbolts were one with the thunderbolts around him. Even though they were of the same origin, the thunderbolts around him were still very aggressive. As the thunderbolts flickered, it was as if there were thunderbolts staring at him covetously. Buzz. The light around Zichun trembled again. The heavenly thunder wings appeared on his back. The thunder wings trembled, and a surge of thunderbolt power spread out. The thunderbolts that were originally restless quieted down after sensing this surge of energy. In this mysterious space filled with thunderbolts, Zichun walked alone. Endless thunderbolts surrounded him. After moving forward like this for an unknown period of time, Zichun didn't notice anything other than the thunderbolts. Releasing his spiritual senses, he could clearly sense the existence of the thunderbolts around him. He could even sense how terrifying the thunderbolts were, but he could not sense the heart of the thunderwings. Left with no choice, Zichun could only continue forward. This time, he sped up and flapped his lightning wings. Like an arrow leaving the bowstring, Zichun turned into a stream of light and flew away. Wherever he passed, he covered the place with his spiritual senses to check for abnormalities. The space here was still in chaos. Zichun could not sense the flow of time. In short, a long time had passed, but Zichun still did not discover anything. It was as if he had entered a maze or an illusion array. Sensing that it was futile to continue forward, Zichun stopped and pointed at the distant lightning. The lightning that had just flashed was extinguished. There was nothing unusual in the surroundings. Zichun repeatedly attacked the lightning bolts. If it was an illusory array, he might be able to trigger a change in it. The thunderbolts were extinguished one after another, but the surroundings were still very calm. This place was too strange. Zichun frowned slightly. Unwilling to give up, he took a step forward and waved his sleeve. A powerful energy swirled up and a tornado appeared out of thin air. The tornado spread out, and the surrounding thunderbolts were instantly sucked in before being extinguished. It seemed that the effect of the storm was too strong. The thunderbolts in the distance began to move in the flashing and extinguishing. They were not moving toward the storm, but toward Zichun on the other side of the storm. The powerful storm was still spinning, but the thunderbolts bypassed the storm and rushed towards Zichun. For a moment, the power of the thunderbolts spread and rushed towards Zichun like thunder snakes. Swoosh! A light flashed under Zichun's feet. The lightning wings on his back flapped and his figure retreated backward. As he retreated, more thunderbolts chased after him like streamers. Zichun kept retreating. Wherever he passed, the other thunderbolts seemed to be awakened and rushed towards Zichun with murderous intent. The storm in the distance dissipated due to the lack of energy. However, the lightning in the surroundings did not stop there. Instead, it crazily charged towards Zichun. Zichun was still retreating, but the thunderbolts behind him took the initiative to attack Zichun. At a glance, all the thunderbolts in this world were activated and rushed towards Zichun crazily. Zichun could not retreat. He could only flap his lightning wings at a high frequency and begin to dodge in a small area. Swoosh! Swoosh! Bolts of lightning brushed past Zichun's body. At this moment, facing so many powerful thunderbolts, Zichun felt a lot of pressure. The thunderbolts around him gathered more and more. At a glance, they were densely packed and came from all directions like raindrops. Cold sweat gradually appeared on Zichun's forehead as he kept dodging. After a quarter of an hour, Zichun was still persevering. At this moment, he was almost invisible. Only the endless light of the thunderbolts could be seen. Time passed. Facing more and more thunderbolts, Zichun seemed to be powerless and was hit by a thunderbolt. His powerful defense had managed to block the attack. Another quarter of an hour passed. Zichun was hit dozens of times, but he did not suffer any injuries. Now, Zichun could no longer be seen. There were also no thunderbolts. Zichun's surroundings seemed to have turned into a sea of lightning. Zichun was in the sea of lightning, avoiding the attacks of the sea of lightning. Facing the dense and seamless thunderbolts, Zichun could no longer dodge. Boom! The thunderbolts were violent. Thunderbolts from all directions rushed towards Zichun at the same time, instantly drowning Zichun. The thunder might in the thunderbolts spread, surging with a vast and terrifying aura. In the face of such a powerful energy, even the undying source would be severely injured. The thunderbolts completely exploded. Lightning flashed between heaven and earth, and the power of thunder raged. Zichun's body did not explode with the thunderbolts. The moment the thunderbolts exploded, another world appeared in front of his eyes. This was a bright world. The silver light illuminated every corner of the world. In the center of the world, there was a glowing object that radiated silver light in all directions. The glowing object pierced Zichun so hard that he could not open his eyes. People of the Thunder Clan, what are you doing here? Just as Zichun gradually adapted to the light here, a cold voice sounded in this world. You are the heart of Thunder Wings. The sudden voice made Zichun quiver. He instantly adapted to the environment here and looked at the only light. Unfortunately, there was only a ball of light. He could not see anything. You know of my existence. There was a trace of surprise in the voice. It's really you. Then there's no mistake. Gold and silver light flashed in Zichun's eyes. He immediately saw through the essence of the ball of light. In the ball of light, there was a small silver spirit. The spirit had 6 wings, which looked like Zichun's heavenly thunder wings. At this moment, the little spirit was pouting, its small eyes full of surprise and surprise. The moment Zichun saw the little spirit, the latter seemed to have noticed. A trace of dissatisfaction flashed in its eyes. A thunderbolt power blocked Zichun's vision. I don't care how you came here. Since you brought me the 6 wings, I can spare your life. The heart of Thunder Wings said coldly. What? Zichun was a little stunned, a look of confusion on his face. Hand over the 6 wings, and I will spare your life and send you away." The heart of Thunderwing's tone became colder. "Are you mistaken? You're just a part of the heavenly Thunderwings. Now you should return to the heavenly Thunderwings and leave with me," Zichen said. It was his first time seeing a soldier spirit like this. "I'm the core of the heavenly Thunderwings. The heavenly Thunderwings should be under my control. As for you, since you're from the Thunder Clan, leave quickly. Otherwise, you'll die." Zichun was so angry that he laughed. At the same time, he finally understood why the Thunder Sacred Beast wanted him to subdue it. It turned out that this guy was used to being free and now wanted to rebel. With a cold smile, Zichun ignored the other party. The thunder wings on his back flapped, and the 9 passing thunderbolts were fully displayed. Since the other party wanted to rebel, the most direct way to tame it was to beat it up and tame it with force. Zichun was very experienced in this. Showing off the 9 passing thunderbolts in front of me, there was obvious disdain in the heart of Thunderwing's words. Its body flashed, and it flew backward. As it flew, it was like teleportation. Its body really achieved the 9 passing thunderbolts. In the outside world, Zichun could do the same. But here, in this special world, his speed was suppressed. When he got close, the heart of Thunderwings had already retreated far away. Wherever it passed, there were still remnants of lightning. Boom! As Zichun chased after it again, the lightning in front of him raged. Bolts of lightning were like giant snakes, twisting and turning as they shot towards him. This was the heart of Thunderwing's attack. The lightning carried extraordinary power. Swoosh! Swoosh! Zichun's body flashed, and he passed through the lightning, easily dodging it. But at this moment, the distance between them was even greater. Damn it! Cursing, Zichun flipped his hand, and the divine dragon bow appeared. Then, the dragon god arrow turned into a bolt of lightning and shot towards the heart of Thunderwings. Swoosh! When the arrow was still some distance away from the heart of Thunderwings, it entered the void and disappeared. When Zichun drew the bow again, the dragon god arrow seemed to be lost in the turbulence of time and did not appear again. Losing the dragon god arrow for nothing, Zichun's face was even more furious. Without saying a word, he shot out energy after energy. Unfortunately, these energy attacks disappeared before they could reach the heart of Thunderwings. How could this be? Just as Zichun was about to lose his temper, the heart of Thunderwings' voice sounded again. "It's useless. This is a chaotic space. All your attacks are useless against me. Let me give you a piece of advice. Hand over the heavenly Thunderwings obediently, or the next one to disappear will be you. Is that so? Then I'd like to see." Zichun smiled coldly and went forward again. This time, he showed his fastest speed. In this speed chase, Zichun did not get lost. Chapter 1864. Regardless of whether it was the former or the latter, Zichun would not be in any danger here. What he needed to do next was to use pure speed to catch the heart of Thunderwings. Whoosh! Whoosh! The heart of Thunderwings was very fast. It flashed without a trace, which was completely unexpected. Zichun, who was chasing from behind, seemed to be having a hard time. He was only relying on his extreme speed now, not the flash speed. The difference between the two was not small. "I don't believe that I can't catch up to you." Zichun was unwilling to give up. He recalled what the Thunder Sacred Beast had told him about extreme speed. The Thunder Sacred Beast had personally admitted that its speed was not as fast as Zichun, who had the heavenly Thunder Wings. The 9 fleeting thunderbolts was known as the fastest in the world, but there were some extreme speed footwork techniques that could compare. However, once one had the heavenly Thunder Wings, the 9 fleeting thunderbolts would be the fastest. Zichun had the advantage in front of the Thunder Sacred Beast. In front of the heart of Thunderwings, Zichun also had the advantage. However, Zichun could not fully utilize the Thunderwings for the time being, so he could not expand this advantage. Therefore, his speed was slower than the heart of Thunderwings. In the process of constantly chasing, Zichun also used his spiritual senses to observe the other party's movements. At the same time, he was deducing in his sea of consciousness. This was Zichun's, and also the human's, greatest advantage, learning and creation. During the deduction, Zichen's speed gradually increased. Coupled with the thunder wings, his body began to flicker. Zichen's changes surprised the heart of Thunderwings. In the midst of the continuous chase, the distance between the two narrowed. Time passed. In the face of great pressure, Zichen's improvement was very big. His body gradually coordinated with the thunder wings and began to flicker. Every time he flickered, Zichen's speed would increase greatly. This was a battle of speed. Although Zichen was far from the heart of Thunderwings, he was growing. While the heart of Thunderwings had no possibility of a breakthrough. In front of Zichen, the heart of Thunderwings demonstrated its extreme speed time and time again. This made Zichen, who had high comprehension, become even faster. Swish, swish, swish. After a period of time, Zichen's figure could rapidly flicker 3 times in this suppressed world. Compared to the heart of Thunderwings 6 times, the gap was obviously smaller. Watching Zichen's growth, Heart of Thunderwing became more and more surprised. That little sprite-like body was constantly threatening Zichen as it flashed and disappeared at high speed. If you don't retreat now, you will definitely die. If you know what's good for you, leave now and I can spare your life. Seeing that you are from the Thunder Clan, I will generously let you take the Sky Thunderwings with you. At this moment, Zichen's figure could flash 4 times in an instant. If you retreat now, you still have a chance. This is your only chance. If you don't leave now, you're forcing me to use my trump card. You'll regret it. You will definitely regret this. Swish, 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 swish. Zichen's figure could already flash 5 times. He was very close to catching up to the heart of Thunderwing. Human, you are forcing me. At worst, we will fight to the death. If you continue to chase, we will die together. At worst, I will activate the chaotic space-time. You and I will both die here. The pressure was increasing. Heart of Thunderwing became anxious and began to threaten him. However, Zichen ignored it. All he could do now was to catch it and teach it a lesson. After an unknown amount of time, Zichen's figure had flashed 6 times. In an instant, Zichen felt that his understanding of extreme speed had deepened. He stopped chasing and quietly felt the extreme speed of the world. Heart of Thunderwing also stopped. It looked at Zichen, and its little face became more and more unsightly. When Zichen's gaze fell on it again, it let out a strange cry and turned to run. The two of them used their flashing techniques almost at the same time. However, when the Heart of Thunderwing flashed, it also released many thunderbolts to interfere. These thunderbolts were like thunder snakes, twisting and twisting. With terrifying power, they blocked Zichen's path. Swish, swish, swish. Under Zichen's feet, the light changed and the thunder wings flapped. A mysterious force directly moved the surrounding space. As this force spread, the charging thunder snake suddenly stopped. It was as if space had suddenly stopped. Zichen's figure instantly passed through it. Space freeze. Seeing Zichen pass through the thunder snake so easily, Heart of Thunderwing was shocked and couldn't help but exclaim. However, in the next moment, it felt as if it had fallen into a swamp. Its extreme speed was greatly affected. Damn it, you still want to control me. It cursed under its breath. A dazzling light burst out from its body and its speed increased again. The discomfort gradually dissipated. However, at this moment, a powerful hand directly passed through space and grabbed its body. Its body, which was originally moving at extreme speed, was instantly frozen. No, don't grab me. Don't grab me. Being grabbed by Zichen, the little spirit struggled and shouted. Zichen sneered, preparing to teach the other party a good lesson. Suddenly, the little spirit's body scattered like flowing water in Zichen's hand. A suction force suddenly came from the thunder wings behind him and directly absorbed the flowing water that the little spirit turned into. As if its soul had been repaired, Zichen immediately felt that the thunder wings on his back had a complete feeling. Master. Immediately after, a voice sounded in Zichen's sea of consciousness. This was the voice of Heart of Thunderwing, and also the voice of the Heavenly Thunderwing. This voice was full of respect, without the arrogance and pride from before. What's your name? Zichen asked through voice transmission. Thunderwing. The Heavenly Thunderwing replied respectfully. At the same time, Zichun felt that there were many more things in his sea of consciousness. This knowledge was specifically for the Heavenly Thunderwing. The Heavenly Thunderwing's real name was the 12 Heavenly Thunderwings. 12 wings? Could it be that there are still 6 wings outside? Asked Zichun, who had long known that the Heavenly Thunderwing was not complete. Yes, there are still 6 wings outside. Recalling the scene when he saw the little spirit, Zichun had a feeling and asked, in that case, the heart of Thunderwing has also scattered. If it was the 12 Heavenly Thunderwings, then the heart of Thunderwing must have 12 wings, and not the 6 wings that Zichun had seen before. Yes, the heart of Thunderwing was shattered back then, causing its spiritual intelligence to be incomplete. Otherwise, the previous situation would not have happened. The Heavenly Thunderwing and the heart of Thunderwing were originally one. They were created by the Thunder Clan's experts back then to serve the Thunder Clan. If it was a complete heart of Thunderwing, there would be no rebellion at all. In the process of dispersing, the incomplete spiritual intelligence of the heart of Thunderwing was disturbed by other aspects, resulting in its current state. Can I still find my Dragon God arrow? Asked Zichun. Although the current Dragon God bow was only an Imperial weapon, it was still a top-grade Imperial weapon. Zichun used it very well and did not want to lose it just like that. The Dragon God arrow can be found. Master, you just need to summon it again. Zichun did as he was told and pulled the Dragon God bow again. Essence chi surged in all directions, and the Dragon God arrow returned. Master, the quality of this weapon is too low. In this chaotic space, there is a sea of fire. The temperature of the sea of fire is very high. Perhaps it can help Master to refine the weapon again. The Heavenly Thunderwing, which had been combined, was now absolutely loyal to Zichun. Oh, there is such a place? Zichun's eyes lit up and said, "Take me there." The lightning wings on his back flapped slightly, and Zichun's figure immediately broke through many spaces and stepped into the chaotic space-time. Just like when he was traveling with the Thunder Sacred Beast, Zichun was now under the guidance of the Thunder Wings. Naturally, he saw all kinds of strange sights that amazed him. Master, I have stayed here for a long time and have some understanding of this place. I can pass through other places, but I do not dare to casually step into that sea of fire. The quality of the Thunder Wing's heart was equivalent to a heavenly weapon. Even such an existence did not dare to attempt to approach the flames. This made Zichun even more curious. After successfully entering a small world, a wave of blazing fire swept over. Zichun felt a burning sensation. A sea of fire appeared before him. Within the sea of fire, there were pale white flames burning. An extremely high temperature was released from the pale white flames. Master, this is that sea of fire. The deeper you go, the higher the temperature. Zichun already had a deep feeling. Even he felt danger in such a place. He was not good at controlling flames. So, Zichun took out the pill cauldron. Senior, may I know if I can use these flames to refine weapons? Asked Zichun courteously. The cauldron spirit appeared and carefully observed the pale white flames. His expression changed. After a while, a hint of astonishment flashed across his eyes. He said, "That's right. These are extraterrestrial flames." Extraterrestrial flames. It's a very terrifying flame. Very few people can control it. It is very explosive and very dangerous. It is said that it fell from the heavens. It is a necessary flame for refining heavenly weapons. It can only be discovered but not sought. While Zichun was still in shock, the cauldron spirit carried the pill cauldron and flew towards the flames. The temperature of the flames is very high. I can only refine weapons from the periphery. Upon hearing those words, Zichun immediately threw out the Divine Dragon bow and the Dragon God arrow. At the same time, Zichun also threw out some other materials. There was even a supreme weapon among them. Zichun had killed quite a number of Undying Supremes last time. There were quite a few supreme weapons among them. The pale white flames engulfed the pill cauldron. Immediately after, blazing heavenly flames emerged from the pill cauldron and swallowed the weapons. As the flames engulfed the supreme weapons, they gradually melted and turned into lumps of liquid. The pill cauldron then forcibly separated these lumps of liquid. The Divine Dragon bow and the Dragon God arrow needed to be refined again. After that, their performance would be enhanced through the combination of certain attributes. Although the cauldron spirit did not know how to refine weapons, it was very easy for him to enhance the quality of weapons. Chapter 1865. The process of upgrading a weapon was a long one. Zichun sat cross-legged and waited patiently. The heart of Thunder Wings had an extraordinary comprehension of the world's fastest speed. This comprehension could allow Zichin's extreme speed to reach another level. After fusing with the complete heavenly Thunder Wings, it had more means. During this period, it also pointed out the various shortcomings of Zichin. The heavenly fire burned fiercely. After removing the impurities, the materials in the pill cauldron gradually melted and were finally condensed to improve the quality of the weapon. The lightning sacred beast waited quietly outside. It had great confidence in Zichun. However, in its opinion, this process should be relatively long. The lightning sacred beast closed its eyes and took a nap. With a flash of light, Zichun appeared in front of it. The lightning sacred beast looked at Zichun with a hint of surprise in its eyes. It asked, "Success?" Zichun nodded. So fast. Not much time had passed. Zichun stretched out the 6 wings on his back and used practical actions to prove it. As the 6 wings vibrated slightly, a mysterious power spread out in all directions. The lightning sacred beast felt a sense of perfection from the heavenly thunder wings. However, it frowned slightly and found something wrong. It asked, "How many wings are missing from the heart of Thunder Wings?" 6 wings. Zichin answered honestly. The lightning sacred beast pondered for a moment and said, "6 wings is good. Your speed should have increased by a lot. We will look for the rest in the future. Let's go." "Where are we going next?" Zichun followed the lightning sacred beast and asked, "To look for people. Who are you looking for?" "A few fake heavens." The lightning sacred beast suddenly turned around and looked at Zichun. It warned, "When you see others, you better choose to remain silent." "Silence. Don't talk like a mute. That would be the best." Zichun nodded, indicating that he understood. Since the lightning sacred beast made such an arrangement, it naturally had a deep meaning. For the rest of the journey, the lightning sacred beast obviously increased its speed. Moreover, the two of them were not limited to the remote areas. During the journey, they would also take the interdomain teleportation array. As they moved forward, Zichin asked, "What are we going to do next?" "What can I do?" "After finding those fake heavens, we will head to a weak area of the world. Then, we will work together to break through the world barrier. You will need to use your extreme speed to enter the barrier and get us something." Zichin didn't ask what it was, but he thought that it should be something extraordinary. The two of them arrived at the 4th mainland. The overlord here belonged to the sword sect, and people with swords on their backs could be seen everywhere. The sword sect's disciples had the absolute right to speak here. They were the true overlords, and their ruling status was much stronger than the 7th mainland's Misty City. The Thunder Sacred Beast had already turned into a middle-aged man. After arriving at the city, he was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he brought Zichin to get some food. Along the way, the Thunder Sacred Beast also showed the same gluttonous nature as the other beasts. However, it was also a good thing to relax a little while cultivating. Boom! The two of them had just walked through a street when suddenly, a surge of energy surged out from a nearby building. Broken stones were like hidden weapons, carrying powerful energy as they shot in all directions. The energy around Zichin's body fluctuated, and these things turned into dust when they reached him. Now, except for the heaven realm, almost no one could hurt him. However, the others around him were not so lucky. A few powerful realm lords were pierced through and fell to the ground. A few unlucky domain realm lords were pierced through between their eyebrows and died. With a glance, Zichin could already tell that this was an unexpected incident. The person fighting was someone else, and they had suffered an unexpected calamity. The Thunder Sacred Beast did not have any reaction, and Zichin did not want to be nosy. Ignoring the wails around him, Zichin stepped forward and left. A wretched figure suddenly rushed out from the shattered building, and in the process of rushing out, a powerful energy shockwave spread out in all directions. Cries of surprise rang out from the crowd, and everyone immediately scattered. Zichen glanced at the two sides of the battle. It was a middle-aged man in black fighting against three young men. The three young men wore the same clothes and held swords in their hands. Sword and tint surged around their bodies. It was obvious that they were from the sword sect. "Leave your life today before you leave," said one of the young men. "You've gone too far." The middle-aged man in black was furious, and the origin energy around him surged. "How dare you offend my senior brother Jian Tong? Today, you will die without a doubt," said another young man coldly. Then, the two young men attacked from the left and right of the middle-aged man in black. Both sides of the battle were origin sovereigns, and the middle-aged man in black was obviously stronger. In a situation of 1 against 2, he was actually not at a disadvantage. The last young man should be the leader of the three. He glanced at the battlefield indifferently and had no intention of attacking at all. When it came to the sword sect, the surrounding people did not even dare to talk and immediately retreated. The guards in the residence who maintained law and order also disappeared. Zichun walked forward. This matter seemed to have nothing to do with him. "This is a residence. You violated the rules by attacking here," the man in black shouted in the battle, trying to attract the guards in the city. "After killing you, I, Jian Tong, will naturally deal with this matter." As the cold voice sounded, a sharp sword light went straight for the man in black. Sword and tint swept out, and the sound of a sword rang out. It was the young man who had been watching from the side. Puffed! This sword was fast and rushed, and it instantly arrived in front of the man in black. The latter hurriedly dodged, and the sword light directly pierced through his chest. The man in black coughed out a mouthful of blood and retreated. His eyes were filled with madness. "If you're going to die, let's die together." The energy around the man in black completely went berserk. From the looks of it, he was going to die together. The three origin sovereigns immediately took a defensive posture. Zichun, who had already walked far away, shook his head. He still had too little combat experience. This was obviously a bluff. However, from this point, one could see the man in black's decisiveness. Knowing that he was no match for them, he turned around and retreated. Just as the three of them were defending, the man in black turned around and ran, turning into a stream of light and rushing forward. Damn it, he ran away. Go to hell. Looking at the man in black who was running away, the three of them were furious. Jian Tong attacked again, and another sword slashed forward. As the man in black rushed forward, his figure quickly changed direction, avoiding the sword in tint, and flew into the distance. It was unknown whether it was a coincidence or not, but the direction in which the man was running happened to be in Zichen's direction. "Stop him! Hurry up and stop him!" The three young men's roars came from behind. The man in black was coming in a straight line. If they blocked him a little, they would definitely be able to stop him. However, Zichen's figure flashed, and he directly dodged. The man in black rushed past Zichen, gave Zichen a grateful look, and then disappeared into the distance. His speed of escape was extremely fast, and he disappeared in an instant. The three of them followed closely. One of them glared fiercely at Zichen, and then directly chased after him. The four of them left one after another, and the surroundings were filled with discussions again. "It's the sword sect's Jian Tong Supreme. I don't know which unlucky guy provoked Jian Tong Supreme. I'm afraid he's in danger this time." Daring to provoke Jian Tong Supreme is simply courting death. You have to know that Jian Tong Supreme has a record of killing an origin supreme. This matter was just a small interlude for Zichen. He had already killed many undying sovereigns, let alone origin sovereigns. He just shook his head and walked toward a restaurant. When the dishes were served, before the two could drink to their heart's content, the three people from before stormed in angrily. One of the youths pointed in Zichen's direction and coldly said, "This brat is here. Damn it, we asked you to stop him, but you didn't. Do you not take us seriously?" The three of them were flustered and exasperated. Obviously, they didn't catch up with the other party, so they turned around to look for Zichen. Hearing the discussion just now, Zichen knew that the three of them had always been strong. Coupled with the strength of the Origin Supreme, few people dared to provoke them. The other diners in the restaurant saw Jian Tong at a glance, and their expressions changed drastically. The Thunder Sacred Beast didn't move at all. Zichen picked up a glass of wine and drank it in one gulp. When he saw the three of them coming forward with a look of settling scores, he frowned slightly and said coldly, "Get lost." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire restaurant seemed to be filled with a thunderous sound. Many people felt that their ears had gone deaf. However, even more people were dumbfounded. In this place, he actually dared to speak to a disciple of the sword sect in such a tone. No matter how strong this person was, he wouldn't have a good ending. "What did you say?" The three of them were already burning with anger when they lost their target. At this moment, when they heard Zichen's rude words, their eyes immediately surged with killing intent. The Origin Supreme named Jin Tong stared coldly at Zichen. The long sword on his back was already in his hand. "What did you just say? Do you dare to say it again?" He took 2 steps forward and was still 2 meters away from Zichen. At this distance, as long as he drew his sword, everyone would die. "I said get lost." Zichen frowned in dissatisfaction and shouted coldly again. With a wave of his sleeve, a wave of undying origin power appeared and turned into a hurricane. Undying origin. It's the undying sovereign. A look of shock flashed across Jin Tong's face. He didn't have time to dodge at all. His body was instantly swept up by the hurricane and thrown out of the window. Undying sovereign. It's the undying sovereign. In the restaurant, the others were stunned. They never thought that this seemingly young outsider was actually an undying sovereign. When Jin Tong was thrown out, a look of shock appeared on the faces of the other 2 Origin Supremes. They also didn't expect that this guy was actually an undying sovereign. But so what if he was an undying sovereign? In the 4th mainland, the sword sect was the overlord force. No matter who came here, they had to give face to the sword sect. The 2 of them weren't frightened. One of them even said coldly, "Who are you? Do you know where this is?" "I said get lost. Don't be an eyesore here." As he spoke, Zichen waved his sleeve again, and the 2 Origin Supremes were sent flying without any resistance. Chapter 1866. With just 2 waves of his sleeve, the 3 powerful Origin Supremes were sent flying. The entire tavern fell silent as everyone looked at Zichen in shock. Under normal circumstances, the Undying Supremes could win against the Origin Supremes, but in a 1-against-3 situation, it would not be so easy for him to win. With just a wave of his sleeve, the 3 of them were sent flying without any reaction. It could be seen that Zichen was not just relaxed, but too relaxed. With just this scene, everyone could see that Zichen was extraordinary. After sending the 3 of them flying, Zichen was still drinking, and his mood was not affected at all. As for the Thunder Sacred Beast, he did not even look at the 3 of them from the beginning to the end. In everyone's hearts, these 2 people's combat strength was extraordinary, and their origins might be even more extraordinary. Damn it! How dare you attack the people of our sword sect? You're courting death. So what if you're an undying supremacy? You'll still die if you provoke our sword sect. The 3 Origin Supremes could naturally see the problem that everyone could see. However, they had the huge sword sect behind them, so they were not afraid at all, even if the other party was an undying supremacy. Noisy. Hearing the voices from the outside, Zichen frowned and waved his sleeve again. A wave of energy flew out of the window, and the 3 of them cried out in surprise. However, as members of the sword sect, they were obviously not afraid and were still talking nonsense at this moment. "Kid, hurry up and apologize, or you won't be able to leave this tavern today. Don't think that we're afraid of you just because you're an undying supremacy. Hurry up and apologize." Zichen's face immediately turned cold. "If you don't shut up, you'll die." In this voice, there was a cold, killing intent, and the temperature in the tavern immediately dropped. Everyone couldn't help but shiver and exclaim at the dense killing intent. The tavern instantly quieted down, and the sound from the outside disappeared in an instant. At the same time, the 3 Sword Sect Origin Supremes disappeared. Zichen and the Thunder Sacred Beast continued to eat and drink as if nothing had happened. It must be the slaughter law. Such a dense killing intent can only be displayed by the law of slaughter. I didn't expect this undying sovereign to be an expert who has comprehended the law of slaughter. Such an expert is indeed terrifying. But the sword Dao true intent of the sword sect is also an extraordinary existence. He might not be able to gain an advantage here. If we don't leave now, then we won't be able to leave once the experts of the sword sect arrive. The surrounding diners were whispering to each other. Zichen's methods were shocking, but the sword sect was not to be trifled with either. The three of them had been scared away. The next time they came, they would definitely bring the sword sect's undying indestructibility with them. Even if the two of them were fearless, how could they go against a colossus like the sword sect? In fact, it was impossible for the two of them to leave now. Outside the restaurant, there were many figures with swords on their backs. They were in charge of monitoring the two of them. The two of them had no intention of running away. They just sat there, drinking and eating. When they were full, the two of them stood up, paid the bill, and left. Following that, many people walked out of the restaurant, wanting to see what would happen next. As soon as the two of them walked out of the restaurant, the disciples of the sword sect who were keeping watch moved. Some went forward to report the matter, while others immediately followed. "Where are we going now?" Zichen asked. "Out of the mansion, of course," the thunder sacred beast said faintly. "Out of the mansion? I'm afraid you won't be able to leave." A cold voice sounded. The space in front of the two of them distorted, and 5 people appeared out of thin air. In addition to the 3 Origin Supremes from before, there were 2 more Undying Supremes present. One was an old man in a red robe, and the other was a middle-aged man in a blue robe. "Senior brother, it's him." Jian Tong immediately pointed at Zichen and said, "Not only did he attack us, but he also looked down on the sword sect." The middle-aged man looked at Zichen and said coldly, "Even if you have some tricks up your sleeve, you have to behave yourself in the territory of the sword sect." Zichen looked at him calmly. The number of Undying Supremes he had killed had reached double digits. When he saw such an existence again, he could deal with it calmly. This calmness was regarded as indifference by the other party, and anger could not help but appear on his face. "Today, if you don't give a reason, you won't be able to leave here." The middle-aged man spoke again. At the same time, he unsheathed a long sword from his back. The 3 Origin Supremes immediately retreated when they saw this. They knew that there would be a fierce battle next. The onlookers in the distance also chose to retreat one by one to avoid being affected by the energy. Unfortunately, everyone guessed the first part, but not the second part. The battle did happen, but it was not fierce. The moment the sword sect Undying drew his long sword, a sheathed long saber appeared in Zichen's hand. The energy around the other party began to fluctuate, and Zichen easily drew his saber out of the sheath. Swoosh! The unsheathed long saber did not even make a sound. A flash of saber light cut through the sky and slashed at the sword sect Undying. Buzz! The latter's reaction was not slow. The long sword lit up, and sword intent surged. A sharp sword aura shot out from the tip of the sword. Puff! The bright saber light swept past, and the sword aura dissipated. Then, the saber light moved forward and swept past the sword sect Undying's body. Beside him, the red-robed elder's expression changed drastically, and he immediately retreated into the distance. Otherwise, the saber light that swept past the sword sect Undying's body would also cut through his body. Such a move shocked everyone. Everyone looked at the sword sect Undying again. They saw his body split in the middle and fell to both sides. Bang! The fallen body instantly exploded, and raging flames burned. The Undying Origin was activated, and the sword sect Undying's figure reappeared. But at this moment, his face was pale, and there was deep shock and fear on his face. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned as well. They'd never expected that this Undying from the sword sect would actually be slashed apart by a single strike of the saber. Moreover, after his body was reorganized, his aura weakened a lot, as if he had suffered a serious injury. The sword sect Undying looked at Zichen, who was still calm. After the expression on his face changed, he cupped his fists and said to Zichen, "Thank you for showing mercy." As soon as these words came out, it immediately caused an uproar. Showing mercy? What did this mean? Could it be that if he had not shown mercy, he would have been able to kill the Undying Sovereign with one strike? The Undying Sovereign was known to be undying and indestructible. Even a Heavenly Realm expert might not be able to destroy the other party's undying origin. But what kind of realm was the other party? They were only at the same level. In the current world, they had never heard of anyone at the same level who could kill the Undying Sovereign. There was one, and it was the legendary Zichon. It was said that he had some connections with the Sword Sect, but that was just a legend and could not be taken seriously. The red-robed elder also had a look of lingering fear on his face. If he had not reacted quickly, his situation would have been the same as the deacon beside him. He might not be afraid of facing a Heavenly Realm expert, but when he saw this young man, fear actually appeared in his heart. The three Origin Sovereigns behind were dumbfounded. They did not understand what was going on. Zichun? He's Zichun. I've seen him before. Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from the crowd. That's right. He's the Zichun who killed the Undying Sovereign in the 7th mainland. It's him. I saw it with my own eyes. For a moment, all kinds of exclamations sounded. The battle that day had a great impact. Many cultivators went to watch the show. In this mansion, there were also several people who had seen Zichun's true face. I didn't expect Zichun to come here. Back then, he beat away a Heavenly Realm expert. Even a Heavenly Realm expert had to run when he encountered Zichun. If the Undying Sovereign encountered him, he would only be killed in an instant. I heard that Zichun has some connections with the Sword Sect. It seems that the rumors are true that he didn't kill the Undying Sovereign with his saber. There was a lot of discussion around. Most of them were talking about Zichun. As for the lightning sacred beast, it had already transformed into a human, so no one knew who it was. Over the years, Zichun's reputation had already spread throughout the Zhanwu continent. Others might treat Zichun's legendary deeds as a joke, but Wang Xian was in the Sword Sect. In addition, many disciples of the Sword Sect had seen it with their own eyes. They knew about Zichun's deeds very well. Speaking of which, the Undying Sovereign immediately apologized after Zichun's saber strike. On one hand, Zichun's combat strength was very strong, and there was a huge gap between the two of them. On the other hand, he had also guessed Zichun's identity. Hearing the exclamations around them, the three Origin Sovereigns were stunned. They never thought that the young man in front of them was Zichun. Zichun was Xian's sweetheart, and Xian had just broken through to the Origin Sovereign realm. She already had the strength to fight against the Undying Sovereign. This time, there was no need for Xian to exaggerate. The others recounted everything that had happened in Ethereal City without missing a word. They even described Zichun's strength in detail. He's Zichun. Jin Tong felt bitter in his heart. He wasn't even a match for Xian so how could he be a match for Zichun? It wasn't just Zichun. Even the two reinforcements he had found weren't a match for Xian after joining forces. I didn't expect to see Brother Zichun here. I'm Jin Tong. Junior Sister Xian misses Brother Zichun very much. Since Brother Zichun is here, why don't you follow me back to the Sword Sect to meet Junior Sister Xian? The middle-aged man's expression changed very quickly. He immediately cupped his hands and bowed with a very kind attitude. Although Zichun was only an Undying Sovereign now, he was definitely comparable to a Heavenly Realm expert. He deserved this bow. Seeing Zichun in person, the surrounding people were still in an uproar. With just one strike, everyone had already believed the rumors. This time, he came out to help the Thunder Sacred Beast. Zichun waved his hand and said, "No, I have something important to do this time. Go back and tell Xian that I'll go find her after I'm done." Jin Tong's face was filled with regret, but he still nodded and said, "Since that's the case, I won't force you." Then, his face turned cold and he said, "The three of you, come over and apologize to Senior Brother Zichun." The three of them looked embarrassed and immediately came forward. Zichun waved his hand again and said, "No, it's a misunderstanding. We still have something important to do, so we'll leave first." After saying that, the two of them turned into flowing light and disappeared. Their destination this time was the 4th mainland. After the two of them left the mansion, the Thunder Sacred Beast took Zichun and flew into the distance. They flew for a long time, passing through countless mountains. Just when Zichun suspected that they were about to reach the horizon, the thunder sacred beast stopped. Chapter 1867. As soon as the thunder sacred beast finished speaking, a voice came from the mountain. Thunder, you're finally here. Boom. The mountain peak exploded as 4 silhouettes appeared from within. Each silhouette exuded a powerful aura. Pseudo-heavens. All 4 of them were pseudo-heavens. Sensing the aura of pseudo-heavens again, Zichen's expression changed. None of the 4 pseudo-heavens were weaker than the thunder sacred beast. It could be seen that each of them was an existence comparable to the thunder sacred beast. They were much stronger than the other pseudo-heavens. The 4 figures stood in the air. Zichen looked at them curiously. The first person on the left was slightly tall. His eyes were like those of a bull. After glancing at the thunder sacred beast, he looked at Zichen and said, "Thunder, this is the person you're looking for." This voice was the same as the one from the mountain. "That's right. Cade, this is one of my juniors," the thunder sacred beast said. Zichen's gaze fell on the second person. He was a middle-aged man with a faint smile on his face. He gave off a harmless feeling. After glancing at Zichen, he asked hesitantly, "Can this little guy do it?" "Thunder, this is not a game. Gary, you and I have known each other for many years. Don't tell me you don't trust me," the thunder sacred beast said calmly. One was Cade, the other was Gary. Zichen secretly remembered their names. The third person was short. His muscles bulged like a boulder. He gave off a steady and dignified feeling. After he appeared, he didn't say a word. He was steady and silent. In the following conversation, Zichen learned that the other person's name was Xing Yan. The fourth person was called Dihua. Flames were constantly emitting from his body. The space around him was constantly in a state of distortion. He was relatively talkative. He could be considered a chatterbox. Following the thunder sacred beast's instructions, Zichen didn't speak. After the 4 of them glanced at Zichen, they no longer paid any attention to him and completely ignored him. The thunder sacred beast glanced and said calmly, "There's one more." The void broke open silently, and a woman walked out from it. She was a woman of unparalleled beauty. Her white clothes fluttered in the wind, and the moment she appeared, she attracted everyone's attention. The moment he saw the woman in white, Zichen's pupil shrank slightly. She was Ling Shuang, one of the 2 old ancestors in Shuntian Prefecture. At that time, it was unknown whether she was dead or alive. Unexpectedly, after not seeing her for so many years, when they met again, she had already entered the heaven realm. However, when Zhang Xian thought about it, just like the lightning saint beast, both of them were severely injured. It was only normal for them to recover their strength so quickly. Zichen's face was filled with astonishment. In the eyes of the others, this astonishment was obviously a shock. The other 4 noticed the change in Zichen's expression and thought that it was the first time that Zichen had seen a beauty, so he lost his composure. "Since everyone is here, let's go." The thunder sacred beast glanced at Zichen and said. The others nodded. From the beginning to the end, Ling Shuang did not look at Zichen at all. It was as if she did not know Zichen at all. Next, the group moved forward at full speed. Zichen, who had the fastest speed in the world, was not slower than the 5 of them. This made everyone very satisfied. Along the way, no one spoke a word. The atmosphere was very heavy. "I say, aren't you guys bored? Ling Shuang, tell us about what happened back then." "Thunder, it is said that your Thunder clan was destroyed. Is that true?" Terraflame was very talkative and could not stay still. Unfortunately, he did not get any response. The last time the alien race invaded, our Zhanwu continent suffered heavy losses. It is said that someone has calculated that the alien race will invade again. Terraflame said again. This was explosive news, causing everyone's expression to change slightly. The enemy of the Zhanwu continent was the alien race. Every once in a while, they would invade on a large scale. If things went wrong, the Zhanwu continent would be destroyed. Every generation has its own experts. Even if the alien race invades again, they might not be able to gain any benefits here, said the Thunder Sacred Beast indifferently. The alien race had never gained any benefits when invading the Zhanwu continent. Even the famous great sages of the past had been killed by human experts. But at the same time, the Jianwu continent had paid a huge price. Many of the ancient races and aristocratic families with long inheritances had been destroyed. Terraflame seemed to be moved as he sighed. Indeed, the Jianwu continent is a mystical world. It seems to be able to sense danger on its own. When danger is about to arrive, it will sense it. After that, genius experts will appear one after another. Xing Yin, who had been silent this whole time, also said, "The arrival of a great era foretells the arrival of danger." The alien race's invasion was a heavy topic. Everyone quickly fell silent. Zichen heard all of this. He wondered if the alien race would invade again. If that really happened, it would be dangerous. Whether it was the Jianwu continent or the Martial Heaven continent, there would be no pure land. The entire world would become a land of war. Terraflame was very bored. He turned around and happened to see Zichen. So, he walked over to Zichen and praised, "Kid, you're pretty fast." Zichen smiled bashfully and remained silent. "Do you know what we're going to do this time?" asked Terraflame. Since Terraflame was asking this question, Zichen naturally could not pretend to be mute. He nodded and said, "I know. We're going to get something." "Do you know what it is?" This time, Zichen shook his head. Seeing Zichen's expression, Terraflame immediately glared. "What? You don't know what it is? Didn't Lei Ting tell you?" Zichen shook his head again. Terraflame turned to the Thunder Sacred Beast and said unhappily, "I say, Lei Ting, aren't you being too careful? This is an important matter, but you didn't tell me clearly." "I don't have the time for that. If you want to tell me, said the Thunder Sacred Beast without turning back. Terraflame ignored the Thunder Sacred Beast and turned to look at Zichen. "The thing I want you to get is the Combat Martial Essence." Combat Martial Essence. There was a puzzled look on Zichen's face. This was a novel name. Terraflame explained, "The Combat Martial Essence is also known as the Heaven and Earth Essence. It's the Combat Martial Continent's Heaven and Earth Essence. You should know that Supremes comprehend the Heaven and Earth Essence of their own world. To enter the Heaven realm, one needs to comprehend the Heaven and Earth Essence and take a small step forward. In fact, this realm is between Heaven and Earth. Only by truly stepping into the Heaven realm can one be considered to have entered a brand new realm. To enter the Heaven realm, one needs to comprehend the Heaven and Earth Essence." Note, the Heaven and Earth Essence represents the Great World's essence. The Paragon Essence represents the Great World's essence. The Paragon Essence represents the Great World's essence. It is an incomplete minor world that the earthly realm cultivates. To be able to control the Heaven and Earth Essence was akin to the ruler of the world. This was the realm that Xing Daoli had been pursuing. However, it would appear that he had taken a wrong path. Truth be told, with the exception of a very small number of existences, many talented people would be stuck at the pseudo-heaven realm. They did not know where the path ahead was and how to proceed. However, if they could obtain the Combat Martial Essence, it would be the equivalent of a lighthouse illuminating the path ahead. Entering the Heaven realm would become much easier. Zichen was shocked and he asked, "Isn't the world essence supposed to be illusory? How can one obtain it?" Terraflame patted Zichen's shoulder, a mysterious smile on his face. "There are all sorts of strange things in this vast world. Naturally, that place is too mysterious. Most people would not be able to find it. If there really is such a place, doesn't that mean that the Heaven realm can be mass-produced?" Zichen asked, the shock on his face lingering for a long time. "Kid, you are very smart. With the Combat Martial Essence, the Heaven realm can indeed be mass-produced. However, don't be happy too early. This situation has its pros and cons. The Heaven and Earth Essence that suits you is the true Heaven Essence. If you forcibly refine it, you can indeed break through. However, if it is not compatible with you, your combat power will be somewhat affected." Zichen understood this very well. For example, if one comprehended the law of massacre, one would naturally need to comprehend the slaughter martial essence. If one obtained the metal essence, one could also enter the Heaven realm. However, the methods one could use would no longer be the commonly used methods of massacre. However, if such an opportunity was presented to them, would anyone reject it? Take Xing Daoli, for example. He had been trapped in the pseudo-heaven realm for hundreds of thousands of years. If such an opportunity presented itself, he would definitely not miss it. Then, Zichen suddenly thought of a problem. He looked at Terraflame, then at the others. Terraflame laughed and said smugly, "Of course, such a situation does not exist for us. We are only injured. The heaven and earth essence is suppressing us. All we need is an opportunity, and we will be able to comprehend the heaven and earth essence and enter the heaven realm." Zichen's face revealed a look of shock once more. He had never imagined that these people were once heaven realm experts. Perhaps they were not just heaven realm experts. They might even be saints. At the very least, the Thunder Sage Beast was a saint at his peak. After the heaven realm was the saint realm. Such existences were extremely rare. Zichen had never seen a true saint on his journey. However, he had heard of them. The saint burial grounds of the Sky Martial continent occupied 4 places on the continent. It was the place where the 4 great saint beasts had fallen. It was also the most mysterious place. The Thunder Sage Beast was also one of them. However, he was the patriarch of the entire Thunder clan. His origin was extraordinary. The master of Dragonspike was the Star Great Sage. It was said that back then, he was invincible. In the end, he was a nameless saint who had fallen together with the Star Great Sage. After that battle, saints were practically non-existent. If these people were once saints, then once they recovered their strength, they would be an unimaginable force. If one were to casually get close to an existence like this, they would not have to fear any power. However, Zichen had a deeper concern. If these saints were trying to recover their strength, did that mean that a new round of war was about to break out? Zichen had doubts in his heart. However, no one could clear them up for him. After that, Zichen could not help but laugh. It seemed like he could not even be considered as a pseudo-heaven. Even if a great war broke out, there would naturally be those hidden powerful beings appearing. What was a mere undying and indestructible like him worrying about? After that, Terraflame chatted with Zichen about the heaven realm. Zichen benefited greatly. During that time, Terraflame reminded Zichen that he must obtain the source of the world. Zichen nodded his head solemnly, indicating that he would definitely obtain it. Chapter 1868. The end of the world meant that there was no path ahead. The entire world was gray, and space was constantly twisting. It was as though some powerful beast was sealed within. Occasionally, a powerful energy would tear apart space, and a terrifying power would emerge from it. Terraflame sighed as he looked at the space before him, which was constantly being repaired and destroyed. "I didn't think that after so many years, the traces of the war would still remain," Sacred Lightning Beast said indifferently. "Originally, this place was a piece of land. However, it was forcibly shattered. This is a permanent shattering. The entire space-time here is in chaos. A moment of carelessness would lead to one getting lost in the chaotic space-time. Only Heaven Realm experts like Sacred Lightning Beast, who possessed extraordinary knowledge, could travel through this place. Any other pseudo-Heaven Realm expert would only end up getting lost. Let's go." The tall Cade walked forward with an expressionless face. Zichen's knowledge was not as good as the others. However, after fusing with the heavenly Thunderwings, his understanding of space had deepened. He could sense some clues from the chaotic space-time. Cade and Gary walked in front, while Terraflame and Xingyan stood on either side of Zichen. Sacred Lightning Beast and Ling Shuang followed behind. The 6 of them were protecting Zichen. The 2 figures in front were swallowed up by a large crack. "Let's go." Terraflame's body surged with flames. The flames swept Zichen into the crack, while Xingyan followed beside Zichen. Finally, Sacred Lightning Beast and Ling Shuang followed. Just like when they were searching for the Thunderwing's heart, they traveled through the chaotic space. The space and time here had different changes. The only difference was that they could not see any other living creatures as they traveled through space. They could only see attacks and the lingering shockwaves from the battle. "Master, due to the chaotic space-time, many of the attacks here are repeating themselves. Some are real while others are illusions." The heavenly Thunderwing's voice rang out within Zichen's sea of wisdom. Back then, the Thunderwing's heart had a unique understanding of the chaotic space-time. Thus, it could see some of the problems here. Clearly, the others could see this as well. Thus, they were very careful wherever they went. If they got lost here, they would be in trouble, even though they were Heaven Realm experts. Under such circumstances, it was impossible to accurately estimate the true flow of time. Sometimes, it would only take a few breaths to cross a region, but sometimes, it would take decades or even centuries. Of course, this was just an illusion created by the chaotic space-time. The true flow of time was already impossible to predict. After an unknown amount of time, everyone stepped into a new space. This space was filled with destructive energy. These energies were like raging dragons, constantly roaring and engulfing everything around them. We can only force our way through the last part of the path. Kada's eyes flashed with passion. He turned around and said, Xingyin, you lead the way? Xingyin nodded. His entire body was shining with a silver light. His entire body was like a silver meteorite as he charged forward. Boom! When the berserk energy met Xingyin, an earth-shattering sound immediately erupted. However, Xingyin was like an attack, instantly piercing through the energy. Before the energy could converge, Kada and Gary had already charged forward. Following Xingyin's footsteps, the two of them unleashed one attack after another, forcibly expanding the energy black hole that Xingyin had created. Terraflame led Zichun forward rapidly. In the end, the sacred beast of thunder and Ling Shuang brought up the rear. Under such circumstances, the two sides simply had no time to communicate. Everything required tacit cooperation. The strand of spiritual will that Zichen released was instantly shredded apart by the destructive energy. Sensing the power of this energy, Zichun was shocked. For Xingyin to be able to move through such a berserk energy showed just how powerful and extraordinary he was. Under such circumstances, there was no need for Zichun to take action. All he could do was silently watch as the others attacked. Silver light swirled around Xingyin's body. This silver light resembled Xing Chen's power. It was a unique power that possessed extraordinary abilities. Kada and Gary, who were behind Xingyin, were also very decisive in their attacks. The two of them did not aim for the strongest attack. Instead, they only aimed for the target. After moving forward for an unknown amount of time, the berserk energy gradually weakened. Finally, it disappeared and Zichen arrived at a safe zone. It was a small space with a radius of 5 kilometers. Outside the space was the berserk energy, but inside the space, it was very safe. Beams of light shone down from the top of the space, illuminating the space. There was nothing inside the space. The only thing visible was the beams of light outside the space. The Heaven Realm experts who appeared all subconsciously turned to look at the beams of light above the space. There was a fervent look in their eyes. That is the war essence. Feeling curious, Zichen released his spiritual will. When his spiritual will reached the edge of the space, it was blocked by a mysterious energy. It was simply incapable of passing through. It seems there is no mistake. This place does indeed possess the war essence. The sacred beast of thunder retracted his gaze and looked at them. Now, this is the barrier between worlds. We can only work together to break through it. The others nodded. Boom! Energy raged around Xingyin. Starlight shone brightly as he soared into the sky and punched out. This punch caused the void to tremble. His fist, which was enveloped in silver light, was like a huge mountain rock as it smashed into the space. Boom! The space shook violently as terrifying energy surged. A powerful repulsive force appeared on the barrier, and Xingyin was sent flying. Immediately after that was Kada's palm. A terrifying aura swirled around the palm as it slammed down on the spot where Xingyin had attacked. The palm shattered as a terrifying energy wreaked havoc. Swoosh! Gary's sword slashed down on the barrier. Powerful energy surged out from the sword. Zichun could see that it was a supreme weapon. It was as the sacred beast of thunder had said. Heaven-grade weapons were very rare in this world. After thrusting out his sword, Gary quickly retreated. Terraflame transformed into a ferocious fire dragon as he charged towards the spot where they had attacked earlier. Immediately after, Ling Shuang attacked. Her attack was like a waterfall as it landed on the barrier and exploded. 2 lightning swords appeared in front of the sacred beast of thunder. Then, one on the left and one on the right, like 2 lightning dragons, they landed on the same spot. Waves of violent energy vibrated as terrifying attacks surged out. The entire small space was trembling. Normally, such attacks would have shattered the void countless times. However, in this small space, the barrier was still intact. No one expected to break it in one go. Waves of powerful energy soared into the sky as they tried to shatter the space. The originally stable barrier began to tremble under the continuous attacks. As it trembled, it began to distort violently. Cracks began to appear on the barrier. Now, the sacred beast of thunder shouted. Lightning wings appeared on Zichen's back. They flapped gently as he stared at the place where everyone was attacking. He was ready to charge in. Boom! Following the explosion of the two lightning dragons, the cracks on the barrier spread to the limit and exploded. Swoosh! Suddenly, Zichon flapped his lightning wings. Turning into a stream of light, he charged into the sky. His world speed was displayed to its limits. The surrounding space began to distort furiously. Everyone stared at Zichon. Whether they could enter or not depended on this moment. All of a sudden, the surging space around them became still. The violent energy stopped, and so did the broken barrier. World speed and space came to a standstill. Immediately after, Zichen's figure moved like a bolt of lightning as he charged into the forbidden space barrier. Swoosh! Just as Zichen's figure rushed in, the forbidden state disappeared. The wild energy scattered in all directions, and the broken space barrier closed up once again. Huff! Terraflame exhaled heavily, finally feeling at ease. He had successfully entered. Obtaining the source of the heaven and earth was something that was set in stone. Not bad. Where did you find this little fella? To think that he could evolve the lightning race to such an extent. A rare look of joy appeared on Cade's face. I found him by accident. I gave him a hand. He's here to repay me. The Thunder Saint Beast replied calmly. That's really lucky then. Gary chuckled out casually as he walked over. At this moment, Ling Shuang was standing beside the Thunder Saint Beast without saying a single word. The other 4 people walked over as well. Even though they had relaxed smiles on their faces, the Thunder Saint Beast's heart clenched up as he asked, "What are you guys doing?" "What can I do?" "Of course, I'm waiting for that little fella to come out." Earthfire shrugged his hands. However, there was a cold glint in his eyes. Bam! Suddenly, a huge force landed on the Thunder Sacred Beast's body. Caught off guard, the Thunder Sacred Beast was sent flying. You! The Thunder Saint Beast fell in the distance and looked at Ling Shuang in disbelief. However, he had just uttered a single word when he coughed out blood. Ioyo! Ioyo! That's Saint Blood. Don't waste it. Don't spit it out. Earthfire chuckled evilly as his eyes shone with a greedy look. What do you guys mean by this? The Thunder Saint Beast looked at the 5 of them. You still don't understand? We need materials to craft heaven weapons. Kada replied coldly, even though your cultivation state has dropped, you were once a true saint state being. The bones in your body are the best materials for crafting saint weapons. Gary chuckled out warmly. Other than your bones, your blood is a rare treasure medicine as well. We are severely injured and are restricted by the heaven and earth. However, we do not necessarily need the source of the heaven and earth. For us, your blood and flesh has the effect of removing the restrictions as well. Using my blood and flesh to break through the rules? You guys are of a foreign race. Only then did the Thunder Saint Beast snap back to his senses as he glared at the 5 of them. Haha, you only realized it now? But it's too late. The 4 of them laughed out gleefully. To be precise, the 5 of them had already discussed this carefully before the arrival of the Thunder Saint Beast. The Thunder Saint Beast was a saint of the Jianwu continent. Even though his cultivation state had dropped, there was still saint blood flowing in his body. This saint blood was a true treasure medicine. Not only could it bring them back from the dead, it could also help them remove the restrictions of the heaven and earth and allow them to enter the heaven state once more. Chapter 1869. Activating the world's fastest speed. Zichun froze space and smoothly passed through the barrier. Every place was composed of many spaces. Usually, Zichun could travel through space, use teleportation, and even tear the void. However, what he tore was not the barrier of the Zhanwu continent, but the void of space. At this moment, the place where Ziqian was standing had already left the Zhanwu continent. It could be said that he was standing outside the world of the Zhanwu continent. Beneath his feet was the Zhanwu continent. There was no raging space turbulence here, nor was there any danger. It was like a land of nirvana. However, standing here, Ziqian had a mysterious feeling. A real world was being trampled under his feet. At this moment, he was like the master of the Zhanwu continent. After a brief moment of excitement, Ziqian raised his head and looked up. In the absence of any light around, the light above his head was so bright. It was bright but not dazzling, and very gentle. Ziqian raised his head and let the light bathe his body. A warm feeling spread throughout his body. Under this feeling, Ziqian actually had the urge to sleep. The word sleep should not appear in the mind of an immortal under normal circumstances, unless he was seriously injured and fell into a deep sleep. However, this light made Ziqian very comfortable. He could not help but want to close his eyes. Just as he returned home, it was like leaning in the arms of his beloved. He did not need to guard against any danger and just wanted to sleep quietly for a while. In fact, Ziqian did not know that this was a great opportunity. Being able to bathe under the world's origin source would make one's comprehension of the world's origin source deeper. Naturally, it would be easy for him to break through to the heaven realm. Unfortunately, Ziqian did not know that this was a great opportunity. He forcibly expelled this feeling of laziness and jumped up, easily arriving at the source of the light. It was a solid fragment the size of a palm, exuding a soft and bright light. This was the light that he saw in the space before. This is the world's origin source. Looking at the palm-sized fragment in front of him, Ziqian's face was filled with disbelief. This is too little. This thing can be used to train heaven realm experts in batches. Ziqian was very disappointed. He had thought that he would see a lot of heaven and earth origins here, but who would have thought that it would only be the size of a palm? If a truly knowledgeable person were to come here and see such a large piece of heaven and earth origin, they would definitely be shocked and overjoyed. It had to be known that the source of heaven and earth did not exist between heaven and earth. Only those in the heaven realm could comprehend and use the source of heaven and earth in battle. However, that was only using and not true control. The source of the world was invisible. Even if it was only a wisp of aura, once a fake heaven sensed it, they would be able to see their own path forward. Take Xing Daoli, for example. Although a single strand of aura could not allow Xing Daoli to break through, it would definitely allow him to gain enlightenment. He would no longer be confused and would no longer take the wrong path. He would then be able to directly pursue the source of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Even a wisp of aura had such a great effect, not to mention the palm-sized heaven and earth origin in Ziqian's hand. Ziqian easily grabbed this palm-sized source of the heavens and earth. During this time, there was no danger. After grabbing it, Ziqian did not put it away because he felt a sense of familiarity with this source of the heavens and earth. With a strange feeling, Ziqian released his spiritual senses and began to explore this heaven and earth origin. This was the source of the Zhanwu continent, a more advanced power. Under normal circumstances, Ziqian's low-quality spiritual senses could not explore it at all. Not to mention the immortal Ziqian. Even if those fake heavens came, they would not be able to see through this heaven and earth origin with their spiritual senses. However, this restriction did not exist in front of Ziqian. After his spiritual senses probed this heaven and earth origin, he easily analyzed the rules in this heaven and earth origin. Just a small piece contained thousands of rules of different sizes. The big ones were complete natural rules, and the small ones were some weak heaven and earth origin rules. The more Ziqian studied it, the more familiar it felt to him. He was so familiar with it that this heaven and earth origin seemed to be a part of him and could be grasped at his fingertips. Therefore, Ziqian stretched out his hand, and a ball of liquid appeared in his hand. This ball of liquid belonged to the heaven and earth origin and contained hundreds of heaven and earth origin rules. The only difference between the two was the number of rules and the difference in quality. Looking at these two origins, Ziqian murmured, "The world origin, the heaven and earth origin." He was slightly confused, but his eyes became brighter and brighter. Finally, his figure flashed and disappeared into thin air. Outside this world, he once again disappeared against common sense. Zichun came to his own world. After crossing the sea of undead origin, Zichun came to the deepest part of the world. Here, he saw the origin again. This was the origin that was produced when the world was formed. It could reshape one's true body, condense weapons, and kill people. It was usually called the origin of a small world. Others counted it in drops, but Zichun counted it in terms of oceans. Similarly, Zichun could also call this origin of a small world origin the heaven and earth origin. It was not the heaven and earth origin of the Zhanwu continent, but the heaven and earth origin of his own world. Zichun held the palm-sized Zhanwu origin. At this moment, the aura released by the two was the same. Looking at the origin fragment, a picture appeared in Zichun's mind. When a cultivator was in the earth realm, he coincidentally condensed a perfect world. The world continued to expand. After experiencing the 9 heavens of the domain realm, the realm lord became a world. The world first became the realm force, and the cultivator became the empty realm. Then, the entire world was filled with realm force. The grass, trees, mountains, and stones were all filled with realm force. This was the mystic world. Finally, small creatures appeared in the world one after another. This cultivator became the spiritual world. The complete world had living creatures, and then the origin was derived. Thus, the cultivator became a supremacy, and then an undead supremacy. At this time, ordinary supremacies would abandon the world that was no longer changing and begin to pursue the great Tao of heaven and earth. However, the perfect world was still changing. The creatures in the world were growing, changing, and gradually gaining consciousness. Then, in this perfect world, they comprehended the cultivation method and began to cultivate. Time passed, and this world became more stable. Life began to evolve, and the number of creatures gradually increased. Finally, humans appeared, and some powerhouses who could control the power of heaven and earth appeared. These powerhouses used this world as their foundation and pursued the rules of this world. They opened up their own small worlds and made themselves stronger. What they didn't know was that this world had its own master, and this master was the master of this world. Zichun looked up at the sea of origin in front of him and murmured, "Could it be that this Zhanwu continent is a perfect world opened up by a powerhouse, and the place I am standing now is outside that powerhouse's world?" No one had ever thought about this question, and no one dared to think about it. The reason why Zichun dared to think about it was because by chance, he had a perfect world. When others stepped into the undead imperishable realm, their world would no longer change, but his world had been changing until now. The little creatures that had first manifested in his world had already developed spiritual wisdom. Every time Zichun's aura descended, these little creatures with spiritual wisdom would tremble in fear, as if they had met a god. For Zichun, he was the master of these little creatures. With just a thought, he could kill them. Today, Zichun came to the outside of the Zhanwu continent and saw the same origin law in his body. He couldn't help but have such a thought. After the little creatures grew up, the origin law they pursued was the origin law of his world. If a child was placed in Zichun's world, then the origin law that the child comprehended would be the current origin law of his world. The reason why Zichun's world was different from the Zhanwu continent's world was because Zichun's world was still evolving, while the Zhanwu continent had already evolved to its ultimate form. It was like two people, one was an adult and the other was a child. One day, the child would grow up and become like an adult. Inadvertently, Zichun felt that he had explored the secret of this world. Right now, he was only undead imperishable realm, but that was because his world had not fully grown. Once the world matured, Zichun would become a heaven realm expert, a true heaven realm expert. After figuring out this problem, Zichun began to laugh loudly. He didn't need to comprehend the origin law of the Zhanwu continent at all. He just needed to follow his heart and let his origin law grow. In this way, Zichun would be pursuing his own grand Tao, not the grand Tao of the Zhanwu continent. He had opened up a cultivation path that belonged to him. He didn't need to follow others and walk the same old path. Haha, so that's how it is. So that's how it is. The Tao derived from the world is the true Tao. The Tao of heaven and earth is just the Tao of others. Zichen's figure flashed, and he once again appeared outside the Zhanwu continent. His laughter echoed in the void. At the same time, the other worlds that ran through the Zhanwu continent, such as the Martial Heaven continent and some other minor worlds, all changed at the same time. The world's spiritual chi began to riot, turning into storms. The origin law of heaven and earth began to surge like dragons. The origin law of heaven and earth, which didn't exist in this world, also appeared in the sky, crazily surging. In the instant that the world changed, all the cultivators in the world seemed to be enlightened. They suddenly saw the true meaning of life. Because this enlightenment came too suddenly and too violently, they were caught off guard and suffered a backlash. In light cases, they coughed up blood, and in heavy cases, they fainted. What happened? The world changed, and the origin law appeared. Could it be that a saint has come into being? To cause such a change, could it be that someone has become a saint? A saint. Another saint has appeared. In various continents, in various worlds, existences that had fallen into slumber were awakened by this phenomenon. If a single region changed, it meant that someone had become a saint. But if all the regions changed, it was no longer as simple as becoming a saint. Chapter 1870. Under the changes of heaven and earth, all the cultivators who had fallen into confusion and the fog in their sea of consciousness seemed to have been dispelled by a mysterious force, allowing them to push aside the fog and see the path ahead. On this day, many cultivators successfully broke through to the next realm, and many existences who were trapped in bottlenecks loosened their bottlenecks. The whole world was full of vitality, the spiritual power became rich and pure, and the laws of heaven and earth became active, making it easy for people to perceive. The origin of heaven and earth became clear and was no longer so unperceivable. On this day, the whole world had undergone earth-shaking changes. The world has awakened, and a great era has come. Is danger coming again? The world has automatically alerted us that the foreign races are about to invade again. Spiritual power has emerged, the laws are active, and the origin is clear. A prosperous era is about to come. This is an era of powerhouses. Zichen did not know that his laughter had caused many fake heavens to appear in the world. Many fake heavens who were stuck in a difficult situation had seen the great Tao that led to the heavenly realm. Many powerful existences who were in seclusion were awakened, and many old antiques who had been sleeping for many years decided to walk around this world and take a look. Zichen had found his own path of cultivation, and the whole world seemed to sense his excitement, thus conveying its own excitement. Once again returning to the top of the Zhanwu continent, Zichen shook his head and said, "It is indeed too small. There should be a bigger one." With that, Zichen's figure disappeared into thin air. He went into the depths to look for other origin fragments. As soon as Zichen's figure disappeared, a light shadow appeared out of thin air. I clearly sense the aura of a heaven-defying cultivator, but why is there no trace of him? The light shadow muttered to itself, then looked around. After determining a direction, its figure flashed and disappeared again. At this moment, Zichen was casually walking through the void outside the Zhanwu continent. According to his understanding, there must be a huge amount of origin of heaven and earth in this void. Although these origins were useless to him, his friends could use them. When the time came, everyone would break into the heavenly realm, which would also be a great fighting force. In this nothingness, Zichen's spiritual senses were blocked and could not spread out too much. After searching for a while, he still found nothing. Zichen, who was moving forward, stopped. He could not help but feel worried. Therefore, his figure flashed and he chose to turn back. Zichen didn't know that his actions had caused him to miss the light shadow by chance, thus saving his life. In that space, the heavily injured Thunder sacred beast had already stood up. A pseudo-heaven aura surged around its body as it coldly looked ahead. Not far ahead, Earth Fire was lying on the ground, constantly coughing out blood. After the blood left his body, it turned into flames that burned for a long time. There was now a bloody hole in Xingyan's chest. Energy coiled around the bloody hole, preventing the wound from healing. Gary was also lying in the distance. There were burn marks on his chest, and smoke kept coming out of the wounds, trying to cause more damage. Cade had already retreated far away. His face was pale, and blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. Ling Shuang, who had sneak attacked the Thunder's sacred beast, stood quietly beside it. Her slender hand was holding a strange weapon. It was thin and long like a thorn, but there were barbs on it. In the entire Zhanwu continent, it had a very famous name, Star Illusion Dragon Spike. Ling Shuang, what is going on? Why are you helping outsiders? Cade pointed at Ling Shuang, so angry that his whole body trembled. After Ling Shuang's sneak attack on the Thunder Sacred Beast, the four of them were completely at ease, leaving their backs to Ling Shuang. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, Ling Shuang used the dragon spike to pierce Xing Yan's chest. Just as the three of them were in disbelief, the Thunder Sacred Beast, who should have been heavily injured, suddenly went berserk. Together with Ling Shuang, they instantly injured the other three. Outsiders. Ling Shuang smiled coldly. Her beautiful face was covered with frost. In the Zhanwu continent, although we are all from different races, we are not the same people. The four of them were so angry that their bodies trembled. One should know that during the discussion, Ling Shuang had clearly stated that she wanted to use the Thunder Sacred Beast blood to break through the rule suppression. I didn't expect you to collude with the Thunder Sacred Beast to set us up. I guess you were the one who told the Thunder Sacred Beast about our identities. Gary stood up and said coldly, when I first saw you, I knew you were from different races. You may not know this, but I am very repulsed by other races. I can naturally sense their existence, the Thunder Sacred Beast said coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Looks like it was a trick within a trick. But there are four of us, and only two of you. Who do you think has a higher chance of winning? Cade looked at the Thunder Sacred Beast. We will know in a battle, the Thunder Sacred Beast said coldly. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Origin light surged out of Cade's body, and his injured body gradually recovered. At the same time, flames burned around the others, and they began to recover from their injuries. These were all undying origin flames. However, upon closer inspection, these flames were different from the undying flames of the cultivators in the Zhanwu continent. Seeing this, Ling Shuang said coolly, it is useless. You are all injured. Your injuries will temporarily suppress you. During this period, you will also be suppressed by the rules of the world. So what? You can still kill us. Xing Yan stood up again. There were still remnants of energy on his chest. Kill them first. Terraflame shouted coldly. Then, he transformed into a stream of light and charged towards the Thunder Sacred Beast. Bang! The energy around the Thunder Sacred Beast went berserk. Endless lightning surged as the Thunder Sacred Beast charged towards Terraflame. One lightning and one fire. The two of them tangled in the air. If you were at your peak, you might be able to set me up. But now, you are not qualified. As the Thunder Sacred Beast's cold words rang out, Terraflame, who had transformed into flames, was sent flying. Boom! Energy vibrated as a massive fist of light charged towards the Thunder Sacred Beast. It was Xing Yan. Bang! The fist landed on the Thunder Sacred Beast. Naturally, a thunder armor appeared on the Thunder Sacred Beast's body. Under the fist, the armor was instantly shattered. However, rebounding force pushed Xing Yan back. The Thunder Sacred Beast was fighting 1 against 2, but it was not at a disadvantage. On the other side, Ling Shuang held the Star Illusion Dragon Spike tightly. Her figure manifested several clones. Each of them was holding a dragon spike. Each of them looked like the real one. They could break through the defense, but each of them was like a clone. Ling Shuang's technique was very mysterious. Under the same situation where the two of them were suppressed, she could fight 1 against 2. Bitch. You bitch who goes back on her words. Kada's face was filled with resentment. It was originally a good plan. Who would have thought that Ling Shuang would betray them and take them by surprise? Moreover, she was actually holding the weapon of a Starry Sky Sage. Fortunately, this weapon was damaged. It was only at the level of a supreme being. Otherwise, this battle would have been impossible. Facing Kada's curses, Ling Shuang was expressionless. However, her attacks were getting fiercer and fiercer. According to the Thunder Sacred Beast's prediction, the two of them could suppress the four of them in this situation. Thunderfall. Following a cold voice, a silver light appeared above this space. In the blink of an eye, these silver lights turned into endless thunder and fell from the sky, landing in this space. Fortunately, this space was connected to the world barrier and was stable enough. Otherwise, it would have shattered long ago. Endless thunder and lightning flashed. Everyone was sucked in by the thunder and lightning. Within the thunder and lightning, the Thunder Sacred Beast's speed was greatly increased. Sounds of thunder could be heard continuously. Earthfire and Xing Yan's painful cries could be heard continuously. Earthfire, Xing Yan, you have your eyes on my blood and bones. However, you don't know that I have my eyes on the materials in your bodies. The Thunder Sacred Beast's cold voice could be heard. Xing Yan's body was a huge rock in the starry sky. If he was placed in the Zhanwu continent, he would be a high-level life form. However, only the Thunder Sacred Beast knew that he was actually a sacred rock. When he invaded the Zhanwu continent, he had already become a sage. Earthfire's body was a flame. Within the flame, there were fire essences that could be used to refine heavenly weapons. In the battle back then, their weapons were either lost or broken. Until now, they did not have a single weapon that they could use. After scheming against each other, they decided to go on this trip. Cade and Gary were in a sorry state. However, that was all. Ling Shuang could not kill the two of them. Not to mention Ling Shuang herself. Even with the help of the Thunder Sacred Beast, it was still impossible. Even the Undying Sovereign was known to be immortal. These former sages were even more difficult to kill. Pooh, 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 pooh. Suddenly, a mysterious power of heaven and earth descended from the sky and landed in this small space. Cade and the other three immediately vomited blood. A look of shock flashed across their faces. Ling Shuang's face also turned pale. She looked up at the sky. Why is the law's suppression so strong? Ling Shuang and the four pseudo-heavens did not know what was going on. Only the Thunder Sacred Beast looked up at the sky. After sensing the active energy aura of heaven and earth, his eyes flashed. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He glanced at the four pseudo-heavens and said, "This time, you guys will not be able to escape death." Bullsh *T. If a sage does not appear, who in this world can kill us? Even a sage might not be able to kill us. Kate sneered. However, this sudden pressure made him feel uneasy. After reaching the Undying Sovereign level, there were very few people who could be killed, unless they encountered a great sage. However, such an existence might not even appear in a single world. Hence, those above the Undying Sovereign level were truly immortal and indestructible. The reason why Cade and the other four plotted against the Thunder Sacred Beast was because they were confident that they could seal him. After using the Sacred Blood Elixir to break through, they could refine him. Experts could not be killed, but they could be refined over time. Pooh. Chapter 1871. A sudden arrow pierced through Cade's forehead and sent him flying. The others were stunned and turned their heads to look at him. They saw Zichen descending from the sky with a dragon bow in his hand. Golden light shone from his body. With the power of the origin, he gave off a mysterious feeling even though he was only in the Undying Realm. "You, why did you come out?" The other three looked at Zichen, their faces full of shock. When they entered, they worked together to break the barrier. It should be the same when they came back. However, Zichen had clearly entered. Why did he come back before they could break the barrier? Hand it over. Regardless of what method Zichen used to return, he must have obtained the combat martial essence. Terraflame immediately charged at Zichen, aggressively demanding for the combat martial essence. Zichen sneered. He put away the divine dragon bow and formed a seal with both hands. His body shone with golden light. Swoosh! A bright golden light appeared in front of Terraflame and went straight for him. Terraflame, who had been sneering, flashed a few times. When he realized that he could not break free, his expression changed slightly. In this small space, the bright golden light quickly caught up to Terraflame. Scram! Terraflame shouted. Flames burned around him as he threw a punch at the golden light. The energy collided and exploded. The sound of the explosion reverberated in the space. When Terraflame's flame energy met the golden energy, it immediately dissipated. Then, the golden energy completely enveloped Terraflame. Bang! Another explosion rang out. Terraflame's body exploded. Damn it, that's a Grand Dao technique. Seeing this scene, the other three people were all shocked. They had never imagined that a mere undying sovereign would be able to use a great Dao technique. They also knew Grand Dao techniques. However, they were only in the pseudo-heaven realm. They could not mobilize the heaven and earth origin. Naturally, they could not use it. In fact, in this realm, they were in a very awkward position because they did not have any heaven-grade weapons. He couldn't use any powerful techniques. He was only stronger than the undying sovereign. The might of the world that seemed to control everything was actually only useful to those in the earth realm. Terraflame's face was extremely ugly to behold. He cast a deep look at Zichun and said, "There is something strange about this kid." The expressions of the other three changed again because they could clearly feel that the Earth Fire's aura had weakened a lot. In the previous battle, the Earth Fire had only been suppressed. However, when his body exploded, his aura had clearly weakened. Seeing the nervous expressions of the three people, the Thunder Sacred Beast smiled. He had known Zichun for a long time. Back in Shuntian Prefecture, someone had told him all the deeds of Zichun in the Zhanwu continent. At that time, the Thunder Sacred Beast was very optimistic about Zichun. Otherwise, how could the old master of the Thunder race bow down to a human and become his mount? Ling Shuang's beautiful eyes were fixed on Zichun. She knew Zichun as well. If not for the variable that was Zichun, Ling Shuang would have disappeared from this world entirely. However, just like before, she could not see through Zichun at all. It was as though there was a mysterious veil covering Zichun's body. Even now, it was still the same. At the very least, she did not know how Zichun could pass through the world barrier so easily. Other than that, Zichun's aura gave Ling Shuang an extremely strange feeling. For example, he was clearly at the undying sovereign state. However, his aura gave off a feeling of the great Tao of the world. What was even more incredible was that he could use great Tao techniques. A single Zichun was enough to stun the four pseudo-heaven state beings. However, the Thunder Sacred Beast and Ling Shuang could not just stand by idly when it was time to strike. The Thunder Sacred Beast held Gary back as the two of them continued to exchange blows. The Thunder Sacred Beast had the upper hand. Ling Shuang, who was wielding the Star Illusion Dragon Spike, went up against Cade, causing him to cry out in pain. Terraflame and Xing Yin exchanged glances. Then, the two of them rushed towards Zichun. Zichun alone was powerful. However, when the two of them joined forces, they were definitely not weaker than anyone else. Swish! The Thunder Sacred Beast had specially instructed these two. Zichun could not let them go. Thus, he split into two. His doppelganger held a sheathed saber while his real body formed the extreme Yang seal. Due to the suppression of the laws, Zichun's golden Buddha body was comparable to his real body. However, he could not use extreme Yang. Boom! The moment extreme Yang appeared, it went straight for Terraflame. Terraflame's expression changed drastically as he retreated. At the same time, he hoped that Xing Yin could rush over. Whoosh! The crisp sound of a saber being unsheathed rang out as a bright saber light shot towards Xing Yin. In the face of this saber attack, Xing Yin shouted as light swirled around his body. Pooh! The saber light sliced Xing Yin's body into two. Under normal circumstances, Xing Yin would not be so weak against Zichun. However, he was already injured earlier and was then suppressed by the laws. Thus, he could not scheme against Zichun. When Xing Yin's body was sliced apart, Terraflame's body exploded once again. With their current strength, if their bodies were to explode hundreds of times like this, their cultivation realm might drop. As for death, it was impossible because they were saints. Even if they were once saints, they would not die so easily. However, the moment their bodies exploded, an alchemy cauldron appeared in front of Zichun. From the cauldron, all sorts of beastly roars could be heard. A huge suction force came from the cauldron and enveloped the two. Damn it! This is the universe origin cauldron. Terraflame's face changed drastically the moment he saw the cauldron. This is Wuji's item. Why is it with you? Xing Yan's body was also shocked. Boom! The cauldron shook and suddenly enlarged, exuding an ancient and vast aura. The two were enveloped by the suction force and struggled with all their might. Their faces were filled with horror. The universe origin cauldron was the true treasure of the Zhanwu continent. It contained the laws and could be refined by anything. Zichun was already weird to begin with. He could even wipe out their life force. Now that he had the universe origin cauldron, death became a possibility. The two of them resisted with all their might and cried for help. When Cade and Gary caught sight of this, their faces changed as well. The universe origin cauldron was an absolute treasure. As saints in the past, they knew it well. This absolute treasure had always been in the hands of Wuji. It had refined too many powerful beings. In the end, Wuji's whereabouts were unknown after the final battle. The universe origin cauldron was lost as well. To think that the universe origin cauldron would reappear today. With the Thunder Sacred Beast and Ling Shuang blocking, the two of them could not get through. Even if they could, they did not have the guts to do so. They might even be devoured by the cauldron. Furthermore, as time passed, the suppression of the heaven and earth laws grew stronger. In fact, there was even a strong sense of rejection. It was as though the world had suddenly gained a consciousness of its own and was rejecting everything that did not belong to this world. Roar! Against the resistance of the two of them, a dragon's roar rang out from the cauldron. Immediately after, fire dragons burst out and coiled around the two of them, dragging them in forcefully. Pong! Pong! The two of them entered the cauldron one after another. As the cauldron lid closed, the two of them went silent. It was as though they had entered another world. The cauldron floated in the air with flames burning fiercely. Zichun turned around and looked at Cade and Gary. The two of them were stunned. They did not expect that the unassuming little guy from before would have such extraordinary means. Star Rock and Earthfire had been taken in. It was impossible for them to get out. Just like what the Thunder Sacred Beast had said, the two of them would become materials for refining heaven weapons. Run! Cade and Gary did not say a word and prepared to escape into the violent energy. As long as they were not taken in by the cauldron, they would eventually break through to the heaven realm. Once they entered the cauldron, there would be no more chances. However, the Thunder Sacred Beast and Ling Shuang had been waiting for them for a long time. Naturally, they would not let the two of them escape. Scram! At this moment of life and death, Gary went crazy. The energy around him gathered to the maximum. He clenched his fists and punched the Thunder Sacred Beast in front of him. Boom! In the midst of this berserk attack, the Lightning Sacred Beast's body was sent flying back and fell into the berserk energy. At the same time, Gary's body was sent flying towards where Zichun was standing behind him. Extreme Yang! Zichun's cold voice resounded through heaven and earth. The golden light of Extreme Yang enveloped Gary. Then, Gary's body exploded and was swallowed by the cauldron. On the other side, Ling Shuang turned into a light shadow. For a moment, the sky was filled with the attack of dragon thorns. A bloody hole appeared on Cade's body. He rushed forward with all his strength, ignoring the injuries on his body. His eyes were fixed on the violent energy. As long as he entered, there would be a chance. Go in. Go in. His eyes were fixed on the front. His desire to live was very strong. Swoosh. Finally, he rushed through the layers of light shadow. Ignoring the blood on his body, he let out a big sigh of relief. But then, his eyes widened. In his eyes, a jade palm was expanding and then reflected on his body. Bang! He, who had just rushed forward, was sent flying by this palm. His eyes were fixed on Zichun, who was flying toward him. Come in. After an arrow and an extreme yang, Cade's body exploded and then uncontrollably approached the cauldron. Cade's body reformed. He kept roaring, but it was useless. In a flash of light, Cade's body entered the cauldron. At this point, the four former saints were all taken away by the cauldron. Next, they would be refined into extremely precious materials. After the battle, Zichun put away the cauldron. The Thunder Sacred Beast came forward and said, "You killed 4 saints. Even in the Great War back then, This was a great achievement. No matter if it was a saint, a pseudo-heaven, or an undying sovereign, under normal circumstances, they would not die. But Zichun made the impossible possible. As long as he was around, he could break the source laws and use the cauldron of all things to refine and kill any powerhouse. Zichun put away the cauldron and said, "My strength is limited now. I can't fully utilize the effects of the cauldron. It will take a long time to refine it." The Thunder's sacred beast nodded and asked, "There's no hurry. How's your harvest this time?" Chapter 1872. Zichun took out the origin fragment that was the size of his palm and sighed. "This is all I have." If he was not wrong, he could have gotten more. Unfortunately, he was worried that something would happen here. Fortunately, he came back early. Back then, the Thunder's sacred beast told him to stay silent. It was obviously a reminder. Then, it took away his Star Illusion Dragon Spike. The reason why it was taken and not lent to Zichun was that the Thunder's sacred beast could have asked him for the Star Illusion Dragon Spike. This was because the Thunder's sacred beast had saved everyone in Floating Mist City, including Zichun. This was a great favor. He should thank it. After Ling Shuang appeared, she did not even look at him. This was even more unusual. Zichun was not sure if there were other people on the Thunder's sacred beast side. However, he knew that after he left, the two sides would definitely fight. Looking at the origin fragment, the Thunder's sacred beast's eyes flashed with surprise. He said, "This is more than I expected. Give it to Ling Shuang. This thing is useless to me." Ling Shuang, Zichun knew the name of the fairy. "It's useless." Zichun did not understand. "Just now, I suddenly felt the origin of heaven and earth. I will be able to break through soon." The Thunder's sacred beast smiled. Zichun felt that his smile was very mysterious. The Thunder's sacred beast's so-called breakthrough was naturally breaking into the heaven realm. Zichun had never seen a true heaven realm cultivator since he started cultivating. This meant that not only would he see a heaven realm cultivator, but he would also have a heaven realm cultivator as his backer. Hence, he immediately congratulated the Thunder's sacred beast. Then, Zichun suddenly remembered that the heaven realm cultivator did not only have one backer, but two. After Ling Shuang obtained the origin fragment, she would also break through. With two heaven realm cultivators as his backers, Zichun would definitely be able to do whatever he wanted in the Zhanwu continent. Hence, Zichun quickly handed the origin fragment over. With a flash of light in Ling Shuang's hand, a corner of the fragment was missing. It was about 1/10 of it. "This is enough for me. This time, I owe you a favor." Ling Shuang's face was cold as she said indifferently. At the same time, she threw the dragon spike to Zichun. She knew that this was Zichun's weapon. "Fairy, why do you say that? I'm indebted to you for saving my life many times. It's my fortune to be able to work for you this time," Zichun hurriedly said. Ling Shuang looked at Zichun seriously. This kind of overly serious expression made Zichun a little nervous. Anyone who was stared at by such a beauty would not be able to relax. Ling Shuang's beautiful face gradually revealed a complicated expression. When the two of them first met, although she was only a mortal, she was still a saint in her previous life. She had also obtained the inheritance of the Saint Bone, so her foundation was still there. After that, she recovered, destroyed great enemies, refined energy, and broke through. It could be said that her cultivation base advanced by leaps and bounds, eventually breaking into the pseudo-heaven realm. On the other hand, Zichun was just an ordinary cultivator, but his realm had broken through again and again. Although he hadn't reached pseudo-heaven yet, he already had the strength to fight against pseudo-heaven experts. Could this be the uniqueness of this land of miracles? Anything could happen. Ling Shuang shook her head, throwing away all the distracting thoughts in her mind. "Let's go. We'll leave here first." Leaving was much simpler. The two of them opened a path for Zichun, and soon they passed through the violent energy. After that, Zichun could move forward on his own. Soon, the three of them reached the outside world. "I'm leaving." After coming out, Ling Shuang said this. Her white robe fluttered, and she was already far away. She was very decisive. "Fairy, where are you going?" Zichun took 2 steps forward and asked. Ling Shuang turned back, and a smile suddenly appeared on her peerless face. This smile could bring disaster to countries and people and make flowers pale in comparison. What? You don't want me to leave? Ling Shuang, who had always been cold in front of others, suddenly changed. Not to mention Zichun. Even the thunder sacred beast was stunned. Zichun was a little embarrassed and hurriedly said, I haven't given the materials to you yet. Ling Shuang's expression immediately became sad, and she looked like she was about to cry. She said sorrowfully, I thought you didn't want me to leave. Indeed, with your talent, how could you like an old witch like me? Before Zichun could be stunned, the thunder sacred beast was already stunned. He looked at Ling Shuang and then at Zichun, and felt that there must be some unspeakable secret between the two. Zichun smiled bitterly in his heart. Only he knew the meaning of Ling Shuang's words. This was what Zichun had said when they first met. I will remember you. Looking at the embarrassed Zichun, Ling Shuang smiled gently, turned around, and disappeared. Only her voice echoed in the world. Sigh. Zichun sighed. Women were indeed vengeful. The thunder sacred beast joked. What? You don't want her to leave? You're not bad. Even a holy maiden like Ling Shuang can treat you like this. Zichun smiled bitterly and said, Of course not. It's just that once she leaves, when I travel the Zhanwu continent in the future, won't I have one less heavenly realm backer? A heavenly realm backer? You really know how to think. The thunder sacred beast couldn't help but laugh. Anyone who saw such a peerless beauty would have some other thoughts in their heart. Zichun's idea of purely looking for a backer was really unusual. Seeing the thunder sacred beast not caring, Zichun's heart skipped a beat. He asked, Senior, don't tell me you want to leave too? The matter is already done. What else can I do but leave? Don't. That fake heaven hasn't been refined yet. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Zichun was a little anxious. If they all left, there would be no backer. As if seeing through Zichun's inner thoughts, the thunder sacred beast smiled and said, You're already strong enough. Why do you still need a backer? Am I very strong? The current you can already kill fake heaven. If this matter spreads out, who would dare to touch you in the future? Do you think fake heavens are cabbages that you can kill as you wish? The thunder sacred beast raised his head and stared into the distance. He said, In this world, there are very few heavenly realms. Moreover, they all rush into seclusion and don't care about the affairs of the world. Fake heaven is the strongest person in this world. Zichun nodded. He didn't really understand. I want to go into seclusion to break through. After I break through, I will look for you. In the end, he had to leave. Zichun didn't try to persuade him anymore. Since the thunder sacred beast said that he was already an expert, then he must be an expert. Thus, Zichun turned around and left in a very carefree manner. The thunder sacred beast stood on the spot and quietly looked at Zichun. Only when Zichun's back view disappeared did he mutter, The awakening of a heaven-defying person will trigger the arrival of a golden age. Heavenly realms will spring up like bamboo shoots after the rain. Even saints may enter the world. I hope you can grow up smoothly. The thunder sacred beast didn't tell Zichun about the heaven-defying person. In fact, it would be useless even if he did. Several heaven-defying people had already appeared in this world. However, until now, none of them had been able to grow up smoothly. The heaven-defying people brought about a golden age. However, the geniuses of a golden age were a huge threat to the heaven-defying people. If the heaven-defying people wanted to grow, they could only do so by constantly fighting. Do your best. You don't have much time left. The thunder sacred beast turned and disappeared. After walking for a long time, Zichun finally remembered that he had forgotten to ask a very important question. Cosmic Origin Cauldron. Terraflame and the others had called out this name, and even mentioned the word limitless. Zichun wanted to ask, but who knew that he would forget about it in the end? Senior, this cauldron is called the Cosmic Origin Cauldron. Having missed the opportunity, Zichun could only ask the cauldron spirit. I'm not sure. I only know that it's called the Limitless Cosmic Cauldron. The cauldron spirit shook its head. Zichun didn't continue asking. Perhaps this cauldron was just a replica. Or perhaps the cauldron wasn't complete and the cauldron spirit had lost some of its memories. This was the fourth mainland, where the sword sect was the overlord. Zichen decided to make a trip to the sword sect to meet Xian, and the others. Other than the origin laws, Zichen's greatest gain this time was that he had found his own path. This was the true treasure that belonged to Zichen. Otherwise, if Zichen tried to comprehend the edicts of heaven and earth, he would have to take many detours. The Thunder's sacred beasts action had unknowingly saved Zichen a lot of time. Kongyu Mansion was the place where Zichen had visited previously. Back then, he had only used a single slash to intimidate the two Undying Supremes. After that, news of Zichen's appearance spread rapidly across the Fourth Mainland. Wang Xian, Dong Qing, and Jin Qingsheng had returned to the sword sect. However, after hearing the news of Zichen, they didn't come here. They had been in seclusion all this time. After disappearing for a few years, his reappearance was bound to cause a stir. Soon, a few unfamiliar faces appeared in the Kongyu Manor. After they appeared, they tried their best to inquire about Zichen. In the end, they found out that Zichen would return again. As a result, more experts came and stayed here. Zichen arrived outside Kongyu Mansion. It was very lively here. A few years ago, Zichen had only used a single slash, and the cultivators here remembered him. At this moment, when they saw Zichen, they kept exclaiming, "That's Zichen. It's Zichen. That's right, it's Zichen. Zichen has appeared. He really came to Kongyu Mansion again. It seems that he's preparing to go to the sword sect." Zichen's appearance caused an uproar, but no one dared to take the initiative to approach him. Zichen didn't expect that he would be so famous now. He shook his head with a smile and prepared to enter the mansion and go to the sword sect. Swoosh! There was a flash of light, and a man in golden robes appeared in front of him. As the man appeared, the sky changed color. The wind swept the clouds, and an oppressive aura spread out in all directions. In the face of this aura, many people collapsed to the ground, their faces full of shock. Heaven realm. Many exclamations of shock also sounded. As soon as Zichen appeared, another heaven realm cultivator appeared in the sky. This heaven realm cultivator looked at Zichen with a proud expression. His eyes were cold, like a ruler looking down at an ant. "You're just a fake heaven realm cultivator." Zichen looked at the other party and felt the wild energy in his body. He immediately guessed the other party's origin. Then, he sneered and said, "In my eyes, you're all clowns. Even if you had 10 times the courage, you wouldn't dare to block me here. Everyone else, come out." What big words. "Today, we must seal you." A cold voice sounded, and 4 more figures appeared. Chapter 1873. Outside Kongyu Mansion, 5 heaven realms suddenly appeared. Among the 5, there were 4 men and 1 woman. Energy surged around their bodies, and their auras completely sealed the entire world. A few years ago, Zichen was unable to resist any of these auras. Any one of these auras could cause his body to explode. Now, facing the pressure of 5 auras, Zichen stood calmly. His expression did not change, and a faint golden light surged around his body. The others around him retreated again and again with shocked expressions, but their eyes flashed with fanaticism. Obviously, they would witness a great battle today, a battle that was rarely seen in tens of thousands of years, a battle between heaven realms. Although Zichen was not a heaven realm expert, his combat strength was comparable to a heaven realm expert. The 5 Elements family sent out 5 pseudo-heaven realm experts at once, which showed how much importance they attached to Zichen. Senior brother Zichen is going to fight 5 by himself. Jian Tong, who had once found trouble with Zichen, and the sword puppet, who stood up for Jian Tong, immediately rushed over when he heard the news. When he saw the 5 heaven realm experts blocking his way, his face was clearly filled with shock. 1 heaven realm expert could cause a huge commotion, let alone 5 at once. Among the 5 heaven realm experts, 4 were men and 1 was a woman. The female cultivator had an outstanding appearance and a unique temperament. It was obvious that she was from the Shui family. When the 2 sides met, there was no need for formalities, and they directly attacked. Golden light flashed. The Jin family's heaven realm expert was the first to attack. Boundless golden light dyed the entire Kongyu Mansion golden. The golden light in the sky was overshadowed. The Jin family's pseudo-heaven realm expert turned into a golden light and rushed towards Yichun. A pseudo-heaven realm expert was very powerful when facing a supremacy, but it was a little awkward when facing someone of the same level. This was because this realm only attracted a wisp of the world's origin to temper the body. As for truly controlling the world's origin to fight, that was a technique that only heaven realm experts could use. Therefore, without weapons, pseudo-heaven realm experts could only use their bodies to fight. Facing the incoming Jin family experts, Zichen's body shone with golden light. Zichen's golden light was even more dazzling, violent, and destructive. Swoosh! A golden saber light like a waterfall flew directly toward the Jin family's pseudo-heaven realm expert. Boom! A rumbling sound came from behind Zichun as he struck out. It was as if a divine mountain was moving rapidly, bringing with it a heavy sense of oppression. The entire Kongyu prefecture trembled under this enormous pressure. All the cultivators felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on their hearts, making it difficult for them to breathe. This was the attack of the two clans' expert. Zichen's figure flickered as he faced the two families' expert. Once again, he pulled out his saber, and the golden saber light swept out at an extreme speed. Whoosh! Space warped and vibrated as large amounts of water appeared. Like a monstrous wave, they fell from the sky and rushed towards Zichen. In the opposite direction, bursting flames appeared in the sky. The flames burned fiercely, causing the space to distort continuously, emitting scorching heat. This was the attack of the Hua clan's experts. They transformed into fiery serpents that rushed towards Zichen. The attacks of the Mu clan's experts transformed into numerous wooden swords that carried a sharp aura as they shot towards Zichen. In the face of these attacks, Zichen's figure flickered rapidly as he slashed out 3 more times in 3 different directions. From afar, Zichen seemed to have turned into 5 people in an instant. Each of them attacked a Heaven Realm expert. 5 golden saber lights slashed in 5 different directions. The 5 pseudo-Heaven Realm experts attacked almost at the same time, but Zichen instantly counterattacked. This was the perfect combination of extreme speed and the saber-drawing technique. The boundless waves met with the golden saber light and were instantly split in half. The saber light carried an indomitable force as it rushed towards the female Heaven Realm expert of the Shui clan. A trace of shock flashed across the latter's face. An armor completely formed by the origin of water appeared on the surface of her body. Bang! The saber light slashed on the armor and dissipated. The female Heaven Realm expert of the Shui clan's armor shattered with a sound, and her body flew backwards. The second saber light shattered the fiery serpents and slashed at the Heaven Realm expert of the Hua clan. The latter also flew backwards. Then, the Tu and Mu clan experts were also sent flying in the face of Zichen's powerful attack. The Jin clan expert suffered the most because he was the first to attack, and Zichen was the first to slash with the strongest power. His attack was broken, and his body was directly split in half. In the first confrontation, Zichen had won completely. The surrounding cultivators who were watching the battle widened their eyes in disbelief. Oh my, senior brother Zichen actually has the upper hand in a 1 versus 5 battle. This is unbelievable. Jian Tong widened his eyes and looked at Zichen, who was standing in the air. Powerful, as expected. Under normal circumstances, an Undying Realm expert can be called a genius. I didn't expect senior brother Zichen to actually have the upper hand in a 1 versus 5 battle. Jian Tong also sighed, and his eyes were full of admiration. He and Zichen were both Undying Sovereigns, but he didn't even have the courage to attack a Heaven Realm expert. The difference between him and Zichen was like heaven and earth. Back then, Zichen had defeated a Heaven Realm expert in a 1 versus 1 battle. Now, it was 1 versus 5. It could be seen that Zichen's combat strength had increased a lot over the years. The 4 Heaven Realm experts were also shocked. They didn't expect Zichen to be so powerful, even more powerful than the legends said. The Jin clan's pseudo-heaven's body was reformed. As the recognized leader of the 5 elements families, he was the first to lose this time. This made him lose face. With a loud shout, he took out a supreme-level long sword and attacked Zichen. He wasn't a match for Zichun even in a 1 versus 5 battle, let alone in a 1 versus 1 battle. Whoosh! Zichun took a step in the air and pulled out his saber. The golden saber light went straight for the Jin clan's pseudo-heaven. Clang! The clanging sound resounded through the world. The Jin clan expert's weapon instantly flew out of his hand. At the same time, a powerful force hit his chest, causing him to cough up blood and fly backward. Gap! This was the gap. Zichun just shook his head. He was now using the world's origin power. Once the world grew again, he would naturally enter the heaven realm. The use of energy between the two sides was no longer on the same level. The other 4 rushed forward. Zichun pulled out his saber 4 more times, and the 4 of them flew backward again. Against Zichun, the pseudo-heaven was no longer enough. However, it was obviously impossible for Zichun to kill the 5 of them. Zichun's performance was very strong. After sending the 4 of them flying, he took the initiative to attack and kill the Jin clan expert. Swoosh! A bright saber light flashed, and the Jin clan expert's body was split into 2. His internal organs were completely minced by the saber light. After a slash, Zichun's figure flashed. After dodging an attack, he turned and minced the 2 clan experts' body into pieces. However, that was all Zichun could do. When he wanted to attack again, the Jin clan expert and the other 4 had already rushed forward. In this way, they could only ensure that no one died, but they could not pose any threat to Zichun. On the other hand, Zichun displayed an extremely strong technique. Apart from the Shui clan expert, the other 4 people's bodies exploded again and again. Every time their bodies were reformed, they would lose a little bit of their origin power. Apart from the sound of energy vibrations, there was no other sound in the world. This was because all the cultivators who were watching this battle in the manor were dumbfounded. Zichun's strong technique was really shocking. In the crowd, many people took out one crystal ball after another in order to permanently remember this scene. They began to project the battle in their crystal balls so that they could confirm this matter with others in the future. Senior brother Zichun is really strong. Jian Tong and Jian Gue were also deeply shocked by Zichun's strength. At the same time, the 2 of them were also afraid. If Zichun did not give face to the sword sect back then and killed them, the 2 of them would have disappeared completely from this world. Bang! The Jin clan expert's body exploded again. He had already forgotten how many times his body had exploded today. His state of mind went from the shame and anger of the first time to shock, and finally to horror. Now, he wanted to retreat far away, but he could not even put some distance between them. Now, the 5 of them were very helpless against Zichun. Retreat. Finally, the Jin clan expert who had his body reformed shouted and retreated far away. Are they going to leave just like that? After hearing this voice, everyone thought that the 5 of them were going to retreat. However, the 5 of them only retreated and did not leave. The Jin clan expert said again, 5 elements attack. The 5 of them stood in 5 directions, surrounding Zichun. Then, the 5 of them lit up with rays of light. A golden light shot out from the Jin clan's expert and landed on the Shui clan's female cultivator. Then, a blue light landed on the Mu clan's expert. The Mu clan's expert then shot out a beam of energy that landed on the Hua clan's expert. The 5 of them formed a square formation according to the 5 elements mutual generation. In this square formation, the energy of the 5 elements gathered and formed a huge light shield surrounding Zichun. In addition to being strong, the 5 elements family's 5 elements mutual generation was also a kind of trump card. Swoosh! Together with the 5 elements mutual generation, the power surging around the 5 of them increased a lot. The Jin clan expert held his supreme weapon and glanced at Zichun indifferently. He raised his weapon high and shouted, "Cut!" As soon as he finished speaking, a thick ray of golden light rushed from the supreme weapon towards Zichun. Zichun's figure changed, but the golden light had firmly locked onto him, making it impossible for him to dodge. He could only unsheath his saber and block the attack. Bang! The saber ray met the golden light and shattered. At the same time, a strong force passed through the saber and landed on Zichun's body. The huge force sent Zichun flying. His body smashed into the ground behind him. Bang! As he flew backward, he encountered the 5 elements light shield. After a loud tremor, his body was sent flying again. Stabilizing his body, Zichen's mouth was bleeding, and his eyes flashed coldly. The five elements attack had greatly increased the combat power of the five of them. He had to be careful. The cultivator from the Jin clan, who had previously been in a very sorry state, sneered at Zichen and said, "Now, you can die." Chapter 1874. In the combined attack formation, the Jin family expert's attack was already powerful. However, in the next moment, an even more violent force came out of the supreme weapon that was surging with golden energy. This force was twice as strong as the previous one. Among the surging golden light, streaks of blue light appeared. This was no longer the power of the origin of gold, but the origin of gold and water. The Jin family expert looked coldly at Zichen with a sneer. Then, a third kind of energy appeared on the supreme weapon. At this moment, the violent aura surging from the supreme weapon was thrice as strong as before. This is the combined attack of the five elements. It draws support from the power of the five elements. The Jin family expert's cold voice reverberated between heaven and earth. Hearing this voice, everyone's expression changed. Drawing support from the power of the five elements meant that the attacks of the five people had all landed on the body of one person. It was like a person's combat strength had increased fivefold out of thin air. Seeing the fourth ray of light on the sovereign weapon, Zichen's expression changed. At this moment, the power contained in the sovereign weapon had already exceeded the limit of what he could withstand. If such an attack landed on his body, his physical body would definitely not be able to withstand it. Then, the fifth light appeared. The supreme weapon exuded a power that was 5 times stronger than before. At this moment, Zichen, who wanted to try this attack, no longer had such a thought in his mind. If such a powerful attack landed, it might break his immortal source and cause him serious injuries. In the crowd, cries of alarm rang out continuously. Many people had nervous expressions on their faces. They were not sure if Zichen could dodge such an attack. As the cold voice resounded between heaven and earth, the attack with the power of the 5 elements quickly slashed towards Zichen. Not only was the power of this attack increased fivefold, but even the oppressive force had also increased fivefold. If Zichen could not dodge the previous attack, then at this moment, Zichen did not even have the chance to dodge. Obviously, the Jin family expert also saw this point. He had a very proud smile on his face. The 5 elements attack quickly slashed down, slashing at Zichen's body. It looked like Zichen would be split into 2. The cultivators of the Jin clan grew increasingly complacent. Previously, Zichen had been too complacent. Now, it was time to humiliate him. However, the oncoming attack seemed to have paused for a moment. Zichen, who was right in front of it, suddenly disappeared in front of the 5 elements attack. Gone? How is that possible? The Jin clan expert widened his eyes in disbelief. The other 4 people were also in disbelief. Such an attack was impossible to dodge at the same level. That was a pressure that was 5 times stronger than normal. One had to know that just now, Zichen couldn't even dodge the pressure that was twice as strong. He dodged it. He actually dodged it. When the nervous crowd saw this scene, their expressions suddenly relaxed for some reason. Perhaps subconsciously, they still hoped that Zichen could create a miracle and bring great humiliation to the 5 elements aristocratic families. The 5 elements attack continued to move forward, landing on the 5 elements light shield. The powerful attack instantly turned into energy and merged with the 5 elements light shield. Interesting combined attack formation. A faint voice sounded from the other side. Zichen's figure appeared. He witnessed the process of the powerful attack disappearing and was very surprised. On his back, the 6-winged heavenly thunder wings appeared. The Thunder clan's treasure, heavenly thunder wings. The Jin clan expert's face became very ugly. Obviously, Zichen's sudden disappearance had a lot to do with the heavenly thunder wings. The fact that Zichen had the heavenly thunder wings was no longer a secret in the Zhanwu continent. Looking at the ugly face of the Jin clan expert, Zichen said faintly, "What? Don't you have any other means?" The Jin clan expert snorted and said, "Humph. In this 5 elements combined attack formation, Our energy will never dissipate. All the attacks will be reflected back. I'd like to see how many times you can dodge." After the cold snort, the Jin clan expert began to gather energy again. It seemed that he was too deliberate. The process of gathering energy was relatively slow. During this process, his eyes were fixed on Zichun. Zichen's body flashed as he rushed towards the expert from the Hua clan. He wanted to break the 5 elements combined attack formation from his opponent's body. This combined attack formation posed a great threat to Zichun. Zichen, who was rushing forward, had just arrived in front of the Hua clan expert when a 5 elements light shield automatically appeared around him. The 5 elements merged perfectly, greatly increasing his defense. Whoosh! Zichun slashed out, and the bright blade light fell on the light shield. The whole shield trembled, but it did not break. Inside the shield, the Hua clan expert looked at him with a playful face. The Jin clan expert was still gathering energy. When he saw Zichun counterattacking, the corner of his mouth also revealed a playful smile. Then, Zichen's figure flashed continuously and appeared beside the other 4. However, every attack was unable to break the 5 elements light shield. Seeing that Zichun could not get out, the 5 of them were completely relieved. The Jin clan expert's attack finally reached its limit, and he slashed down again. Swoosh! At the most critical moment, Zichen dodged. Again. The expert from the Jin family shouted. Again. Zichun smiled faintly, not at all aware that he was trapped. Around them, various crystal balls were constantly projecting their contents. This 5 elements combined attack formation definitely has more tricks up its sleeve. I wonder if Senior Zichun can survive this time. The Jin puppet was a little worried. Sure enough, after several failed attacks, the Jin clan expert was a little impatient. He said, "Let's do it again." As his voice fell, the Hua clan expert also took out a supreme weapon. Then, the supreme weapon began to light up with the 5 elements light, forming a 5 elements attack. 2 5 elements attacks crisscrossed and slashed down. The resulting pressure had already locked onto Zichun. Facing this attack, Zichen's expression turned solemn. When the 2 attacks fell, his figure disappeared again as he dodged. The world's fastest speed is indeed extraordinary, the Jin clan expert praised, but in the next moment, he changed the topic and said, "Let's see if you can dodge these 3 attacks." The 2 clan expert took out a sharp blade and joined the battle. As the 3 attacks fell, with Zichun as the center, the space around him began to change. When the 3 attacks were about to reach Zichun, they paused for a moment. Zichen's figure flashed and dodged them again. The Jin clan expert's expression turned gloomy. He shouted again. Hence, the Mu clan expert also joined in. 4 attacks came from 4 directions, slashing towards Zichun. The space around Zichun surged even more violently. This time, the signs of the 4 attacks pausing were even more obvious. It was as if they had encountered layers of resistance. Zichun dodged again, but his expression was not as relaxed as before. After dodging the 4 attacks, the signs of the 4 attacks pausing became more obvious. This meant that Zichun was getting more and more exhausted. He could no longer conceal his attacks. Up until now, the Jin family cultivator's face was no doubt gloomy, and the other 4 were not looking very good either. The 5 elements attack was already their strongest attack, and if it still couldn't deal with Zichun, then they had no other way. Go all out, the Jin clan expert shouted. This time, the 5 of them began to accumulate power. A terrifying aura surged around them. 5 attacks came from 5 different directions, slashing towards Zichun. Such an attack was extremely powerful. Swoosh! Before the 5 attacks came close, the heavenly thunder wings on Zichun's back flapped even faster. The space around Zichun twisted crazily. The 5 attacks passed through the space and came close to Zichun. Suddenly, the 5 attacks stopped. It was a stop, a true stop, not the previous one. Space was still. Zichun immediately escaped from the paused attacks. At this moment, the space still technique was completely revealed. Exclamations continuously sounded from the crowd. That's the world's fastest space still. I didn't expect Zichun to evolve the world's fastest speed to such an extent. I heard that when the world's fastest speed reaches the limit, it can change the flow of space and time. It can even go back to the past and pass through the future. Cries of surprise could be heard from the crowd, but the 5 heaven realms were shocked. They finally saw Zichun's method of escape, and it was completely unexpected. They never expected that Zichun, who was only an undying sovereign, could evolve the world's fastest speed to the point of space still. His figure appeared. Zichun said indifferently, "I admit that your methods can threaten me, but I don't want to play with you anymore. Let's end this." As soon as he finished speaking, Zichun rushed forward. It was still the Hua family expert. When he came close, the Hua family expert's body naturally propped up the 5 elements light. Zichun's extreme speed caused the space to become still in an instant. In this process, the 5 elements energy could not be transferred to the 5 elements light shield. Zichun directly unsheathed his saber. The 5 elements light shield shattered easily. Then, the saber light slashed the Hua family expert's body. Puff. His body was divided into 2. The 5 elements energy that maintained the operation of the 5 elements great array was no longer uniform. The entire 5 elements great array shattered with a bang. The other 4 people were still in disbelief. They did not expect the powerful 5 elements great array to be broken like this. Extreme Yang. In the sky, Zichun's low roar rang out. Blazing golden energy rushed towards the Jin family expert. At the same time, Zichun's figure flashed. His clone held a sheathed saber and attacked the 2 family expert. Under the extreme Yang, the Jin family expert's body shattered. At this moment, Zichun pointed with one hand. The cauldron of all things rushed out from his body and turned into a huge cauldron, flying towards the Jin family expert. Dragon roars rang out. Fire dragons rushed out from it. The moment the Jin family expert's body reformed, they dragged his body towards the cauldron. Damn it! It's the cauldron of all things. The Jin family expert saw this scene and shouted. His face was full of fear. Perhaps others did not know the origin of this cauldron. As an ancient family with a long history, the 5 Elements family knew the origin of the cauldron of all things. It was said that this cauldron could refine anything. It could even refine a saint, let alone a pseudo-heaven. Chapter 1875. Boom. In the face of a life-and-death crisis, the Jin family expert began to unleash his full potential. Extremely powerful and terrifying energy surged around him, and this energy actually shook off the fire dragon's entanglement. At this moment, the Jin family expert's face was undoubtedly pale and filled with fear. Ever since he stepped into the immortal realm, he had never felt such danger. In the current world, almost no one could kill an immortal realm expert, let alone a pseudo-heaven expert. But the universal origin cauldron was an exception. Its appearance had broken the world's structure and rules. It was said that back then, Wuji had refined a saint to death. That was a saint, an existence even stronger than a heaven realm expert. How could he, a mere pseudo-heaven expert, resist such a rule-breaking universal origin cauldron? As soon as he rushed out of the fire dragon's entanglement, before the Jin family expert could breathe a sigh of relief, a saber light like a waterfall instantly slashed his body open. No, he let out an unwilling scream as all the strength in his body was instantly sucked out. The 2 halves of his body were swept up by the fire dragon and were about to be brought into the cauldron. Swoosh. At this moment, the Jin family expert also very decisively abandoned his physical body and rushed out with his soul. Zichun couldn't help but frown. This guy was too difficult to deal with. After withstanding a powerful attack from the Shui family female cultivator, he slapped out a palm print in the air. The palm print carried the Jin family expert soul and directly entered the universal origin cauldron. At this point, the 5 Elements family's 5 pseudo-heaven experts were completely reduced by 1. The complete reversal of the situation stunned all the spectators. At the same time, these people were also excited. Almost everyone held a crystal ball and projected the battle. Amazing, 1 against 5. He actually won. Jian Tong and Jian Mu were excited, as if Zichun's battle record was their battle record. The 5 Elements combined attack formation couldn't be reformed. After a glance, the 4 of them very decisively chose to retreat. You want to leave? Is that even possible? Zichun sneered, knocked an arrow, and released it. At the same time, The lightning wings on Zichen's back flapped, and he transformed into a stream of light as he rushed forward. Who could escape from this world's fastest speed? After a few flashes, Zichen arrived in front of the two clan expert. This time, he did not choose to destroy the two clan expert's body. Instead, he grabbed him with both hands. Buzz. Golden light flashed around his body as thunder roared from his body. He grabbed the two clan expert tightly with both hands. Scram. The expert from the two clan roared as he channeled his energy. However, he was no match for Zichen in terms of pure strength. At this moment, he could not even move his body. Go in. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Zichen grabbed the two clan expert with both hands and smashed him into the myriad origin cauldron. With a clang, the cauldron lid closed, and the two clan expert no longer made a sound. The forward arrow pierced through the Hua clan expert's body. The latter's body exploded, delaying the journey. Zichen chased after him. As for the Mu clan expert, he was chased by Zichen's doppelganger. Slash after slash, the newly reconstructed body was broken apart again and again. There was no way for him to escape. After Zichen dealt with the Hua clan expert, he glanced at the female cultivator from the Shui clan who escaped. He did not deliberately chase after her, but rushed towards the Mu clan expert. It was enough to kill 4 out of the 5 of them, leaving one to go back and report. Zichen believed that the 5 elements aristocratic families would definitely remember the loss of 4 pseudo-heavenly experts this time. With his real body and doppelganger, it was too easy to deal with the Mu clan expert. After easily smashing him into the myriad origin cauldron, Zichen stood in the air and looked down at everyone. Everyone tacitly kept their crystal balls and looked at Zichen with admiration. Today's battle would establish Zichen's identity as an expert. From today onwards, Zichen, who was not a Heaven Realm expert, would have the same treatment as a Heaven Realm expert. In fact, it would be much better than an ordinary Heaven Realm expert. Senior brother Zichen, you're really amazing. Under everyone's gaze, the Jian puppet and Jian Tong rose into the air and arrived in front of Zichen. Seeing the two of them, Zichen nodded. Senior brother, are you going to Sword Sect? The Jian puppet asked.
Yes.
Then, Senior brother, please follow me. In the silent situation of the entire residence, the Jian puppet felt that it was very honorable to speak at this moment. After Zichen left with the Jian puppet, the entire residence was in an uproar. Discussions about Zichen were constantly heard. In the midst of these discussions, there was no lack of words of admiration and respect. However, there were also some older generation figures who fell into deep thought. Obviously, even a fool could see that Zichen's cauldron was extraordinary. It could even take away a Heaven Realm expert. Perhaps the 4 of them really died. And such a cauldron must have a very strong background. Today, Zichen's reputation had risen, and news about the universe origin cauldron would definitely leak out. Senior brother, I've already sent the news back to Sword Sect last time, but unfortunately, Senior Sister Xian didn't receive it. It's said that she's in seclusion. Jianming followed behind Zichen and said, last time, he still called Xian junior sister, but this time, he had changed the way he addressed her. She's in seclusion? Zichen was a little surprised. Yes, it's said that Senior Sister Xian is preparing to break through to the undying and imperishable realm. Speaking of the undying and imperishable realm, the Jian puppet was a little proud because he was in that realm. Then, he said, to tell you the truth, I'm only accompanying you to Sword Sect this time. In fact, I'm also preparing to go back and enter seclusion. Oh, Zichen glanced at the Jian puppet. I'm preparing to enter seclusion and break through to the Heaven Realm. The Jian puppet said indifferently. There were countless undying and imperishable realm experts in the world who wanted to break through to the Heaven Realm. Once they entered the Heaven Realm, they would be a true big shot. Under normal circumstances, the Jianwu would definitely be very proud and arrogant when he said this. However, Zichen had just defeated 5 pseudo-celestials, so he didn't have the slightest bit of confidence when he said this in front of Zichen. Good luck. Zichen smiled and gave the Jian puppet a thumbs up. To be able to enter the Heaven Realm, you're very amazing. The Jian puppet smiled. Zichen's encouragement was very useful. Jian Tong said, Senior brother Zichen, this time, I'm preparing to break through to the undying and imperishable realm. I'm very confident. When Zichen heard this, he encouraged him again. However, Jian Tong didn't feel any pride. He directly said, in truth, this time, it's not just us who's confident in breaking through. In fact, many people will break through in the near future. At that time, the undying and imperishable realm experts will be everywhere. What do you mean? Is it so easy to break through to the heaven realm? Asked Zichun. It might not have been easy in the past, but with the arrival of a great era, more and more geniuses will appear. What great era? Jian Tong looked at Zichun in surprise. The Jian puppet also didn't understand. Zichun shook his head. I've been busy recently. Did something happen? A while ago, the world changed. The laws of the entire Zhanwu continent became extremely clear. Before, you couldn't see or sense the world's core energy, but now you can sense it. Everyone says that this is a great era, and experts will appear in large numbers. However, some people say that danger is approaching, and the Zhanwu continent is warning you in advance. Hearing Jian Tong's words, Zichun thought back to what he had been doing. Calculating the time, it seemed that he hadn't been in the Zhanwu continent when the world changed. Naturally, he hadn't sensed it. After hearing Jian Tong's words, Zichun tried to sense it. He found that everything was very easy to sense. It was like his perception had suddenly increased by dozens of times. However, when Jian Tong said that danger was approaching and that the Zhanwu continent was warning them in advance, Zichun recalled what Terraflame had said. After so much time had passed, perhaps the outsiders were about to make a comeback. And to the Zhanwu continent's cultivators, the only danger that would appear was the outsiders. The world is warning them. Could it be that the outsiders are about to invade? Originally, this was a problem that Zichun didn't need to consider. But after hearing Jian Tong's words, he had no choice but to consider it. Furthermore, the lightning saint beast had suddenly said that it wouldn't give up its core fragment, saying that it could break through on its own. Perhaps that was related to the change in the world. If that was the case, then in the future, let alone fake heaven realms, even true heaven realms could be found everywhere. As for those saints who hadn't appeared in the past, perhaps they would appear one by one. Originally, Zichun had felt that he was an expert, but when he thought of those heaven realms and saints, he couldn't help but bitterly smile. No matter how hard he worked, there would always be all kinds of experts. Fortunately, breaking through to the heaven realm was only a matter of time. There was no bottleneck. As long as he found a place to enter seclusion, he would be able to break through. Following Jian Tong and Jian Tong back to the sword sect wasn't without benefits. At the very least, Zichun didn't care about those World Emperor stones. During this time, Zichun was lost in thought. He couldn't help but worry. He had thought that after killing those 4 fake heavens, they would definitely feel heartache and perhaps give up on this matter. But if the Great Era came, perhaps the outsiders would invade again. Then, the 5 Elements family might send even more experts this time. Zichun's worry wasn't unnecessary. After he took out the Universal Origin Cauldron, the Gene family experts' reaction was too intense. Zichun had already guessed that they knew about the Universal Origin Cauldron. Danger might come. If they controlled such a large cauldron, it would be a huge trump card for the 5 Elements family. The 3 of them arrived at the sword sect. Zichun, who had thought that there would be swords everywhere in the sword sect, didn't find any traces of sword statues here. This place looked more like a city. There were sword sect experts coming and going. Stop! Who said you could go in? A cold voice sounded. The 3 people in front were blocked. It was a new face. Zichun didn't recognize him. When Jian Tong raised his head, he obviously recognized the other party. An angry expression appeared on his face. Swordsman, how dare you stop me here? The swordsman looked at Jian Tong and said disdainfully, in the eyes of a swordsman like me, you're nothing. Before Jian Tong could argue again, the swordsman emitted a powerful aura. This aura was extremely oppressive. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.